not the Church of Nothing. I think the Church of Nothing, which is Joy Diaz podcast or the Joe Rogan podcast. I listen to them religiously. So I mean, I just kind of wanted to listen to those guys and then get my comments in between a listening section. If you want to put the YouTube link so you can see it, I have the American flag blocking it because due to copyright. But let's just listen to these guys. This is better than CNN. This is better than, the news is depressing. Let's listen to people that makes the news look cool, and then divert us into different things.
Right.
It's not just cry about this.
They got set up to accomplish. You will never
gotta appreciate life.
There's no way anybody could dial it into one person where you got it from. That's the weird thing is we're constantly interacting with people and touching surfaces. And according to this, these cruise liners that they're testing, where these people were sick, even people that are asymptomatic, it shows the virus stays on surfaces for as much as 17 days. That's a new discovery. They thought it was 3 days before that. Now they're realizing even in asymptomatic people that don't, he's got the spray. It's weird. It's a fucking weird virus, man. It's real weird. Real weird. My friend Dr. Peter Tia was saying that most people 55 and under, they seem to just get a cold. I mean, they're fine. They feel like shit for a while, but they get over it. He said, but then there's this 28-year-old fitness instructor that one of his friends is treating, who's a doctor, and this guy's on a ventilator. He's a fitness instructor. And they're like, there could be genetic conditions, predispositions, and then also it might be vaping. They're thinking that vaping might have something to do with damaging some people's lungs, or cigarette smoking. Cigarette smoking is a bad one. And they think that might have contributed to a lot of deaths in Italy and in China.
They smoke over
in
China.
China and Italy.
They have smokers and they have less cancer in China.
See, the thing is, are we sure they have less cancer? Like, when they say they have deaths, like how many deaths they have out of China, would you believe those numbers? I don't trust a fucking word of it.
Facts! China's fucking lying!
That's what the Chinese people are, there's some propaganda network from China that's, I don't know what's connected to the government or what, or maybe it's people just fucking around. Maybe it's people trying to be funny. But they're putting out that this is a man-made disease that was spread in China by the United States government. So who the fuck are you trusting? I'm not trusting. I trust Italy when it comes to the numbers because I think they're being pretty honest about what a disaster it is. But China's trying to make it seem like everything's bouncing back now. I don't buy it.
They opened up movie theaters.
In China?
Yeah.
Let's go to the fucking movies. Watch a nightmare movie.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Watch a horror movie where you're in this fucking theater just wondering if everything you touch is eventually gonna kill you. Fuck. Apparently, they were saying also that it has something to do with blood type, and they don't know why. But a lot of the fatalities were blood type A, seem to be vulnerable, or maybe it's just a coincidence. They say they don't have enough data yet, especially here, like reliable data that we can trust here in America. They don't have enough yet. So when I think about it, what gets me is that same feeling like an earthquake. Like once an earthquake hits, like, oh, all right. Well, we're okay right now, but now we know that this can happen. Like the first one I ever experienced, I was first year here. I had an apartment in North Hollywood, and it was a thin place. Like you could hear the next door neighbor. She would get phone calls. I would hear her answering machine go off because this is the 90s, and I would hear the person talking on her answering machine. I could hear every conversation she had, like it was through a towel. Like that's how thin it was. It was a shitty apartment. But when the earthquake hit, the apartment just went like this. And I remember thinking, this is like when you're a kid and you're playing in a refrigerator box. Remember those refrigerator boxes when we get them on the street and we all climb in them and fuck around, but they were flimsy. I'm like, this house felt like a refrigerator box. It just started moving like this. And it wasn't even a big earthquake. It was like a 5 something, like a 5.5 or something like that. It wasn't a huge one. They said it was an aftershock from Northridge. It just started doing this. It's moving back and forth, and I was like, whoa. I didn't think it was going to be like that. I thought the ground would shake. I thought it'd be like you feel your feet moving. It's not. Everything just goes left and right. Everything just shifts. Like the ground is made out of, like it's sand.
Yellow.
Or something. Like instantly it just becomes pliable. It's weird.
I saw the cat drinking water of a sudden I saw the cat in the air and the ball in the air.
He's lying.
That's how much of a dip it made.
He's lying.
Looked.
He's
Like
lying.
you're on the computer.
He's lying. Yo, he's always lying, son. I've been waiting for this moment to have a microphone to be like, yo, Joey, you fucking lying, nigga. You are such a Cuban embustero. He's a Cuban old man that invents shit. Or he sees something, he's like, that was me. No, I wasn't, son.
I'm done. That. But I don't think so. My cats are alive and kicking.
He lying.
They're like Judas.
How many do you have now?
3.
You only have 3? That's crazy. You were up to 11 at one point.
9. 10.
You had 9? I think you had 11. You probably forgot.
I had so many of them outside. I was feeding. I had so many of them.
Oh, that's right. You had a bunch of feral ones that lived in the yard too. Mark Maron has that kind of setup too.
Yeah.
Or at least he used to at his old place.
It is fucking. I'm down to 3. I'm down to 3 girls. All the boys punched the ticket. My favorite one died 3 months ago. The little boy. I'm down to girls. I don't know what I'm gonna do. What my next move is. I'm waiting to see what the smoke clears. Maybe get a German Shepherd. I don't know.
We should all get out of here.
No shit.
Legitimately.
No shit.
We should get out of here.
No shit.
This should be our wake-up call. We should all just pack up and go to Denver.
This is a big wake-up call for a lot of people. This is gonna be a big wake-up call.
You know, there's a lot of places like Loveland, hour outside of Denver. You know what I mean? Evergreen, 30 minutes outside of Denver.
You know what? What happened to Montana?
What happened to Montana?
You ever hear anything about Montana?
No, but here's the thing. Denver's got comedy. Utah's got comedy.
You know what? Why don't we just open up a club in Montana and buildings?
We could do it.
Everybody's opening up a club in St. Louis. Everybody's opening up a club here.
Can you imagine if we did? We opened up a club.
Go to war with everybody else. Comedy school and fucking Billings, Montana.
If we just decided to do that.
When was the last time you were in Montana?
Oh, 6 months ago or so.
What did you think?
I love it there.
What
I love Bozeman.
What are we waiting for?
The winter's motherfucker though, son. That winter's real. There's grizzly bears in the woods.
Listen to them now. What does it make you realize that we can do anything? It just makes you realize. Look, after every earthquake, there's a certain percentage of Californians that wake up and say, I'm not going through that again.
Right.
They get up and leave. There's certain Californians that go like me, that go, oh shit, you gotta get a generator for my fat sleep apnea machine. And every time you go to the supermarket, buy 2 of something. Buy 2 cans of cream corn, buy 2 cans of this. You go in my fucking garage, I'm good.
Yeah, you gotta have dried stuff.
I'm good. You know why? Because I'm a child of the 60s. When I was growing up, every building you moved into had a fallout shelter, you dumb fucks.
Oh, yeah, we forgot.
Nobody remembers the fucking fallout shelter. And they had Tang and fucking TV dinners down there. Every once in a while.
Spain bought 340,000 coronavirus tests from China, but can't use them because it turned out the tests only have sensitivity of 30%.
Like the fucking Tang juice and all that shit.
God, the fallout shelters were an East Coast thing, right?
Fuck yeah, nobody remembers the fallout shelter. So I've always lived like it's the fallout shelter.
Here's another line of now he's acting like he was ready for this. Yo, Joey Diaz is a fucking liar, bro. Joey Diaz is a consistent what's it called?
came over here when?
66. But they had been over here already dabbling. They had been over here since the 50s, fucking around numbers.
Another thing about Joey Diaz is that Joey Diaz pretends like he's an Italian man. Joey Diaz doesn't act like he's a Latino Cuban. Only one is only like beneficial. Other than that, he swears that he's an Italian from Hoboken. He likes saying the N-word and he thinks it's cool and cute.
I was alive and kicking when say it, huh? Kicking over Robert Kennedy. So it was a different time then. We were living in a little fear.
He's a fake Italian, bro. Because of The Sopranos, people always thought he was fucking thing, but again, I love Joey Diaz, but he be lying, bro.
We go downstairs to a basement and live and stuff like that. So I think what fucked with me was the Yoel Romero fight. The night of the Yoel Romero fight, I was invited to a friend's house to watch the fight. And I pretty much had a nervous breakdown from the fear of leaving the house.
Really?
Because of
the violence?
Yeah, real nervous breakdowns.
You didn't want to go to your friend's house?
Best guy in the world.
But you were like, I gotta stay home.
4 people, you know.
You never know.
I asked him if they were cool. He goes, yeah. I go, nobody's been to China. Nobody's been, no, because that's the problem. See, I knew it was going to infect. Look at the skier that went skiing in New Rochelle, the Jewish guy that went to the synagogue.
On Monday, did you speak with Bloomberg? Yes, Mario Park. As Michael Mr. President, on Monday, did you speak with Chinese?
You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to talk to me. So he brought it clear from you went skiing. You come doing the fucking everything by all means. You power fucking out. Yeah, as Michael Richard. Go to Riverton, Wyoming. That's the best.
You wanted to eat pasta?
I don't give a fuck. I got pasta in fucking Utah.
But before
That
this,
shit drives me fucking crazy. That shit. But you just can't go. You can't go to Ajax. You can't go to Ajax. Nobody wants to ski Ajax. You can't go to Ajax. You gotta go all the way to fucking Italy to go skiing, cocksucker.
The Italian scopes.
Leave me alone. You know that shit bothers me as it is. He took people down. He
Joe,
came
you
back.
don't have a passport.
Yo, people are not gonna like Chinese tourists anymore. They're gonna be looking at them niggas like, hey, I'm gonna mute this right now.
You see the sights.
You eat pasta and ask him. And you just see the sights.
Fucked.
No, Aspen, you break it up.
There's apparently a guy from
But
Aspen.
fuck the Chinese communist fucking system of lying to us, man. Motherfuckers lie. Talking about 3,000 people died. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here with your bullshit. Stop eating that fucking nasty ass food.
I love that. Did you come back?
Y'all don't eat the fucking Chinese food y'all fucking feed us. The American Chinese food. Y'all wanna eat fucking bats?
And he refused to
Y'all wanna eat fucking octopus? I see bitches eating octopus and fucking. It's not playing a long time right now. Look, motherfuckers going back to the theaters. Nah, fuck that. Close all the fucking things. Another thing is hypocritical. Back in January, Trump closed the borders to everybody. And I have a quote by Schumer that basically Schumer said, why will you close the borders? Da-da-da-da-da.
I'm just worried about the
What was that? Okay, so like, sometimes extreme measures are needed. Fuck China.
some sort of a...
Fuck this headphones because they were made in China. Fuck this camera because they were made in China. Fuck this microphone because they were made in China.
That's the way to do it.
Fuck this iPhone because they were made in China. Fuck this business card which was made in fucking China. Fuck this nail clipper that was made in China.
But a podcast, not stand-up.
Oh, this was built in Jacksonville, Florida. So you good. What else?
John Oliver, and last week he didn't have an audience.
Not good.
No one.
Fuck this. So many things I can say. Fuck this. Fuck this shit that was made in fucking China.
And it was no audience.
Fuck this control that was made in fucking China. Fuck this TV that was made in China. Fuck this table that was made in. Nah, this table was made in Sweden. It looks like IKEA. So IKEA is Sweden. Never mind. Fuck this shit is made in China.
Yeah, no, leave it the fuck alone.
Fuck this charger connector that was built in fucking China.
The baby goes to bed. We have her on a old school.
Fuck this hanger thing, also made in fucking China. Fuck this other control that was made in China. Fuck this fucking cable that was made in fucking China.
It's the mitts too. Everybody gotta hit the mitts at the house. You gotta get that.
What else?
Good move.
And everybody's on a schedule. But at night, like this is the first. I have not been out of the house.
This lighter was made in Connecticut. I already mentioned the TV. This lighter was made in Connecticut. So shout out to this lighter.
3 nights. So
And this marijuana was probably coming from Mexico or Colombia, so it's no harm. Fuck that German fucking dog, because that German dog attacked a lot of black people during the civil rights era and a lot of Jews during World War II. So fuck that dog too. That's why we gotta keep him here. But in another life, that motherfucker would have been chasing motherfuckers. So fuck that. Fuck your fucking ancestors, Stormy. Fuck your ancestors. Your ancestors suck, Stormy.
To New York, I was getting fucking gazilled. I wasn't even.
Imagine if you took that flight, you would have probably caught it.
And fuck Russia for lying too. Russia a lying piece of shit too. Fucking Russians they're all fucking liars. They also have a fault with the truth. They probably with China right now promoting this shit. Probably motherfuckers is dying, and probably like 20,000 people already probably died in Russia, but Russia don't give a fuck about its people. Russia don't give a fuck.
And you went.
That was the heat of it.
Yeah.
That was the fucking heat of it. And it's still just climbing.
Well, they said it's 2 weeks is going to reach its apex, but they have an astounding number of cases. They do, however, test more than California, so they're more accurate in terms of their numbers. There's more testing being done in New York City, so I think about threefold than California. It's crazy, man. This is a whole new time, and I really hope it's a wake-up call for us.
It is a wake-up call. This is, Doug, listen, as jokey as this may sound or whatever, I've always had a faith. My faith got me to where I am today.
A faith in what?
On a higher power. Let's call it a higher power. I always had a faith in a higher power. And if anybody knows about karma, is me. I'm the fucking poster boy for karma. I know all about it. For me, this is like our higher power letting us know, like, it's a reset button. Take a look around. You guys have gotten caught up in selfies.
Yeah.
Like, we've gotten caught up in selfies. You know, you go see a fucking concert, it's $250 and $60 to park. You know, you go to a movie theater, you walk out, an American family can't go to a sporting event no more. The normal American family cannot go to a sporting event.
That's a fact. Yankee Stadium got $14 fucking sodas. Yankee Stadium got $18 hot dogs. Yankee Stadium got $15 popcorn.
You know, I gotta feel bad for Disney losing $6 million. Suck my dick.
Suck my dick, Disney. Suck my fucking dick. And lick my asshole too, fucking Disney, you motherfuckers. You think I give a fuck about y'all? When it's the people, it's socialism, it's communism. And as soon as motherfuckers ask for money in your corporation, oh, here's the money, boy. And who's the... No, fuck you. Dry, you motherfucker. Give a fuck about your corporations. They could suck a dick, could suck my fucking dick. They could fucking suck a pimple-covered dick and eat it. Fuck the corporations. Simple as that.
If it does rain, it only rains 10 days a year, you'll be fine. You know, this is a great place because of that. But because of that, also, we're not humbled enough. You know, the places where people get humbled are the places where people have to deal with direct nature. Snowy places, real cold places. Like, if you go to any place that's near an ocean, that's a little slap in the face. Like, wake up, bitch. Take a look at that. You ain't shit. Mountains are another one. Same thing. Like, you could die up there, stupid. There's bears up there. There's mountain lions up there. They're fucking killing deer with their face. You don't think they'll fuck you up too? Go hike. Go hike and get lost, hippie. You know, like, it's a wake-up call, those places. And I think this is a wake-up call for the whole country, the whole world. It's a wake-up call. We're vulnerable. And it's also a wake-up call. I mean, I can't say this to enough people. Take care of your health. Please. It is the one defense for this that seems to be agreed upon by almost everyone, is that if you have a strong immune system, you have a better chance to get through any sickness. And you can do something to strengthen your immune system. Your immune system is something you can work on. You know, you can work on it by cleaning up your diet. You can work on it with regular exercise. You can work on it with regular sleep. All those things have a real big impact on your immune system. Also, vitamins. Supplement with vitamins. Eat a healthy diet. Get some exercise. And if you can, get in a fucking sauna every day. Tremendous for your body producing heat shock proteins, or your body reducing inflammation, alleviating stress. It's great for your cardiovascular system. It's just great for you. There's a bunch of different things you can do. You can use this as like, okay, I'm alive, and now this is a wake-up call. I'm so glad this didn't happen to me. I didn't get wrecked by this. I'm really grateful. And it can be done. It's something that everyone can do, and this is the time to do it. This is a good time to do it. If you're surviving and you're getting through this is a good time to get your health in line.
What you don't know, a lot of people don't know about me, is I was a sickly kid.
Really? Oh,
Really
I never believed
From
that.
the age of 4 to 6, because of my dad dying.
Again, another lie, bro. He be having this stories, bro. Lana, do you remember when you was 4?
I always got cold.
Joy Diaz remembers every year of 4.
No vaccines.
I remember very brief moments, but I don't remember like.
The way he remembers every 3 seconds, right? In every episode, he remembers when he was 3. And when you think, oh, he lying, he goes, and then my mother died. All right, nigga, we got it.
You have asthma right now.
He exaggerates.
I outgrew it.
Oh, like a motherfucker.
Really? She has it. And now I see it in her and I go,
Does she have an inhaler?
yeah, she got a little nail.
And you don't use an inhaler at all anymore?
Yeah. Since
Did you ever?
like a week. Then my mother goes, get rid of that.
Don't be trying to act like you healthy, nigga. You look like you got diabetes, bro.
Wow, your mother's hard.
So I grew up with this fucking thing, and then when I was 16, I got put in the hospital for 13 days for lung infection from Paraguay. So ever since then, like, I'm not supposed to smoke. I'm never supposed to smoke. When I started smoking, I would get sick for days afterward. Like, I had to jump a hurdle to smoke pot.
You want to get back to work too, right?
What about that?
That was let's not even talk about that. Well, let's talk
I
about
don't want to
hurdles.
cause anybody to be sick, and I don't want to get sick.
I would smoke reefer and it would be an event. I would
don't think
take
anybody
3 or
wants
4 days off. It would crush me for that long.
Really?
Then once I built a tolerance to that, then I started having to build a tolerance.
But I did get
who I
multiple job
smoked
offers
dope with.
today. Morning.
Like if I smoked dope with
As an
me, you and
assistant
Jamie and
store
somebody
manager,
else the next day,
Supermarket
I'd have a
chains,
temperature.
they just keep
You
running
get sick for summer.
Yeah, 13, 14. So by the age of 15, I already knew how to keep my shit. Like if I smoked with you and Jamie every day, that's who I smoke with. Once somebody else comes into that circle, I would get sick. So I had to knock that out. So I had to be very aware at a young
So
age.
that's why the
who I
numbers in
smoked.
Italy are so high.
I got sick a lot when I was
They
competing.
smoke.
I wasn't taking care of myself back then. I didn't take vitamins. I didn't take shit. I got sick a lot because I was always stressed out too. Because I was always nervous because fighting all the time. So you know, you get ready, and the weeks up to a tournament, that's the most stressful. And then the week of the tournament, I'd always come down with something. You know, and wound up fighting sick. Fought sick in Anaheim. I flew out to California to fight in the Nationals. I fought sick. Had 3 fights sick. Did we figure out what the percentage
So I said that was an estimation that was close to 60%.
of asymptomatic?
So it was only 20% though, so.
Well, I think as time goes on, they're getting a better picture of it. Take care of your immune system, kids. I've been drinking a shitload of water too.
A lot of
Oh my
water,
god, I'm peeing like crazy.
Kombucha, CBD oil.
Yep, CBD oil for sure. I took some pet CBD oil accidentally. I wasn't paying attention. I went to the cabinet to get some CBD oil. I'm like, man, this is tasty. What is this? It's like peanut butter CBD oil. And I had 3 droppers full. And then I looked on it and said pet. And I'm like, damn, hope I'm gonna be okay. I don't know what the difference is between CBD MD's pet formula and their regular formula, but I had 3 full droppers of their peanut butter pet formula. It was quite delicious. It was pretty good.
You take a lot. I take enough supplements, vitamins, K, T,
Yeah,
F.
I take a lot of things.
You know, like I said, I cut down the reefer a little bit throughout this. I was going like through a half ounce, maybe a week. Joints and bong, it's down to like an 1/8 a week. I've got fucking a couple ounces at the house. Go off edibles.
I'm enjoying the time, just the relaxing time of no pressure of things to do, you know, no shows to go to, stay home every night, hang out with girls. I'm enjoying
back to the Roper Institute, bitch. And I took it back to the meditation. So what I would do is I hit the bag 15, and then to come down, I'd stretch and just do yoga poses and breathe. And then end with like a long fucking meditation. Get some vitamin D. I do everything outside. In the back of the house, I got a little backyard hidden.
I think that hitting the bag is a kind of meditation.
Yes.
I really do.
Yes.
I think if you really can just concentrate on your breath.
Breathing.
Yes.
And I do 3 minutes, 30 seconds off. I do try to do 5 sets of that.
Yeah.
But then after that, the stretch is really helping.
Oh yeah.
Now I have no cryotherapy. I got no acupuncture. None of those
Is
things.
cryo closed?
Cryo's closed.
Yeah.
I stayed away for the last 2 weeks. I did a little Novator, which is the red lights, until about 10 days ago.
Yeah.
And then this started getting a little serious. And I thought, you know what? Let's start just cutting down on this whole thing. And then last week, I see what was going on at the parks and shit. There's a park close to my house. I said, let me go over there and make a few calls. I'm like, this is crazy down here. Look at these people.
Packed.
They're on top of each other.
Yeah.
And if I'm running behind you, that makes no sense. They're all running the same way. You're running right into it. You're running right into it. I mean, I got a GED, Joe. This is what kills me. I got a GED, and I'm sitting there watching these fucking morons run behind each other. You know, like, yeah, all of a sudden you're fucking Rocky, but you're sucking that guy's breath in. And the chick behind you is sucking her breath in. And
Oh my God.
And the chick behind you, and they all run in the same direction, 10 feet away from each other. So
Like
I
a
knew
race. A
So
race
now
would
the
be
cops
crazy,
are
you'd say.
stopping.
Oh, the cops tell them to get out of the park.
The cops are pulling in the park going, listen, what are we doing here?
But you could be by yourself, right? I saw some people hitting the pads at the park where someone was holding pads for somebody. You can do that. You got some space away from each other. You get a little workout
But
in.
there's always gonna be that dude that's gonna come up to you.
Yeah.
There's always that
Hey
dude.
man, aren't you worried about the coronavirus?
I had to take the racehorse out early. My daughter's a racehorse. So at 8:45, I give my wife a break and I just take her for a little stroll.
Just wear her out a
Just to
little.
wear out a little bit. We play badminton, whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah.
The tennis with the fly.
Yeah.
I throw wiffle balls at her. I was telling the lady the other day, in the heat of all this, I'm there at 9:15 for a reason. They got the playground sealed off, and then they got a huge fucking park. And for some reason, everybody got to walk. I had to walk in between me and my daughter. Thought about it, second person had to say something. Really? Really? You can't walk around. You gotta walk in between. People can't have enough. They test your fucking wits.
Well, they don't change their behavior.
The best was the guy that watched me playing with my daughter. And I could see him out of the corner of my eye, Jero. And I could see him. I could see him whispering to the wife some stupid shit. And what does he do? He starts walking towards me. And I'm not even paying attention to him, but I am. I'm watching him through this fucking vision. I'm watching him. I'm playing with my daughter, throwing the wiffle ball. And he's walking towards me. Finally, I had to stop. And he goes, hi, I just wanted to shake. I go, stop. He just looked at me and I felt terrible for him. But this is what's actually going on. They still want to shake your hand.
Yeah, people try to shake your hand still.
They still want to shake your hand. I'm like, it's not going to happen. Stop. Right there.
Yeah.
I go, hit me on Twitter and I'll hit you back. But that's it. I don't want to hug. I don't want to know nobody. Nothing you got to tell me I want to hear.
Yeah.
Unless you're showing in here with a fucking envelope, which I don't see you have. Don't come close to me at all.
People they're not changing their behavior.
No, that's
some
not
people,
changing their behavior.
there's a number of people, right? So some people pay attention to everything. Some people are over cautious. I went to the fucking supermarket. This lady had goggles on, and she had, I mean, not goggles, but big Jackie Onassis dark sunglasses, a fucking face mask with these giant gloves on, and she's walking away from everybody like everyone's a bomb. And she's doing her grocery shop. I'm like, okay, well, you've gone too far. This is a little ridiculous. And then I'm looking at other people that are acting like there's nothing wrong, and they try to shake your hand. And then there's people that are paying attention too much, so they've become paranoid and they're not even living their life. And then there's other people that aren't paying attention at all. They're barely paying attention.
I'm in the middle.
They barely look at
I'm in the middle. I know I have to live my life. That means I don't have to go to 7-Eleven for nothing.
Yeah.
7-Eleven is filthy. I don't have about to go in there for nothing. Okay? Nothing. I got rolling papers and everything in my house. Lighters, I got lighters till the next millennium. I can light myself up 10 times with the lighters I got. I'm not putting myself in a bad position.
Yeah.
You've been quarantined, James has been quarantined, Tammy had to go to fuck. There's somebody that's tonight, there'll be a concert, they'll go.
Where?
No, if I tell you that tonight there's a concert, they'll go.
If it was.
If it was, they'll still.
Well, Liberty University is letting students back in today. Jesus is going to look out for them. Yeah. There was an article on CNN. They were showing Liberty University opening up its doors again to students. Like, this just started, you fucks. You can't just,
Where do you think we are right now?
beginning.
You
This
really
is the
think we're
beginning.
at the beginning?
Yes. Yes.
You
this
don't
is the
think
beginning.
we're good till mid-May?
But listen, it keeps accelerating every day. If it's accelerating every day, that means it's at the beginning. Every day there's more cases. Every day there's more people getting sick.
Now, didn't he say yesterday, and don't quote me on this, he's talking about Easter.
Yeah, because it's a very special day to him. See, he said it's a special day. This virus doesn't give a fuck what day you think Jesus came out of the ground. This virus doesn't give a fuck. And if you don't respect it, people are gonna die. And there's people like the lieutenant governor, I think is who he is of Texas, who is like, we should take a risk with older people just to get the economy back in line. People are like, whoa, what are you saying? You think the economy, we should get the economy back in line, and by doing the economy, some old people are gonna have to die. You're ready to sacrifice people for money. Yeah, older people would rather die than let COVID-19 harm U.S. economy, Texas officials said. Older people would rather die, that's what he says. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, okay. Yeah, and he's saying that he's in that high risk category himself because he's 70. It's these politicians who are terrified that this is going to lead to an economic disaster and their name's going to be stuck on it. I think they were terrified at first that they had to act, they had to close things down, but they didn't have a plan. And now they realize, like, oh my God, this might have to stay locked down for a long time. What happens to the economy? Yeah, you didn't have a plan. No one had a plan. So they locked everything down, and now they're like, listen, this could last a long time. We gotta start the rumblings now of getting this ball rolling again. Because if this goes 6-7 months and no one's working, no one can go outside their house for 6-7 months, like, this is crazy. We won't have any money, and China's gonna take over. Tucker Carlson had this whole piece he did that I saw that was actually pretty accurate. Where he's talking about what could be possible. He was talking about how the NBA, did you see that whole segment where the NBA, they had said something about China, and then you see all these people that were praising China and saying positive things about China. What was the reason behind that, Jamie? You're an NBA guy.
The GM for the Houston Rockets tweeted, support for Hong Kong.
That's right. It was support for Hong Kong, and then China got pissed at that, and so then they started tweeting nice things about China, and they started.
Well, at the time that happened, there was NBA teams in China doing games, and
Right.
they just come back, and then they started asking all them what they thought about this, and then LeBron started supporting China, I think, and then everyone jumped on them, like money over people, I think.
Well, you mean that they face consequences for supporting Hong Kong? Yeah. Well, what Tucker Carlson was saying in his piece was that imagine if that's the whole country. Understand that, if China's the ruler of the world, if China becomes the ruler of the world, not the United States, because of something like this. This is all really possible. The idea that the United States is the ruler of the world, so it has to stay the ruler of the world forever. No, natural disasters, disease, fucking asteroid impact, there's a bunch of different things that could shift the balance of power in the world. Rome used to run everything, right? There's Europe, England, the UK. England used to run half the fucking planet. There's a lot of different countries that were on top of the world that are no longer on top of the world. And we would be in a real sticky situation if we had to live under the same military dictatorship that China does. And the idea that we would never have to live under that. We can't, we're America. Well, that's ridiculous because we're human beings and other human beings are stuck in a circumstance where they're living under a military dictatorship. So there's no difference between them and us other than culture and the place where they live. That shifts. Things change. With natural disaster, with disease, with failure of the economy, with war, with all these different factors, things change, and our perception, much like our perception of our society itself, it's always going to be like this. And all of a sudden, this disease comes along and shuts everything down. You're like, whoa, that's a fucking wake-up call. You need to recognize that this is kind of fragile. Well, the whole system is fragile. If those things happen, natural disaster, disease, war, anything catastrophic happens, the balance of power completely shifts. And who knows whose control the survivors are under? Who knows? Who knows how this works out? This is all real touch and go right now. This is real touch and go. This is uncharted territory where we have slipped into a place where no one's working and everyone's scared, and the president wants to go back to work on Easter because it's a special day to him. And Joe Biden can't talk. The guy who's running for fucking president for the Democrats can't talk. Did you see the latest shit? Tim Dillon sent me 2 videos. He's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, he's in cognitive decline. Governor of New York, Cuomo, put him in, coach, put him in. You want a guy to run for president that makes sense? You want a guy who's an intelligent guy, who's a strong leader, who's got a lot of experience?
He's impressed the fuck out of me the last 2 weeks.
Impressed the fuck out of me too.
And when he's like, fuck opening up human lives, count more than money. He's impressed me. I'll tell you who else is impressed me. I don't know. See, you can't say that. You're always going to be wrong. There's always a knock. Oh. Well, but Joey, you're wrong because he's declining the Women's Abortion Act. There's always something.
That's true. That's the argument they had about it.
I don't even know what it is. I don't even know when I tell you there's always something. I don't even know what the issue is.
The issue is late-term abortions. You apparently voted for.
I know there's always something. So. And I was just making a joke, but I know
you were actually right.
The other guy that's doing a good
that up.
The other guy that's doing a good job that I see that he's communicating is Governor Newsom.
Yes.
He's doing a great job. I don't know what his politics are. I don't know if he's a Democrat or Republican. I just know he's stepping up and he's fighting for these people. He's making some smart choices. And you know what? I don't know. Are you a fucking scientist, Joe Rogan?
Let me check.
Are you a scientist? No, me neither. Go fuck ourselves. Until that time, I don't know. I do know one scientist. And she's telling me to stay the fuck home and mind my business. I do know.
Stay the fuck home.
Who work in emergency rooms that told me it's not a fucking pretty place.
No.
My brother's a cop in a hospital, and he says that it's a fucking nightmare. You have to sort them out A and B, and B is if you have kidneyitis, and A is if you have corona. They say it's a fucking nightmare.
Right, because you got to think the same amount of people are still getting injured.
Yes.
And sick from other stuff.
So Mercy's coming in, Hope is coming in. They're not corona ships.
Yeah.
They don't want no corona people down there. They just want fucking, they're bringing in a ship with 1,000 beds.
There's these goddamn cruise ships. You want to talk about a petri dish? Stuck on a metal craft in the middle of the ocean, breathing recirculated air with a bunch of people who are partying.
For 3 or 4.
And around you is the ocean, and if you fall in, you're dead, because they don't scoop anybody out. When do they ever turn the ship around and scoop somebody out when they fall in?
Nah, they gave prompts to Cuomo.
No chance. Sent me 2 videos. He's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, he's in cognitive decline. Governor of New York, Cuomo. Put him in, coach. Put him in. You want a guy to run for president that makes tweeting nice things about China, and they started.
Well, at the time that happened, there was like NBA teams in China doing games, and
Right.
they just come back, and then they started asking all them what they thought about this. And then LeBron started supporting China, I think, and then everyone jumped on them, like money over people, I think.
Well, you mean that they face consequences for supporting Hong Kong? Yeah. Well, what Tucker Carlson was saying in his piece was that imagine if that's the whole country. Like, understand that, like, if China's the ruler of the world, if China becomes the ruler of the world, not the United States, because of something like this. Like, this is all really possible. Like, the idea that the United States is the ruler of the world, so it has to stay the ruler of the world forever. No, natural disasters, disease, fucking asteroid impact. There's a bunch of different things that could shift the balance of power in the world. Rome used to run everything, right? There's Europe, England, the UK. England used to run half the fucking planet. There's a lot of different countries that were on top of the world that are no longer on top of the world. And we would be in a real sticky situation if we had to live under the same military dictatorship that China does. And the idea that we would never have to live under that. We can't, we're America. Well, that's ridiculous because we're human beings and other human beings are stuck in a circumstance where they're living under a military dictatorship. So there's
Cuomo just said he don't want to be vice president.
in the place where they live. That shifts.
Cuomo just said that he don't want to be vice president.
Disease, with failure of the economy,
Either way, Biden promised a woman to.
things change, and our perception, much like our perception of our society itself, it's always going to be like this. And all of a sudden, this disease comes along and shuts everything down. You're like, whoa, that's a fucking wake-up call. We need to recognize that this is kind of fragile.
Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe. What happened to Sleepy Joe? He came back with very, very nasty,
The balance of power completely shifts. And who knows? Who's
very, very nasty commercials. I sent him a letter of cease and desist because it's not fair that the Democrats are using this campaign, are using the coronavirus to get some campaign points. This is not how it should be. We have done an amazing job in the United States of America. Nobody ever as president. Before they started, we had the biggest, the shortest unemployment ever. So the Democrats want to blame it on me. No, this is all. Yeah, his voice is annoying. But literally, that's what he says. Like, who you work for? Bloomberg? How's Michael? He's good? Okay. He lost $1 billion, right? But my thing is,
Say nothing because he's always gonna be wrong.
why?
Well, but Joey, you're wrong because he.
Joey, shut up. Why be mad when, like, I'm mad, right? So, but then it's like, okay, so do I want to be in the 49% of people? Actually, no, there are actually 52% of people. Do I want to be in the 52% of people that actually probably, like, you know, voted for Hillary or supported Hillary or worked on Hillary's campaign? Or am I going to be like the 49 that actually won by the Electoral College? They never believe in them. Now the not believing them becomes a reinforcement because they're like, dang, my man won. My man won. We've been winning. And now, like, a bunch of liberals are dying. Half of them are like, who gives a fuck? You know, it's just liberal media lying. You know, the Democrats are using this. It's just a hoax. January 22nd. It's just a hoax. I don't believe it. February 15th. I have ordered the borders to be closed. If somebody come from Wuhan, it's just one person from China. I spoke to President Xi, and we clear it out. It's just a hoax. We already blocked. So then at the same time, at that time, nobody knew. We didn't know. He didn't know. China was like, we got 100 people. Psych. At that time, they probably had like 10,000 people. They like, let's do 100 people, and then let's show them the most healthy of them. So, because they have people as like shows there. Like 1 million people for China is what we see as like, I don't know. I think 1 million people in China, I'm not good at numbers, but 1 million people in China is what we see as 150 people. No. I'm exaggerating. 1 million people in China is like 10,000 for us. In the numbers of ratio of like, we only have 300 million people, and they have a 1.2, 1 point something. So they got a lot of people. They can get rid of a lot of people. So you just disconnect them. You know that you have facial recognition. You can know who the person lives with. Go and inspect the family. Just kill everybody and just shut it down. You think China it was doing that? What we're doing, like with our hospitals, or not what we're doing, but with Italy. Italy gives you a real chart of the real problem. So with Italy, you're seeing that like, okay, this much people die, this much people it rise. It's still rising, so it's like it divides like 100 by 10, then 100, then so it quadruples in a certain level. With China, China didn't allow the United States to go into their premises, so we didn't even know. We were just getting a statistic by a communist country. I was seeing that doctors were trying to tell people like, look, this is happening, and then they were like, this is misinformation. He got arrested, and then he died from coronavirus. There was a case of a journalist that he was like, I'm not gonna die. I'm willing to die to reveal the truth. It took them 3 seconds to find that nigga. Like, I thought it was gonna be like an adventure. Like, I was gonna be like, yo, this nigga is doing it for the people. Now, homie disappear. Like, let's say he revealed himself at 9 p.m. last night. And by 8 and by like 6 in the morning, they already had caught homie. Homie was already arrested, prosecuted. Like, and he probably didn't even die of the coronavirus. But guess what? They probably had a morgue. You didn't see how New York put a morgue right away? You thought China was extreme. Niggas don't even have a cute morgue. In China, they built a whole fake hospital. They built a fake hospital, and then on top of that, they destroy that shit. They destroy all the other evidence. They told you, oh, we just had a little earthquake and things fell. And nah, niggas had a demolition of the whole shit, of the whole evidence. The people that got rid of, they got rid of. Look, New York got some nasty ass fucking. You're like, people are not gonna like have that beautiful. No, New York is like, leave it outside. The hospital in New York is like New York is so ghetto. New York is so ghetto that instead of your building like fixing your boiler, the landlord just goes, let's just rent a boiler and take the parking lot outside and make it look so disgusting that a boiler's outside, but at least we're getting your boiler, so stop bitching. So the hospitals have morgues outside, homie. You hear this shit? Nobody want to take that shit, so they gotta burn the nigga right there. Bop, bop. Like, yo, this coronavirus is scary. Stay home. Stop shaking hands. Stop fucking shaking hands. Yeah, like, motherfuckers be trying to shake my hands. Yo, my elbow. Don't touch me, my nigga. Like, not even. I'm coughing because I'm smoking weed. Stop trying to, like, oh, this nigga coughing. Oh, this nigga got corona. Who cares? I drink Corona. I drink Heineken. I drink, what's the name of the Australian one? Foster. Foster is a very underrated beer right there. The packaging sucks, but then it's just very manly. A big old Foster. Foster's a very good beer. But yeah, I think I started all this with Andrew Cuomo saying that he was not gonna be vice president. The president, it's like in these positions you gotta understand that like who has the real power, and he has the real power. So you cannot be in denial of who has the real power. Another thing is you gotta understand his tone. His tone depends on everything. Like if his tone goes up, like this microphone, like if I try to put this microphone up, this whole thing is gonna go up, right? So like the important thing here is the microphone. You don't care about the cable, you don't care about this, but in reality, if you disconnect, everything moves around. So this is the country. This is us. We are the cable. We are the ones that make it function. He wants us to keep going because this shit disconnected. So let's say we're not in a system. We don't have a vaccine. By us not having a vaccine, it means that when this shit disconnects, or when this cable gets bitten by the cat, this microphone is not doesn't have Wi-Fi. It's not wireless. So that's the vaccine. The fact that we're not wireless, we're not advanced to this vaccine. So China's trying to gloat like, oh, we got a vaccine, we're just not gonna give it to you. No, they don't have a vaccine. They kill people and they burn people because we are doing it to our people right now. Not saying that it's justifiable, not blaming nobody, but that's what they're doing. Nobody's gonna take a body that is, first of all, New York is a cluster. You have to take it from one place to another place. They're like, yo, so we're gonna infect from Queens, we're gonna infect other people? Nah. The like I don't even think the coroner is doing shit because the coroner usually like opens your body, freaking like checks if you have some type of disease, check your lungs, blame you for it. That nigga smoked mad cigarettes. This bitch smoked mad cigarettes. When she had that heart attack, we found her in her balcony with mad cigarettes. So I think it was this bitch fault. So like the coroner's there for that. The coroner's not even there for that, bro. The coroner, there's no coroner. There's a coroner burn. Like the coroner's just burning niggas. Like, bah, that's it, you done. They just take the measurement and whatever, that temperature you die, that's it. That's how it is for coronavirus right now. But it's a reality. Like it's gonna have to they're gonna have to be a different change of the way we live. New York lives all cluster. New York, it should not be living like that. Human beings should not be living the way they live. Also, the communication of powers. What these guys are saying with Joe Rogan, I agree with what they're saying about how like the change of powers are gonna have to change because right now we are underdeveloped compared to China. China, we at the United States are the highest power, but China has a grip on the world already. You know, China doesn't have a grip on us, but China has a grip on the world. And like physically, they have a grip on us because they own 40% of our debt. So when we make money, we're making them more money. You know, because they own 40% of our debt. We still got a debt to them. You know, they bought our debt. So when we do good, they do good. So like there's a definitive like kind of like China bailed those out when it came to all those wars because they wanted to do business, so they rather give us the money than business to stop. So that's a benefit that it kind of gave them power of like getting into our hands. Now we started to notice we depend on China a lot. Like New York didn't. Cuomo had to go and do some out of this world shit by doing like by making the hand sanitizers. Guess what? That's a double fix. He gets to say, "Look, I'm giving hand sanitizers to the prisoners, and then I'm making the prisoners make hand sanitizer. A win-win right away." But that's because you can't get hand sanitizer because most of the hand sanitizer is coming from China. So right there, that's just one problem leading to another problem. China sent 320,000 test kits for the coronavirus. The Spaniard doctors checked it and they said that it only identifies 30. It only has a 30% rate of actually dictating if the person has the coronavirus. So that means that a lot of people that got tested by that test in China, if they saying that only 80,000 people got sick, there's probably more people because the test that we have in the United States is 97% effective. The test they have in South Korea is actually 96% effective. And a test that it has 30% effectiveness of like taking the particles and finding the virus is not an effective test. 30% is not a great number to say, you know? Like that's like there could be a breach of a lot of people that don't get positive because 70% is a big number, whatever. But let's listen to the thing because I don't like when people are staring at me when I'm talking. So let's listen to this bullshitters.
See, decline the Women's Abortion Act. There's always something.
That's true. That's the argument they had about it.
I don't even know what it is. I don't even know, and I tell you, there's always something. I don't even know what the issue is.
The issue is late-term abortions. He apparently voted for.
I know there's always something. So, and I was just making a joke, but I know there's always something.
You were actually right.
The other guy that's doing a good,
that up.
the other guy that's doing a good job that I see that he's communicating is Governor Newsom.
Yes.
He's doing a great job. I don't know what his politics are. I don't know if he's a Democrat or Republican. I just know he's stepping up and he's fighting for these people and he's making some smart choices. And you know what? I don't know. Are you a fucking scientist, Joe Rogan?
Let me check.
Are you a scientist? No, me neither. Go fuck ourselves. Until that time, I don't know. I do know one scientist, and she's telling me to stay the fuck home and mind my business. I do know 3-4 people who work in emergency rooms that have told me it's not a fucking pretty place.
No.
My brother's a cop in a hospital, and he says that it's a fucking nightmare. That you have to sort them out A and B, and B is if you have kidneyitis, and A is if you have corona. They say it's a fucking nightmare.
Right, because you got to think the same amount of people are still getting injured.
Yes.
And sick from other stuff.
So Mercy's coming in, Hope is coming in. They're not corona ships.
Yeah.
They don't want no corona people down there. They just want fucking, they're bringing in a ship with 1,000 beds.
There's fucking these goddamn cruise ships. You want to talk about a petri dish? Stuck on a metal craft in the middle of the ocean, breathing recirculated air with a bunch of people partying. And around you is the ocean, and if you fall in, you're dead, because they don't scoop anybody out. When do they ever turn the ship around and scoop somebody out when they fall overboard?
Did you ever go on those cruise ships?
No chance. For comics, it was always a death sentence.
I made a mistake.
No.
When I was 21 with a chick, I went on the cruise ship, the one that used to go around Manhattan. So you leave at 6 o'clock and you're back at 6 in the morning. And they take you out far enough so you can gamble.
Yeah.
Play blackjack. I did that one time. Nice, but I knew I wasn't gonna do it again. Got it out of my system. I don't want to go on a fucking cruise ship.
Yeah.
And as a comic, you hate to say this as a comedian. Amongst us, it's a death.
It's a death
sentence. For me, they have additional work.
I do gotta say though, the fucking Impractical Jokers, those guys did a tour on a boat. Apparently everybody loved it. So it's like if you get your fans in there,
Right.
A rare thing.
Right.
Yeah, there's people that could pull that off.
Yeah.
Well, Alonzo goes on jazz tours. He does jazz cruises. You know, Alonzo Bowden is a serious jazz fan. Loves jazz music. Loves it.
Yesterday. Good.
So I love him to death. He's always been the best.
And a Clippers fan. Before anybody even talked about the Clippers.
And rides a motorcycle everywhere.
Yeah, that motherfucker, badass bike too.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of bikes. Or he's had a bunch of bikes.
One BMW, he's got a badass bike. But he was a Clippers fan when they were all in 92, bro. He was down there by himself with Costello Alonzo. Now he's living like a doctor. He's fucking yelling. Soon as they got Kwame, I was happy just for Alonzo. That's how much I love Alonzo, that I was happy just for Alonzo.
Everybody loves Alonzo.
Everybody. Nobody has a beef with Alonzo.
Nobody.
No, why would you? First of all, it will break your hand.
He's giant.
His fucking hands are ginormous.
And he's the sweetheart.
He's a sweetheart. He doesn't even know he could break you.
You never know that he's 6'4", 250 pounds solid muscle, whatever the fuck he is. He's a tank of a man. But he's hilarious too. He's a dude that's got great points. Like, here's one of his lines. He goes, "Not every Trump supporter is racist, but every racist is a Trump supporter." There's not a whole lot of racists voting for Biden. I mean, maybe a few. They can't let that guy run for president. They have to put a stop to that. You have to see these recent videos. I'm sending it to you. Have you seen it, Jamie?
And then you fucking killed Bernie Sanders. You basically killed Bernie Sanders.
Hey, they killed him.
I'm reading something the other night. That is me, that Porter. You put the kiss of death out of cocksucker. He was doing just fine. Oh my God, Julia, the Puerto Rican chick that won't shut up. Ocasio.
Alexander Ocasio.
Yeah, she won't shut the fuck She won't shut the fuck up.
Rags to riches congresswoman.
And she's like, fucking, I won't talk to him because of Joe Rogan backed them.
Well, it's not that I backed them. It's that they used a video of me to support their campaign to say that I endorsed them. And then they took a bunch of my bits and they took a bunch of things we said on the podcast, high as fuck, out of context, and made it look like I was some right-wing monster. Like I'm some sort of homophobe. And then they used the transphobe thing from the lady that used to be a man.
Yeah.
If you don't know the story, used to be a man for 30 years, became a woman for 2, and then started beating the fuck out of women without telling them that her whole life she had been a man up until recently. She just thought it was a medical condition that she didn't have to reveal. And I got mad.
That's domestic violence.
Yeah, it's crazy. It should be criminal to not tell somebody. I mean, the idea that you're the same thing as a biological woman is just not fact. It's not scientific fact. And yeah, I said a bunch of horrible shit about her. That she's not even horrible shit. I just said mean things. That she's a man. Like you're a man. You can't just go fighting.
You said the truth, though.
Yes, that's what I did. I said the truth, and I said the truth.
You're not gonna have a lot of friends.
But here's the thing: I'm a guy that I support bull riding. Okay, I support if you're a woman and you want to fight a man, I support it. But you gotta let that person know that you're a man. If you used to be a man, you gotta let him know. If a woman wants to fight a biological man right now, a guy with his balls, and she wants to do it, and he wants to do it, and they sign off on it, you can skydive. Why can't you do that? If they're both the same weight, go ahead. I don't think you should. If you're my friend, if you're a woman and you're my friend, I'd be like, there's too many physical advantages. It's too dangerous. All they have to do is hit you once. You said they don't have to be as skillful as you. If they clip you, you're fucked. And that's the truth. That's what happens. I mean, it's a giant advantage. It doesn't mean the woman can't win, because Jermaine Durandamy actually had a kickboxing fight with a man and knocked him the fuck out. That lady's a beast. The Iron Lady from Holland, she's a beast. But she's a former UFC featherweight fucking champion of the world. I mean, she's an animal, that lady. And had a real close fight with Amanda Nunes recently for the bantamweight title. She's one of the best fighters on earth. And she beat a man and knocked him out. But you shouldn't fight a man if you don't know it's a man. That's rude. And if you didn't know that someone used to be a man, that's rude too. So they tried to pretend that I'm this transphobic crusader. I love all people. I literally love all people. I don't care what you are, whether you're gay or straight or Asian or black or white, or I don't care. I don't care. If you're nice, I'm nice to you. I'm 100% open to everybody. But I'm not gonna bullshit. You can't fight women if you used to be a man and not tell them. It's so ridiculous that that's even a debatable subject. Like I had a bit about it where I said, never would I think as a society we could get to a point where someone would say, hey man, I don't think it's cool if you get your dick removed and then beat the fuck out of chicks. And people would be like, you're out of line. That's where it got. That's where it got. We got so overly progressive in the fight to do the right thing.
We gotta write that script about a guy who falls in love with a girl.
It turns out she's a man.
Yeah, like before the wedding, she tells him, my name was Hugo. Fucking.
What would you do if she's really hot? You're still into her. Do you really care? Good question.
Yeah, no, that's what.
Some people don't care. Some people are like, I don't give a fuck. Well, I'm ride or die with you, Hugo. When you're alone with her in public. Yeah, man. It's in the fight to do the right thing, and that's what's going on with progressives when they get overly progressive. They think they're fighting to do the right thing. But you have to be able to call out shit that's wrong on your side. And this is one of the problems that the Democratic Party's having right now with this Joe Biden guy. You guys got to be able to call it out. You can't let this slide because everybody else sees it, and Trump is going to eat him alive. He's going to eat that guy alive. The guy can barely remember what he's talking about while he's talking.
Do you know which one it was? There's a few videos.
There's a few of them.
Yeah.
Just play any of them. They're all crazy. Every video of him recently talking, he's stumbling through shit. He forgets what he's talking about.
We should be making those masks. We should be moving on those ventilators. We can do that. Why doesn't he just act like a president? That's a stupid way to say it.
Donald Trump was asked us.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's done.
No, probably best I don't.
He's like Junior Soprano. shot.
Yeah.
Look at him.
It's not. That's not even the worst example. That's just an example. The one down there when he's talking to that lady, I think that one was a struggle too. That was a struggle fest.
Period for keeping businesses shut and people at home. Are you at all concerned, as Trump said, that we cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself?
We have to take care of the cure. That will make the problem worse no matter what. No matter what. We know what has to be done. We know you have to...
But reassess the recommended period.
Yeah, see, he doesn't know what he's talking about when he's talking. And this is not like... I'm looking at this like a medical condition. Okay? I'm looking at this like, okay, when I'm calling a fight and I see a guy limping, I'm like, I think he hurt his knee. Like Thiago Santos against John Jones, I think he hurt his knee there. I think there's something going on with his knee. Like, that's what I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this like this is a medical issue. That's not a normal way to communicate, unless he's high as fuck. Because if I was high, I'd be like, I don't know what I just said to this lady. You could be in the middle of one of those interviews, blasted on edibles, going, what are we even talking about? I don't think that's what it is. I think he's
high, he's old.
He's very old.
And I think he can't,
he doesn't look good either, and he got makeup on him.
Yeah, he doesn't look good.
His skin is all pulled tight like a lizard.
He got the formaldehyde in him already. He looks like he's got the formaldehyde in him already. He's
not good.
He's gonna just press a button.
Governor Cuomo,
right? Yeah.
Is that Steve?
I loved his behavior. I loved his attitude so far. And he's been honest. And I'm telling you, unless you're a fucking idiot, just go to any street corner in New York, look at fucking footage from July. It's too many people.
It's too many people. It's too many people on top of each other.
I couldn't even think about getting on a ferry and going to either Rudy's. I was staying somewhere on Park Avenue. I gotta get into an Uber, which I fucking filthy in New York. People are sitting in cars with the windows shut, breathing whatever he's breathing.
Yep.
I opened up the car and let the guy's like, "You gonna get in there? Give it a minute." And then I would take my handy wipe out and lower the window and close the fucking door before I got in. When I get on the ferry, I stand outside. I don't sit in there. I breathe that Hudson River air. That's good for you. That's as good as it's gonna get.
Disinfected.
All those bodies and shit floating in there. That fucking Malukia dust in there and pollution, whatever the fuck is in there. But I knew. Look at within weeks, Teaneck, right? Teaneck was one that got contaminated.
Did they?
Fort Lee got it. That's all my fucking neighborhood, though. I don't think nobody. Hoboken was really bad.
Hoboken,
the cops had to go in there and fuck. Like Hoboken was like a party. Like Hoboken didn't give a fuck. Like they were fucking just having orgies in Hoboken. Gino told me, "You gotta stay."
Really?
So they finally had to go down and they closed Hoboken. Like you weren't allowed to go into Hoboken. Only people who lived in Hoboken could party in Hoboken. Then they just had to fucking shut it down.
Somebody had a meme on their page. It might have been Donnell. I forget who it was. No, it might have been Snoop. I don't remember who it was. But anyway, they had a meme on their page that said, "You tell people you're going to put them in jail if they go out after 8 p.m., but you're letting people out of jail early because they got the coronavirus." And there's someone going, like what? Like what the fuck? What are you saying? Are you going to lock people up and you're letting people out?
First off, if you look at this whole thing, there's been some weird people who got tested.
They got tests?
Like they got tested. Like there's been some weird.
Like who?
Like even Isbin Abbas, whatever his fucking name is, the black dude. Isbin Abbas, whatever his fucking name is.
Idris Elba.
Yeah, the black dude that got shot.
Well, he lives in England and he got tested because he was in contact with other people that had it.
Why the fuck did Holly get a test?
Because he's in Rikers. Rikers has a massive outbreak.
No shit.
Yes. Yeah, he's in Rikers. He's in maximum security.
He's in Buffalo now.
Oh, did they move into that? Because of the corona?
He's in the hospital up in Buffalo.
He's fucked. He's fucked. He probably has no will to live. You know? I mean, he probably doesn't have a will to get through this. I mean, I don't know what kind of medical treatment they're going to give him, but this could do him in easily.
It's running rampant.
He's so sick already. You look at the guy, he can barely walk. His health is deteriorating.
All that bit of stress from this trial killed him.
Crushed him. Took 20 years off his life instantly.
This shit kills you. This is just a death sentence.
I was just saying, we were talking about this yesterday. Imagine if you came up to him 4 years ago and said, "I want to show you your future." behind that bed in prison for things you've already done. Right now, you're walking around, toast of the town, getting in limos, climbing out, people are waving to you and cheering, you're getting interviewed on the carpet, everyone shouts you out. I just want to thank Harvey Weinstein for his amazing, amazing company and the movies you put together that allow me to shine. Yeah, how many people? Have you seen all the people that praised him? And then 4 years later, imagine that. The things he's already done, he'd already done them at that point.
And they knew while they were praising him.
I wonder what they knew.
They
knew he
something.
was a scumbag.
They knew something. They knew.
Yeah.
They knew. They all knew, though. You got to assume they all knew. So what the fuck?
Yeah.
They went back. They knocked on doors. Wait a second. So I raped you. You don't go to that party.
What do you mean?
So I raped you at a party. Now the next year there's going to be another Cannes festival. You're going to show up again.
A lot of them did because they wanted to work. See, the thing about Harvey is apparently, this is Whitney Cummings' take on it. She said he would actually give them the things he would tell them he would give them. So he'd say, hey, you suck my dick, I'm going to make you a star. And he'd actually do it. He'd actually put them in these movies. He would give them so they were happy. So they would get all this treatment, and then they had to spend some alone time with them every now and then. So they would send him emails, lovey-dovey emails, but really they hated him. And that's when all this came out. He didn't even see it coming because he thought that they loved him. He thought that they would send him these emails. So he sent the emails to the press, like, look at all these emails. These girls love me. Even though he had done scumbag shit to them. It's just he had it set up where this was how you got by. This is how you made movies. This is how you want to be famous. This is how you get famous. I can help you get famous. You can help me get rid of some cum.
Who do you think sucked his dick?
Everyone. I think everyone did. All the guys too.
Really?
Every guy.
Come on. You think Brad Pitt was sniffing?
No, I think Brad Pitt threatened him because he made Gwyneth Paltrow feel real uncomfortable. Apparently. Oh, I don't know, man. One of the people said the producer did not have symptoms and was under close observation. It was not clear why he had been tested.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of shit that don't sound right to me. They don't get me. Listen, Invicts are the last people they care about. Alright? And the only problem I have with those things is that you could really shoot a state. Like, I got locked up when HIV was starting to get popular, 87, 88. So as soon as I got to my destination, they had already built an HIV unit that was fucking state-of-the-art facility. Everybody else lived like a fucking momo. The HIV guys lived like kings. Microwave ovens, TVs, they all lived, yeah.
They let them get microwaves?
Oh, they had everything in there.
How come?
Their own refrigerator. Because they didn't want their food. They didn't really know the extent of the HIV. So they had their own thing. They had an old cook that came and cooked for the 6 guys in that unit. So you never, I don't understand.
That must have contributed so much to homophobia.
But, okay, so when you...
Not in jail, I mean in the world, during the AIDS crisis.
What do you mean?
The homophobia in the world during the AIDS crisis, when AIDS was out, when it was a big deal. I mean, I'm almost too young to remember because I was like 21 when it was happening. I was still a kid. But I mean, the people that were already inclined towards hating gay people, and then there's a disease that everyone's terrified of that you get through sex that could kill you, and it affects gay people disproportionately.
83, 82, those are tough years, They even made a phenomenal movie about it called And the Band Played On with Richard Gere and a bunch of great actors. Richard Gere played the guy that the guy that's a choreographer that did a bunch of plays. I can't remember his name.
Oh yeah.
But he played him in like a weird manner, and then everybody in that movie was a movie star. It's a phenomenal movie about HIV. HIV really started with a stewardess, a male stewardess that would take flights from France or Italy or England, one of those. Don't quote me, but let's just go with France to New York. And when he would come to New York, he would fuck somebody from the plane, then go to Studio 54 and get his dick sucked, and then go right back to England. And he kept doing that. It was all sex with the same stewardess.
Really?
If you watch that, every man played on. People forget about that. I was gonna put that on this week.
I never saw it.
One of my weekly movies. Excuse me, Jamie, you see if there's a trailer for it or something, and the band played on it.
We can't play the trailer.
No, but they'll tell you who's in it.
Oh.
And you're gonna go, damn, how the fuck did that use that? Everybody's like, it was such.
Well, just go to the movie. No, don't go to YouTube. Don't go to a trailer. Just go to the movie on IMDb.
How good looking he was. He was
beautiful.
Still swinging dick.
He's a beautiful man.
And these guys are all gay, and he's going to interview gay dudes that got it. And they're telling him, man, it started with a spot on my hand, and this is a phenomenal movie if you've never seen it.
So there's the cast. Matthew Modine from Vision Quest.
Alan Alda, Matthew Modine, Natalie Bay, fucking Phil Collins, Alex Courtney, David Dukes, Richard Gere. There's somebody else in this movie.
That was back in the day when Rockstar.
Houston was great. Glenn Healy was great in this. See, they're all doctors. Yes, Richard Gere was a choreographer. It doesn't say which choreographer.
It doesn't say.
But it's supposed to be somebody who was very big at that time.
Who's it supposed to be based on, Jamie?
He's on the movie posters and shit.
Yes.
The actual choreographer, the real one that it's based on? Right, but find out who it was supposed to be based on. Phil Collins was in that movie. It's interesting, the rock stars used to be, they used to do movies back then. Remember, Gene Simmons did a few movies.
He was phenomenal. Gene Simmons did a movie called with the dude from, oh my God.
The guy with the bomb in his mouth?
Oh!
Rutger Hauer. That's right.
Wanted, Dead or Alive, Cocksucker. Gene Simmons did that one.
He was a bad guy.
Where Gene Simmons was brilliant. Was on Miami Vice when he played the coke dealer on the fucking boat in the pilot for the second season. He was phenomenal. He played an Arab. He always played an Arab. They made him take a suntan. They told him, Gene, go be an Arab. And he would fucking get a suntan. And he wanted Dead or Alive. He was an Arab terrorist. And in Miami Vice, he was like an international Arab arms dealer. And he hooks up Crockett and Tubbs. He did a ton of work. And Phil Collins did a good Miami Vice too with Kira Sedgwick, who is what's his name's wife now. He did a tremendous episode.
Kevin Bacon, right?
Yeah. Married to Kevin Bacon.
There's a lot of great movies from that era.
I've been putting them out, G. That's it. It started like March 4th for me by mistake. At about 11 o'clock, I caught on because my wife changed something at the house, so they threw a different epic at us, some package. And at 11 o'clock, that wish would start. And I watched it from the beginning, and now I know why rape and all that shit is disturbing to me. It's that movie.
Oh, right. I
The
remember
rape scene in that movie as a little kid fucked my shit up.
Wasn't Jeff Goldblum
Yes,
one of the rapers?
one of two. The rape scene in that movie fucked me up, so I started watching my mom a lot more. I'm like, that's a rape, that's fucking nasty.
Those movies got campy. Right, the Death Wish movies started out, the real first one was really kind of disturbing and scary.
Very disturbing.
And you were with Bronson. You were like, go get him.
Oh, no, you were with Bronson. And at that time, New York had the vigilante, the Jewish guy, Berkowitz, the one that got on the train and shot the two black teens.
Yeah.
Because he felt intimidated by him.
Right, he shot one in the back.
Right. New York was kind of in a fucking little bit of a uproar. I don't know if Death Wish was first or that movie was first. But Death Wish is fucking, the rape scene is so fucking disturbing, you want to cry. And as a kid, I remember thinking about like my mother at the bar, like this could happen to my mother? Oh, this could never fucking happen. Yes, it is Jeff Goldblum, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, he was real scary in it too. He was real creepy. Yeah, this is horrible shit, man. This has happened to people before, that's real. Charles Bronson was a bad motherfucker in that movie too. You believed it. He had those shark eyes.
Dog, he went to Arizona to try to relax after his wife died, or his wife was a vegetable, and that dude gave him a gun, took him to the gun range, and that's when it was all fucking over. He just went out at night looking for motherfuckers to shoot.
I got a good movie that people forgot about.
Which one?
Southern Comfort.
How good is it?
It's a real good movie. Remember that movie?
No.
wind up getting those Creole, those French dudes that speak French. Is this it? Oh yeah, man. So they've run into these communities of people that live deep, I guess like Cajun people. Am I saying that right? Is that wrong? Is that what it is? And they get fucked up, and they get sucked into these guys' world. They think they're being cute, and they shoot at someone or something. I forget how it happens, but they wind up getting fucked up by these guys, and it's scary. I haven't seen it in a long time. I enjoyed the shit out of it when it came out, though. 81, freshman in high school. It's a good fucking movie.
I remember this movie.
Yeah.
I remember this movie. Yeah. Booth.
What's his name again?
Booth.
What's his first name?
I forget. He also played.
T.K. Kirkland's in that movie?
He could be.
The stand-up.
Yes, he could be.
He was in a lot of movies, man.
Yes, he was.
He was in the John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah.
Remember that?
T.K. Kirkland was in a lot of fucking movies.
See the, what's the cast, Jimmy? Travis Booth? Is that his name? No. Is that right? Yeah, it's,
He played the dude in Jonestown.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's right, he did. Powers Booth, that's right. Keith Carradine, that's right. Who else is in there? Can you show me is TK Carter, not Kirkland. TK Carter. Sorry, TK Kirkland. I fucked up. I blame the weed. TK Carter, he used to be around the store.
All the time.
He used to be around the store.
Great guy.
Yeah, he was a great guy. Damn, I haven't seen him in forever. Right? He was doing movies while he was doing stand-up, and then wind up just doing these big ass movies. When he was in The Thing, I remember what year was The Thing? 82. So he was in The Thing when I was in high school. Crazy. So by the time I came out here,
I saw him at the store.
Like 6 years later.
Yeah, it was crazy. When I saw him at the store, I couldn't
No,
believe
more
it.
than that, 82. So 10, 12 years later. 12 years later, I was out here. So it was 12 years after that. Southern Comfort. It's a good movie.
But one of my all-time favorite movies, that nobody talks about, is a movie called 29th Street.
What's that?
It's a movie about a guy named Joe Pesci. And that you know who he is. He's the guy in real life. In real life, Joe Pesci was the dude in Beverly Hills Cop. He was like the token Italian for a long time.
Oh, that guy.
No, that's Lampaglia. That's Joe Pesci. This movie is a fucking phenomenal movie. Oh my God, this is Danny Aiello's best fucking movie. If you got daddy issues, you do not watch this movie. So Joe Pesci in real life, the brother, sold this movie as a script. He's great friends with Sylvester Stallone. Stallone puts him in all his movies now. He's always old in all the Sylvester Stallone movies. But this guy's name, in fact, that black dude. So when I came to the store, this was one of my favorite movies of all time. It's a movie about a guy who hits a lottery ticket in New York City. He wins the New York State lottery ticket, the first lottery ticket of all time. It's a true story. That actor in real life won. That guy right there.
Yeah.
He's the one that's, hey Vinny, today's your lucky day.
Yeah.
My name is Carmine Fucko. He's also that. Where do you think I stole that line from? Where do you think you're dealing with? Joey Bananas? That's from Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh,
He's the one that's selling Eddie Murphy the shit. And in the beginning of Beverly Hills Cop, he's the guy that has the truck that Eddie Murphy's going to rob. He's had great scenes. Like he had that one with and then he was in Midnight Run when fucking they made De Niro go look for the guy. The guy that they made go look for De Niro is sitting with an Italian guy that's handcuffed.
Who's in Midnight Run again?
Midnight Run is De Niro and the guy that with the bad hairpiece. Fucking great movie. Dennis Farina, just an Academy Award. One of De Niro's best movies because he had to do comedy. That guy.
Charles Grodin.
Oh, this is a classic movie. Dennis Farina is the gangster in the world.
Oh, that's right. And De Niro's a bounty hunter.
Oh, the
He
bounty
has to go
hunter.
capture him.
But there's a dude in this. The dude that they hired. They look for De Niro.
Whatever happened to that Charles Grodin guy?
He's still looking for OJ's killer. He's still looking for him to kill Nicole. That's who he's looking for. He's still mad at OJ. They finally threw him off TV. The wig company wouldn't sponsor him no more.
Didn't he have a late night show?
He had something. They did the Bondwood movies. But back to 20 fucking 9th Street. So 29. When I first moved to LA, the black dude from 29th Street came into the store one night, and I thought I was on the side of his
Who is
dick. And whoever played, he's a drill sergeant in that movie. He played Anthony, because Frank Pesh wasn't, in real life, wasn't, when he sold the script, it was a beautiful script, but somewhere along the line, somebody had to sit him down and go, look, bro, we love your story. We're gonna shoot it. You're not gonna play you.
Imagine that.
So they had Anthony Padilla, who was already a star in his own way. He's Australian, Anthony Padilla.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's Australian.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he's Australian.
They're so good at doing our accents.
Yeah, he's tremendous. And they do a great New York accent. So they let him be the lead. Danny Aiello played the father. He played the brother. They still let him be in the movie. He had a great role. Role. The Italian woman that's in every movie played the mom. I don't even know what the point of the fucking story is. It's just a great movie. What the fuck was the point of all this shit? I'm getting like Joe Biden.
Midnight Run, 29th Street. 29th Street's a great movie. Midnight Run,
Oh,
Charles
I would
Grodin.
see all these guys at the store.
All right.
Guess who else is in 29th Street?
Who?
Vinnie Curto.
No shit.
Yeah, he's in the scene with Paulie Walnuts in The Soprano. And one time, he's got to come in and go,
Have we ever told the Vinnie Curto story?
I don't know.
Vinnie Curto was that close to having his
yeah.
movie made with Robert De Niro and Mark
We
Wahlberg.
talked about that.
Did we talk about that?
And he also was going to fight fucking your boy at one time.
Who?
He was scheduled to fight your boy.
Who's my boy?
The guy from Boston. From the black dude with the shades head from Boston.
Marvin Hagler?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, Vinnie Curto was a fucking animal when he was fighting. He was an animal.
Then I saw Vinnie Curto was in it. Vinnie Curto shows up at the store. And then there's somebody else who's in it.
Look at him hanging out with Sam Kinison. I met Vinnie right when, before, but right when all that shit was going down, I went to his apartment and he was showing me the script and telling me what was
Marky
happening.
Wahlberg. That's when he was going to hire. That's who's
And
going
then
to
the
play.
funding fell apart. Like last minute, the funding fell apart and the movie deteriorated, but it was a good movie.
He had
And it's based on his life. And it's a fucked up story, you know. And he was willing to say who he is and you know how he became who he is. He was a tough motherfucker though. That guy was a tough fighter, very tough guy.
I read his other script, and it's better than that one.
His script was good. It was a very good script.
Well, the other one he wrote about when he had to go hide out in Canada, so he couldn't go to any training gyms. Because everybody knew where he was looking, that they were all looking at boxing gyms.
Wow.
So instead of hitting the bag, he decided to run up the hill in Canada. It was very hard to run up this hill, so every day he would run up the hill. And finally there was a kid in the block, and he had some type of muscular dystrophy, and the kid always said, I like to walk up that hill. So then he said, listen, before you die, we're gonna walk up that hill one time. And they walked up the hill, on the way back the kid died.
Oh.
And he wrote it into a fucking screenplay.
Wow.
Vinny's got some stories.
He's got some stories.
Vinny's got, and he forgets them.
He's
forgets them.
had. I mean, how many fights did he have?
You know, the other night,
Got a lot
I
of
gotta tell
professional.
you what's another Academy Award winner that I forgot about. That I'm gonna be honest with everybody right here. I refused to watch it when it came out. For years, I refused to watch it.
What?
And after I did, I'm happy I did. Harlem Nights is so fucking good. Harlem Nights
Eddie Murphy.
is such a fucking black experience that it is a masterpiece. I mean, I've been watching a lot of shit lately. And
I haven't seen that in forever. What year was that? I remember seeing it when it came out.
That movie is so fucking
Richard Pryor and
oh
Eddie
my
Murphy.
God.
Oh my god.
And fucking the other fucking guy too, Red Fox. Oh my god, this is
Oh
such
my
a good
god.
movie.
Look at that picture.
I refuse to go see exploitation. It is so fucking brilliant, this movie.
Have you seen Dolomite?
Yes.
I haven't seen it. The new Dolomite. I heard it's amazing.
I think it's amazing.
I heard it's amazing.
I think he did a great job. And just, he says one line in that movie, I tell you, that I love. I fell in love. Tears coming out of my eyes. He's an open micer, man. And he's fucking dying to make it. And you know how we are. And one of us comes up to you like, Joe, I got an idea. You know, like he's like, I got an idea, man. I think I want to do this. And the other comedian was like, man, you're a bum. And he, you know, like when you're at that, when you're an open mic and you really can't. And he was walking away and he said to somebody, he goes, it's going to be all right. And Eddie Murphy goes, nah, it ain't, man. There's nothing worse than having something to sell and nobody to sell it to. And it made me feel like an open mic, because that's what you feel like when you're an open micer.
Yeah, you get something to sell.
But nobody to sell it to.
Do you remember that feeling when you'd watch someone on stage and the crowd was packed and you just wished you could get up there and God, I wish I could get up there right now.
And that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to re-fall in love with stand-up.
During the break? Yeah.
I even wrote the story out of how I was lost and my ex-wife fucking forced my hand and drove me to the Comedy Works in Denver. And how I got off stage and I was like, this is it. And I'm like, but the only obstacle I have is a wife and a kid. How am I gonna do comedy with a wife and a kid? And we just bought a condo.
How old were you?
28. It stole my soul. Like it just, like I didn't want to go to work no more. Nothing else mattered. The only thing I loved as much as doing comedy was cocaine. Like, I didn't like nothing else. I just liked cocaine and stand-up comedy. And I couldn't figure out how to do them and make a living and pay for a family. Then she came home after 3 months and said she didn't want to be married no more. And part of me was 80% relieved, and the other 20 I wanted to be a father and the whole thing. But it's the truth. I fell in love with it. It fucking just stole my soul. Like I threw everything I had. I watched every tape. I studied Carlin. I studied the shit out of Pryor. I studied the fuck out of Dice. I studied the fuck out of Bill Hicks. You know, I love Bill Hicks. You know, I watched today, before I came up here, I was in a rabbit hole. Because I took my daughter for a walk and I sat down for a minute to get them to drink, to send some emails. And Rodney Dangerfield was on the Tonight Show the week before Easy Money. And he said that, he said a joke on the Tonight Show and I was laughing. I thought it was funny. He says he drank so much that he pissed on Olive. And that was on the other night, Caddyshack.
Oh,
From the beginning was on. I watched that for a little while.
Oh, that's a great movie.
So, like this vacation, whatever the fuck is going on, it hasn't been rough on me at all. The first week was rough on me before St. Patty's Day. When I thought I had to fly to New York, it was rough on me. I already had a plan already in mind. I'm coming back from New York and I'm just staying at home. I'm hiding like a motherfucker. That was my plan. For how long, I do not know, Joe. If he says the 18th, I'm not still going on 420. I have a 420 show.
Yeah, I have a 420 show in Vancouver.
But it's on the 18th or 420?
420, Monday night,
You're going
Vancouver.
on Monday?
Yeah.
That's not happening.
I don't see how it can happen unless they come up with some sort of cure in 10 days. I mean, it's the 25th. Unless somewhere around the first week of April they have a cure, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, there's some hope to some treatments that they're coming up with. There's no cure right now. There's no vaccine. Not even close. The vaccine is a year away plus.
How big is this place that you're doing?
I'm doing an arena.
How do you feel doing it? Like, do you feel?
I don't want to put anybody at risk.
Okay.
If people can go to the show and have a good time and not be at risk, I would love to do it. It's so weird, man. If the flu was going around, I know this is worse than the flu, but if the flu was going around, we wouldn't think twice of doing a show. That's what's so weird about this. It's like it is absolutely more deadly than the flu. Don't misread what I'm saying. But it's just so crazy how different our approach is to this as opposed to anything else that winds up killing people. You know, we've all known people that have died from a disease. Diseases, they kill people all the time. But but we've never been in a situation where everybody's scared of one disease. It's so strange, man. It's so strange. And I don't think I could be able to get past that and just do a show right now. I'm 90% sure they're going to cancel it. I mean, the stuff that they're coming up with for treatment, one of them is a malarial disease, an old malaria disease. There's some other different treatments that hold hope, but there's so many people, man, that could get infected if you've got a show of 12,000, 13,000 people, whatever it is. How the fuck are you going to make sure those people are okay? Is it your responsibility? Do you say come at your own risk? You know, I mean, what if you get it when you're there? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? You know, I mean, the whole thing's crazy. I think it's going to be a long time before we feel comfortable doing shows again. It's going to be strange at first, you know? But I also think when the dust settles, it will settle, hopefully, unless this is the first thing that falls, and then all those other things fall into place we talked about, natural disasters. We're going to appreciate peace. We're going to appreciate freedom. You're going to appreciate being able to roam around, do whatever you want, go out at 3 o'clock at night. You're going to appreciate it. You're going to appreciate being able to go to a diner and have breakfast with your friend at 2 o'clock in the morning and laugh. You're going to appreciate it. Cars in the street, everybody acting normal. It's going to mean more to you now. It's like the sun after a rainy day. It means more, it feels better, has more of an impact. And I think we've gone through a long stretch in this country where everything was static, everything was doing fairly well. We were on an upward trend, no real tragedy nationally that changed the way we live our life, other than September 11th. So we got like September 11th and then all these years of war, of course, crime, of course, all these things, but we're basically business as usual for most folks. Not anymore. This is a wake-up call. This is a wake-up call that you have a finite amount of time in this life. And this life, the way you're experiencing it right now, this is just how it is right now. There's a million different factors that are in play constantly. And you've been real lucky that you've had this stretch of peace and harmony. But that shit could change at any moment. It really could. And we got to use this time to be nicer to each other. We got to use this time to realize that we got a little confused. We got crazy. You know, everybody's just trying to acquire things, and everybody's trying to, you know, move their way up the corporate ladder. Like, hey, there's a fucking end to this ride, okay? This ride comes to a stop someday, and it doesn't matter how much shit you've acquired. It doesn't matter, you know, how far you got up this ladder. You know, what position of prominence you have in the community, and how you're respected by the business world. Nobody gives a fuck when you're dead. It's not, you're gonna die. We're together right now experiencing this thing in this like really distracted way. The thing comes into focus when you're forced into a situation like we are now, where you literally are nervous about your survival. Then the thing comes into focus. And what to me, my gratitude is coming into focus. My gratitude towards my friends, my gratitude towards my family, my gratitude towards, you know, look, we're very fortunate that we're not living check to check. You know, many of us have been in the comedy community. Many of us are now. There's a lot of guys listening to this right now that were hoping for these weekends coming up so they could pay their rent. This is uncharted territory for those folks and all of us that are experiencing this. But the people that go in check to check, they're the ones who are really getting hit.
I want them to also know that you cannot stress over this enough that your stress makes you get sick.
Yeah, it weakens your immune system.
We are working, you know, and I know 50% of people are being honest. You know, my friend said that they yanked them the other day for the cable bill in the middle of all this. You know, they didn't give a cable doesn't give a fuck.
So they shut his cable off?
They called him and told him they were shutting his cable off. He goes, I had the money, I didn't have no problem with it. My wife just forgot to pay it.
So they're just jumping on people right away.
Yeah, they're jumping on you right away. So
yeah, they don't want it to stack up.
I don't know how landlord's gonna be. I had another friend who said this is really funny. Who got divorced 10 years ago, close to 11 years ago. There was a dispute with one of their credit cards during the divorce. They yanked it 2 weeks ago out of his account, out of his savings account. They got a judgment, $4,200 for no credit card.
Wow.
Like they're coming out of the fucking woodwork.
Yeah, chasing down cold cases.
Cold cases and shit like that.
Yeah, they realize
be careful whatever money you have. If you didn't pay your student loan, they might yank it now. Just yank it from you.
Yeah.
and say we had to do this.
Right.
So be very fucking careful.
You're right.
You know.
Right. If you think about it that way, like who knows what the fuck they're gonna do?
You know, they're telling you on TV, yeah, that this landlord isn't gonna care. First off, listen, if you can't do business, I can't take your rent money. But who am I gonna put in there anyway? Who called you this morning and said that we're going to look for a location for a business? Hey, if you have two brains in your head, you're not doing anything right now.
No.
You're not buying a house unless this is your business. Like unless you drop and buy houses for a living, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not going house hunting right now.
Well, even then, even if you do, you'd be like, let's hold on here.
Yeah, let's hold on. Nobody knows nothing.
Yeah.
For the next 6 or 7 weeks, you don't know dick. I never even thought about the China thing. I didn't read that article, but that was even enlightening. But you don't know dick. Mind your business. You don't gotta. I don't have to fly nowhere. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
I don't have to go anywhere. I got Brea the first week of June. I got Indianapolis and Cleveland somewhere in there in June. That's it. I got nothing in July. July 31st, I got Las Vegas. Who knows what's gonna happen there? And August 1st, I'm in San Diego. And I got lots.
Who knows if any of those?
September.
Who knows if any of those dates?
And I'm being smart about this. Listen. So what you mean to tell me is that Motley Crue, who was supposed to start a huge tour in August, Guns N' Roses, who was supposed to start a massive tour in June, they're all pushing their stuff back to October and November, December. I mean, when Live Nation thinks about giving that Motley Crue money back, they have a heart attack. They have a heart attack. They're like, no, we're holding on to this, you know, because it's August. I talked to Salami. He talks to what's his name, Ricky. I think it's August that they go on tour. So what are you telling me that right after people are allowed to go out, people are gonna start going out and spending money right away? I don't think so, guy. I don't think so. They're evaluating. Every day we're not at work, every week that we lose a week, that $1,200 check, that $1,200 check is basically gonna get people groceries.
I think that right now, like, we're real touch and go, but so's the rest of the world, right? China's touch and go. Everywhere's touch and go. Everywhere, like Italy's certainly touch and go. They still got their streets locked down. You know, who knows?
They're out there singing at night. They don't give a fuck.
Some of them,
Italians are singing like motherfuckers. Then New York's gotta act like gay people. They gotta fucking sing Yellow Submarine. What? Sing War Pigs, bitch. This is New York. This is the boogie down Bronx. What are you singing Yellow Submarine for and shit? Fucking Yellow Submarine.
Yeah.
You know what's killing me the most about this? There's one thing about not wanting to go out and do comedy. There's another thing that you can't go out and do comedy.
Right.
Okay, I'm the Captain Kirk of the Enterprise. You know what, man? I gotta get out of the house every 3 nights. If not, somebody's gonna get stabbed. You know that. Even a belly room show, I don't give a fuck. There's always something for us to do. You know?
How long do you think it's gonna be, if you had to guess?
Honest, by what I'm seeing today, by what I watched in the news last night, I think for me to go back on stage, it'll be May 1st. And I don't know when I'll be on another plane again.
Dum, dum, dum. Yeah. It's all guesswork right now. We really have no idea.
We don't know nothing.
We don't know nothing.
How has your focus been on writing? Have you been focused enough to really write the best stuff you've been writing?
Right now? No.
Yeah, no, okay.
I haven't written at all.
Okay.
I haven't written at all while this is going on. I'm waiting.
I've tried to write. I've written jokes, but like, you know, the funny thing was like last week, they had that poor little white kid that had the rosy cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you could tell that dude never got a D in his life. You see that video? No, this is our turn.
Oh, yeah.
This is our turn in Florida, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I had to write about shit like that. Like, everybody's mad at that kid. John, that's me.
Right.
That was me in 1981. Can you imagine?
18-year-olds.
Yeah. Can you imagine coming up to me in 81 and going, there's a coronavirus? I would have snorted.
You'd be like, yo, we're here to party.
I would have taken, give me a line of that coronavirus. Watch, nothing happens to you. Give me 2 lines, I guarantee you. You know? So it's all different. That could have been us. That kid was as dumb as a fucking stump. Did you see that boy? His parents must be like, Jesus, we fucked up with that dummy.
Well, him and the other kids they interviewed too. All the same thing. This one girl was like, "Is my birthday? Turn up."
Oh my God, there was like 20 little chicks doing that fucking achy breaky heart dance.
Oh my God.
Did you see them? All 20 of those girls just spinning into each other one's breath. Oh, I was fucking dying.
That's hilarious. The achy breaky heart dance.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know what dance it is. Don't quote me.
Yeah,
They were doing something in the group.
dancing.
Something I haven't done since like the 5th grade type shit.
God damn.
So I don't know what the fuck's going on. So
You're always gonna have that with kids though. Kids are gonna fuck. They're 18 years old. They're gonna fuck. They're going out. They have a couple drinks in them. They got plastic cups. They're gonna fuck.
What about the dude who took his mistress to Italy and he got the fucking herp when he was over there? They both came back, and so now they're both busted, disgusted, and never be trusted. He took his mistress to fucking Italy to do something.
And they both got the corona?
Oh yeah.
And they got detained over there?
Somewhere, something happened. So the cat's out of the bag. Mama filed for fucking divorce. She's got nowhere to spend the money. Fucking Manhattan shut down.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go in the world. Like the UFC's talking about putting on a fight on April 18th. You know, I don't know how they're going to do that. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that in the United States. They're talking about doing it in a place with less than 10 people, and then just an open arena. I guess someone's going to commentate it. It's not going to be me, and they're going to be duking it out like in an empty place. And they're going to try to do that on the 18th. They did it for the last card in Brazil because it was ordered by the government. The government ordered all large gatherings to break up when they started seeing the cases of corona rising in Brazil. So they had to do the Brazil card indoors, no people, weird. So, but they're going to plan Khabib and Tony this way. They're going to plan it. So it doesn't even have to be a big place. They could do it at like a film studio. Like legitimately, they could set this up in a film studio somewhere. I mean, Tyler Perry's got a place in Florida. They could go down to Florida, rent one of Tyler Perry's gigantic film studios, set up, we did it when we did Fight for the Troops, when they did
San
UFC, San Diego and several other places in Austin as well. Whenever we did it, there's a few, in North Carolina, there's a few different ones that we did. They just would use an airplane hangar. And the troops would be there. They would be, the whole audience was the troops in their uniforms, and they would set up this octagon in an airplane hangar. And it was pretty powerful. It's different, real different kind of show. But they could do that. They could do that in a studio or just a large warehouse. The UFC could do it. Set up some lights, have some crazy high-speed hookup to the internet. Let's party. Next thing you know, it's getting uploaded and we're watching it from here. I mean, they could definitely do that. The UFC has the capability of doing that. The thing is, how are they gonna make sure that nobody has it? You're gonna have to test everybody. And if someone has it, do you let them fight? Like, what if they have it and they're like Idris Elba, they have no symptoms, but they got the corona? Like, what if Khabib has the corona? Or what if Tony has the corona? Does Khabib even fight him?
This fight is so fucking cursed.
This fight is so cursed.
I gotta be honest with you. That's one of the first things I thought of when they started talking. And then they started talking about the NBA getting canceled. Like,
oh no, the fight.
This could be again.
Well, this is how Dana feels. This is why Dana's trying so hard to make it happen, even if there's only 10 people in a room.
At first, for a couple of days, I was mad at Dana. I'm like, fucking Dana. I go, you know what? This fight has to happen. I don't care if this happens by itself in a fucking airport in Havana, Cuba. I don't give a fuck, but this fight has to get over with. We've waited so long. How many cancellations? 3?
Quite a few. 3, 4. This is the 4th time?
3 or 4.
I think this is the 4th time.
Hospital visits, broken knee.
Yeah.
Anxiety
This
attacks.
actually might be the 5th. This might be the 5th.
No.
I think so.
Yeah, this fight is fucking cursed.
Google it. How many times has Tony versus Khabib been canceled? I'm gonna say, I think this is the 5th time. It's many times though, and it's the best fight.
But this is the fight everyone else. That's the first thing. Then it kept giving you note. First the NBA, Then the Nets tested positive.
Yeah.
Then the fucking city of New York went under. And I'm like, oh no, everything's pointing in the wrong direction. I go, but they'll have Vegas. Then Vegas said they're not fucking checking till after March 20th.
This is the fifth? It's the fifth time.
Fucking time. Come on, guys.
And it is.
This has to happen.
It is the
I don't care about any other card. Just pay them, Dana. Just pay them.
Just one fight.
Just pay them.
One fight.
I'll pay the pay-per-view.
No warm-ups.
I'll pay the $69.50 pay-per-view just to see Khabib and get it over with.
Could you imagine?
That's it. Nobody else has to fight.
$69 pay-per-view for one fight.
1, 2, 3 trainers in each corner. That's
Everybody's
fucking
tested.
8. Yeah. One guy and where you put the fucking judges?
They watch from home.
No, listen, they're terrible when they're there.
They're terrible when they're there.
They're terrible when they're there, so they
Some
can't
of them
watch
are
at
good.
home. Yeah, so
It's not going to help them being there. Oftentimes, honestly, you get a better view of what's going on when you're watching at home.
okay, so let's
Especially if you have headphones on.
So
Like when I watch with headphones, because I'm watching, when I look down at the screen, sometimes when I'm watching fights, I have to. Sometimes I get a better view. I can't see what the fuck is going on. There's pillars in front of me, and guys are grappling, and I don't know if someone's trying to get a submission or what's happening. Sometimes guys tap, and I didn't even see it. I was like, what do you do? I have to break it down, then I have to look at it on the screen. When you watch it at home, oftentimes you really have a better view of it. But this just it's not as crazy.
All right, so we don't need them there within social distancing.
We do right here.
We could put them in a fucking...
The judges can all come right here. We're all gonna look over their shoulder.
Come right here. And then, so all we need is the 3 guys in the corner.
Yeah.
The 2 fighters, the ref.
Bruce Buffer. Test Bruce Buffer.
Bruce Buffer, he could do a long distance too.
No. He's gonna do it with a gas mask on. Bruce Buffer's gonna be in there, red face with a fucking scuba helmet on. It's time! Big old fucking scuba helmet.
Does it have to be pay-per-view, you think? Because there's no competition
Yes.
for it.
Of course it does.
Literally no
What are you, a
competition.
communist?
No,
This is
it's-
socialist trying to get fucking free
At the
shows.
same time, you're talking about passing out stimulus checks. How are you
No,
going
the
to ask?
UFC wants money,
I know.
sir.
How are you going to get people to pay for
You're
it?
gonna get plenty of people.
But like I said, you know what?
Same.
Jamie wants everything to be for free.
Well, you
now.
gotta be a douche. You gotta be a
Some of the
douche.
biggest commercials of all time.
Somebody fucking loses here, so you gotta be a douchebag.
Somebody loses out.
Because how am I gonna put all there's 3 or 4 prelims, 5 prelims, and then 4 fights before that. So I'm talking 10 fights, I'm talking 20 people, 3 per whatever, the trainers. That's a lot of people, Joe, in one fucking place so it can't. We gotta eliminate the early prelims and just do the main card.
They could do that.
Put
But
everybody-
they also have to test everybody.
Everybody cannot share a space either. I cannot be in this room with your Romero over there throwing a sidekick because he's about to fight.
But if everybody's tested and everyone's negative, then who gives a shit? That should be the only thing. Like, if
But
you're
this-
tested and you're negative,
But
you
this
should
is
be able to wander around.
I think this motherfucker's a creepy motherfucker.
The virus? Yeah.
I think you're right. I think that we're gonna find out more. I think there could be a 21-day something. I'm waiting to hear about, what about the people who got stuck at Texas airport last week? 4 hours for luggage when they came back internationally.
Yeah.
Not one of them is tested positive. How come they're not suing Dulles Airport?
That's
What
not
about
just
Chicago?
Texas. That was O'Hare too.
Ohio last week, nobody's testing positive from waiting on a line for 8 hours.
Yeah.
If you go on Twitter, everybody who's dying is from functions of the coronavirus.
Right, and you had to go
Results
on
of
that
the
line.
coronavirus. You had to go on that line, so I gotta see how long this could really stay. 2 weeks ago, they were saying the air droplets stay in the air for fucking 3 hours. Now they're saying something fucking different.
I don't think they have a lot of reliable information yet. They have some, they know what it is.
Fuck, you gotta be ready. That's pretty nuts.
Have you seen the coronavirus song? The rap song?
No.
I got it on my Instagram page. You haven't seen it?
No.
It's fucking great. These guys, it's really catchy. I start singing it throughout the day sometimes when I'm driving
How
around.
much is in it for me? A couple of times.
No, I'll play it for you. I have to play it. Can't even play it now. I don't want to get a copyright strike. We'll play it afterwards. This is the world we're living in. I think people are less worried about bullshit right now, more worried about real things. I think in that sense, some of my favorite people that I've ever met are people from Israel. something about them. They're like carefree. My friend Shuki, who's a kickboxing trainer in Tarzana, at a Majiro gym in Tarzana. I used to go down and train with him there. And he was from Israel. And I went to eat dinner at his house once. He invited me over to his house with his family, and they're playing bongo drums and dancing and shit. They were having so much fun. They were so happy. And I said, tell me this. I go, why are Israelis so like carefree? He goes, because every day over there you can die. Every day over there you can die. He goes, any day something can happen. And he goes, everybody just, while you're alive, you want to party. Party, have fun, have a good time. And I was like, wow, that's it. They have a heightened sense of appreciation of life. Like my friends, all my Jewish friends that would go over there for whatever religious thing they would go, would talk about how hot Israeli chicks were. Like the chicks in Israel, they're wild, and they all have to go to the army.
A party over there, you know that, right?
Yeah.
It's a party. You ever see the episode when Dane was there? Launching missiles and shit in Tel Aviv or something?
Oh, yes. He was stuck.
Yeah.
That was the old show.
Yeah.
They got stuck there while fucking missiles were flying through the air.
What the fuck is that?
That's right. Yeah. It's we were looking for trouble. Instead of trouble being here, our life was so soft. We were looking for trouble where it didn't exist. We were trying to create problems where they weren't real. We were getting outraged about things that really didn't matter. And now we see what matters. So now that focus has to be on real survival things, health and community, and taking care of each other and looking out for the people that don't have any money right now. Because they're not lazy, they just got fucked. We gotta look out for each other, right? All those things are coming into focus now instead of the nonsense that people have been focused. What are you eating there? What is that? Oh, okay. I thought it was aspirin or ibuprofen. I was gonna say, don't take that shit.
What?
Shouldn't take that shit right now. Ibuprofen is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, and it can do damage to your gut bacteria. Apparently, it can fuck with your immune system a little bit.
What's ibuprofen?
It's Advil, stuff like that. It's good if you're, you need it if you're injured, right? But it has an effect on your gut biome. It causes inflammation on some people. Cam Hanes was on that shit every day. He was taking 800 milligrams every day, and he was in all this pain. And I sent him this Rhonda Patrick thing. She was talking about the dangers of ibuprofen and taking large doses of it, particularly like all the time. And so he gets off of it. He's like, fuck, like there's danger of stroke. See if you can find the dangers of taking too much ibuprofen. Because there's a lot of people that really get into that ibuprofen shit.
I take a baby aspirin at night.
Well, that's fine.
Like I said, at night I take it before I go to bed, because so I'll be protected between 5:30 and 12, which is the highest rate of having
heart issues. And ibuprofen is very different than aspirin.
Believe and all that stuff, I'm not big on that. Unless I absolutely, positively have to take something. I don't get that many headaches like that.
So Cam runs like fucking 20 miles a day. FDA strengthens warnings that non-steroidal anti-inflammatories increase heart attack and stroke risk. Yeah.
So which one are they?
That's like Advil. It's non-steroidal anti-inflammatories. There's a bunch of different ones. Motrin, Advil, naproxen, Aleve, ibuprofen. Yeah, that's ibuprofen and naproxen. So two different types of non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, ibuprofen and naproxen. They're both available over the counter. And he said it's important to be aware of the ibuprofen warnings and naproxen warnings and take steps to limit the risk. So Cam was on 800 milligrams of this shit a day. Right? He's in pain all the time because he runs so much. Gets off of it and the pain goes away. So he's taking something for pain and it's causing him to be in pain all the time because it's causing all this inflammation because his gut is reacting to this fucking chemical it keeps dumping in there, and it's a vicious cycle because you've got all this inflammation and that's what's causing you to take the shit, and the shit is giving you the inflammation. And he's thinking the inflammation is coming from his running. So he gets off of it, no more pain. Like, God damn, we're so ignorant. This is a guy who's an elite athlete. He's a guy who runs ultra marathons. He's run as much as 240 miles in one race, right? And he didn't know. Like, how many regular folks know that this stuff is bad for you? How many regular folks take unnecessary medication that could be beneficial to you if you have a real issue, but you take it all the time, you take it too much, and it actually causes problems? This is a wake-up call for people when it comes to your health. A wake-up call for taking care of your meat vehicle. take care of your body. You got to take care of your body. This is one that, if you're fortunate and you have a strong immune system, you can mitigate some of the effects of it. And that's the case with the common cold. It's the case with the flu. It's the case with a lot of different things. If you're healthier, you have a better chance of coming out of it on the other end.
You know, I've never got no flu shot.
Never.
Because I don't like needles. So I just found out recently that I can take it through my nose. You can spray it.
It doesn't work as good on older people, though.
It doesn't?
No, we asked Dr.
I'm
Osterholm
gonna
about
be as
that.
honest as I can with you. I've never taken on flu. Anything that has needles involved, you could tell. I would love to do heroin once in a while. But to get really high involves a needle. That's where you throw me the fuck out. That's where the party ends for me. Once you say needle, that's where it ends for me. So, done.
Yeah. You got a great joke about that. I don't want to say it right now.
What's that?
About not needing a flu shot.
Oh, no. But it really is the truth that
It is.
I think the immune system, we've flown so much. We have flown so much.
Yeah.
That builds a different type of immune system.
Well, how about all those shows we did, like at the Chicago Theater and giant places where we took pictures with people after the show, hundreds of people?
You know, I just did the Treasure Island, sold it out and took pictures of everybody after the show.
That's a lot of
And I
people.
went back up to my room and took a tremendous hot boiling shower. You know, the last time I was at the store, I always take a shower before I go to the store.
Mm-hmm.
The last time on April 2nd
Yeah.
was probably the first time in years I took a shower that night. That's how disturbed I was. Like, I was fucking really disturbed that last time I was at the store.
Yeah.
Because I thought everybody else was going to be social distancing. More people grabbed me that night than ever before. And every time they grabbed me or somebody came up to me and talked to me, my skin would crawl. And I'm like, I'm not coming down here for a while.
Yeah, there's no social distancing at the store.
No, so
Nobody's following any rules over there.
I was like, man, this is my fucking spot. But now we'll learn how to live without, which is crazy. You learn how to live without. And that helps sometimes. Like I said, not doing comedy, like giving it a breather, or not being able to do comedy are two different fucking things.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get on stage. I have a ton to say. You know, we all do. The last fucking 4 weeks we've made ourselves laugh. Now we lose our fucking minds.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I haven't written anything is because I'm just enjoying the relaxing.
Me too. It's been too long. We've been doing this too long. And the last run, this last 9 years has been a run. It's a podcast.
Well, once you started really kicking ass on the road too.
Yeah.
You really picked up your pace.
You gotta.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Gotta make hay while the sun shine, as they say.
No, but you gotta write. As a comic, you gotta write.
Well, I felt like with this, I wanted to think about it because I'm one of the, I love one thing that Max Holloway always says it is what it is, and it's a simple philosophy. It is what it is, but it's a good way of looking at things. It's like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna freak out? It's not gonna change it. It is what it is, and this is what it is right now. It is what it is. We're inside all day. If we go outside for a hike. There's no people there. Come here and stay away from everybody. No hugging, no kissing. Everybody just distance. And we do our social distancing. And we'll wait it out. And this is life right now. We're still lucky. We're still not. Look, Justin Brand comes here a couple times a year after he gets back from the Congo. Okay? And Justin goes over to the Congo. He sleeps in a grass hut. And he's come back with so many different fucking diseases. He's got malaria 3 times. Now he has some new parasite that they haven't identified. They don't know what it is. He's worried it's in his brain because he's having some shakes and some chills and some issues that lead him to think that it's connected to whatever the fuck this parasite is. So they keep running tests on him. They have these top virologists that are examining him. But he's deep in the Congo. So who knows what the fuck's in there? There might be some new shit in there. He might literally have some new shit in his body right now. And, this guy keeps going back. He goes back because he's compelled. His mission in life is to improve the lives of all these people that he met there. It's changed his perspective, He's an amazing, amazing person. And he's constantly doing that. Like, that guy is so happy and so friendly, and I think one of the reasons why is because his perspective. Like, he knows what it's like where these people live. He visits them. He stays with them for months at a time. He knows what it's like, and he knows how lucky we are over here. We're lucky as fuck. So if right now we can't do stand-up, you and I are extremely fortunate we have podcasts. You know, so you could just do your podcast instead of, what do you do, 2 days a week? Do it 3. Do it 3. You'll be fine. You'll get plenty of chances to rant and rave. Only have people over that you trust. You know, no one's sick. Don't touch anybody. Wipe everything down. Wash your hands. Take a lot of vitamin C. Eat healthy. Take all your vitamins. Make sure you get good rest. Get in a sauna if you can. Please get in a sauna. They have them. I mean, I don't know if they have them at gyms. Fuck, you can't go to the gym right
You
now.
can't do that. Nobody's got a fucking
Well,
sauna.
get in the hot tub then.
Nobody knows where to fucking go to a sauna. Everybody has a sauna. I
If
wish
you
I
have one,
could
you're
go to
lucky as
cryo. I
fuck.
wish I could go to cryo. I wish I could do 1,000 things. But you can't.
They were also saying one good thing, just to elevate your body temperature. Just elevate your body temperature, like by working out and breaking a really good sweat. You know, that actually has a good effect on your immune system as well. Even if you like exercise in a hot room, you kick up your immune system. You don't have to do anything crazy, but what you're doing is you're introducing those cytokines, those heat shock proteins. Just wear a bunch of layers and get a little decent workout in. Really get hot and sweaty. It's good for you. All that stuff's good for you.
If you look at like the first thing after benefits of working out, it's always lowering your stress, working on your blood pressure.
Yeah.
This is the opposite. This is the times right now are debilitating that.
Yeah.
Like if you went to acupuncture, like if I had the ability to go to acupuncture right now, I know he'd tell me like, oh, this shit is low. They make you grab the thing.
Oh, shit is low?
Like all your chakras are blocked, like shit like that. All that shit is probably running low. Like you need help with your immune system.
Yeah.
Even though you haven't been doing much, because just the subconscious thoughts that we have now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we start to sit. This shit goes deep into your subconscious. That's what happened to me. That's why I had my little nervous breakdown on the night that your Romero fought.
So tell me, you were kind of getting into it. Your friend invites you over to his house to watch the fights, and you're like, I can't. And you had a breakdown.
He invited me over like Wednesday, and I'm like, absolutely. If not, I'm just gonna sit here at home and watch them by myself, like I always do. Or I'll go to Brett's house. All right, you know, Brett.
Yeah.
John.
Right.
Go to Brett's. That night he called me like on Wednesday. He goes, what are you doing Saturday? I'm getting it catered. Couple people coming over. Love for you to come over. He broke his leg skiing.
Oh no.
So I haven't
When did
seen
he break his leg skiing?
3 months.
Oh, fuck,
surgery.
skiing.
The whole fucking
Oh
thing.
no.
Fucking metal in his leg.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
My main dog. So before I went to
Is he on crutches still?
Yeah, he just got off maybe a week ago.
Oh, what a time to have just got off of a fucking surgery. When this shit's going down?
Yeah, he beat the surgery curve like by 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Oh my god. Imagine.
So, I'm okay all day. I'm with the family. Fucking 6 o'clock comes. I gotta jump in the shower. It's basically where he lives. Jump over Laurel Canyon, make a right, go a mile past the comedy store. That's it. For some reason, man, I went in the shower. I just started getting an irregular heartbeat. I came out. I took a little anxiety medication. Got dressed.
What are you taking?
They give me 0.25, whatever. I don't take them.
What is it?
Like stenazole, whatever the fuck they call it. Xanax, whatever.
Take Xanax?
It's a football. It's the baby ones. It's not the sticks the junkies take. It's the little fucking footballs, you know.
So you got a little anxiety, so you took a Xanax.
So I took.
How often do you take those
I
things?
take them. Most of the time, between you and me, I wash them. My wife washes them because I put them in my drug pocket. I take them down to the store.
And you forget they're in there?
And I forget they're in there, and I throw them in the hamper. And then so between you and me, I wash more of them than I eat. And I only get like, he gives me, if I ask him, he'll give them to me. I ask him for like maybe 2 prescriptions a year. You know?
So you just keep them around, just in
I
case.
keep them
What does it do? I've never done it.
Just in case I get that Morgan Murphy freak out, like I did.
Morgan Murphy freak
What's
out?
her name? What's her name?
Morgan Murphy, yeah.
Yeah, one night I had to follow her at the store. I don't know what it was. I fucking walked up the stairs and my anxiety lit up.
Really?
I almost passed out, but I went up there and destroyed the room. I came out of a fog at the 13-minute mark. I didn't know what had come out of my mouth. I didn't know what I said. Anxiety.
And you were on the Xanax or the anxiety?
No.
Just anxiety itself.
I went up there and I just got this weird anxiety. And I remember reaching over to Paulie Shrimp. Paulie, can you go up there for me? I can't do it right then. He goes, what are you talking about, buddy? You have to go up next. And I'm like, fuck you. And I got so fucking mad. I went up there and leveled it, but I was in a coma.
Were you high?
No. My body was I had so much anxiety. I was just spewing. I was like Roseanne Barr at night. I was just saying shit I was just talking. I remember when I got off the stage, Paulie Short told me you should get anxiety a lot more often. Because that was fucking phenomenal.
That's a fun one.
I just worked myself up. You know, you work and I worked myself up that much that night. I wanted to see Yo Romero. I definitely wanted to see Joanna against Chamber, whatever.
Wiley
Jean. I wanted to see her. So, and all of a sudden, Joe Rogan I was getting a stroke. I was going to take mushrooms and not eat them, but I was going to take mushrooms with me in my jacket. How long, 20 years. I'm not scared of nothing. I went in the car, pulled the car out of the driveway, went like 6 steps, stopped the car, and then sat there for 10 minutes deciding whether I should take the mushrooms. I'm gonna get stopped by the cops. I had no edibles in me, no nothing. There was no reason for this paranoia. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. I started walking in and out of the house. In and out of the house like I was about to have a stroke. I couldn't control myself. Should I take the keys? I know I forgot something.
You weren't high.
No, let me go get the fucking Xanax just in case I get a fucking... Should I bring an edible? No, I won't bring an edible. Oh, yeah, let me go back inside and get an edible. That was my acting. I'm not gonna wear this shirt. I should wear a different shirt. Let me wear this shirt. Like I just went through this whole fucking... And I finally said, stop. Joe Diaz, get your shit together, cocksucker. This is when I turned Joe Diaz.
Yeah, charge yourself.
Let's go, motherfucker. We're gonna go. Let's go. Come on. What are you, a fucking pussy? What are you, a fucking pussy? I got in that car. They did like $90. Okay. I went over there. He had some Wagyu beef for me with some lobster mashed potatoes and shit. And we just watched the fight. We had a great time. There was a dude there who was turning me on to medical shit, telling me to fucking inhale silver.
Oh,
and it'll block the fucking...
I don't think that's...
It'll block the fucking thing.
Coronavirus.
The coronavirus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. But you know what? That night I realized I was just having a fucking... This can't happen no more. That's the type of shit I like to avoid. I don't like that. It's like the first time I got high, I took an edible and went to jiu-jitsu, and somebody mounted me. Tie down. Get off. Please, get off. Please, you gotta get off me. Please, get off me. Please, I had to go outside, take my gi off, and take my dick out and pee in the street as cars went by. That's how bad. When I get anxiety, I gotta pee. When I get anxiety, I gotta pee right away. So like when I go lift on Mondays and Thursdays, I go lift for the train. When she puts 400 on the squat machine, and I gotta fucking squat, as soon as I put the back, I gotta go pee. She's like, where you going? I go, bro, my body just went into shock. My body just went into shock. That's how you can tell. And when I gotta go, I gotta go. My first 3 months of jiu-jitsu, I learned the hard way, never take an edible. No bueno. Don't be taking an edible at 10 in the morning, going to jiu-jitsu at 6, it comes back. Even if it's gone, it revisits you. The first time somebody threw a mount on me, dog, one of those heavy judo gis on. I didn't even know they were lightweight gis yet. Oh my God, Joe Rogan, I had to call a timeout. Like it was over. I had to run outside, take my gi off, my gi top off, and just take my dick out and piss. Cars are going by Burbank Boulevard. I'm just peeing. I don't give a fuck about the cops. I tell them the truth. I get these work out heavy, like heavy weights, I gotta go to the bathroom before I get in my car. I gotta take a long piss.
Does the medication help you when you take a Xanax?
Not if you don't take it.
Right, but
I got shit to do in the daytime, dog. I got no time for a fucking Xanax. I don't know what kind of.
Well, what does it do? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I'll tell you what happens with Xanax. I know for a fucking fact that nobody can tell me. When I first got into comedy, Joey Diaz is secret for comedy. You ready?
Okay.
When I got into comedy, all these jerk-offs, you gotta bring 5 people to a fucking show. I'm not asking nobody to come to a show. I just wait for Joe Rogan to call me and ask me who wants weed. You want weed? Meet me at the comedy club. I gotta meet you at the comedy club. Don't worry about it. Just meet me there. Next thing I got, you paying 10 at the door. So I got into selling Xanax. There was a crazy guy in Boulder who just got out of prison for murder, and his wife, I don't know, they were getting Xanaxes from a pharmacy. So I was getting Valiums, the V's, the one with the V's. You don't know anything about that. 10 milligrams. You could sell those for $2 a piece. He was giving it to me for like a quarter. So when I first was an open micer, I was a Xanax salesman. But it always, because I got into a contest. So for me to win the contest, I had to have people there. So they would say, hey, when can we buy some Xanax? You gotta meet me at the broker. So I would make all of them would come up to me and go, what the fuck's wrong with you? I just paid $10 to get in here. You gotta take that off the price of the pills. Don't worry about it. I got you covered. I had such a high profit margin, it didn't really matter. So I would sell Xanax in the 100s, 20s, 10s. Cokeheads loved those things. So what was I? I was a cokehead. I could eat 10 of those.
What does it do?
Knocks you the fuck out.
Like how?
Like you're gonna pass out, you could die like that. When people OD, that's what they eat. Fucking Xanax. They fucking.
I thought it just relaxes you.
It relaxes you, but if you eat 50 of them, you're gonna die. I was eating 50 of them.
You were eating 50 in a day?
Dog, I ate 30 of them in 3 days in Beaumont. It took me 5 days to recover. I told you I OD'd in Beaumont, Texas, in 2005.
Wow.
From eating 30 10 milligram Valiums.
Jesus, that's a lot.
The problem with that shit, man, is you ready? This is what I realized 20, 30 years when I was an open mic, I was selling them. I was dating a chick that didn't get high. So for me to be around it, I would pop those anti-bars and I would be high. That'd be good enough for me. So I was used to popping like 6 of them. I had my tolerance up there, fucking high.
And why did you like it?
Because I would drink with them. I would drink like 1 or 2 drinks, you feel tremendous. That's it, just 1 or 2.
Like how do you feel?
Like fucked up. 2 drinks and a couple Xanny bars, you get fucked up. This is before the Xanny bars.
You're not supposed to drink on them, right?
No! No! But I would get fucked up and then I'd do comedy and eat 2 Valiums and drink with the waitresses. I was an open mic guy.
Right.
You know, but the point to my story is that if you eat 10 milligrams of a Valium, 5 of it, your body utilizes 5 of it. The other 5 go into your fat and your body holds on to it until it uses it again.
Is this science?
Yeah, you know what are you talking about here? You forget who you're dealing with here. So what happens is when you eat that shit, it sticks into your fat. So every time I would get high, I'd fucking not.
The Xanax would come out of your
It
fat.
would agitate the fat and fucking, it would agitate the Xanax out of my fat.
If you jog, would you get high?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Did your body start
Dog,
heating
I've been
up?
off of coke for 12 years. At the 7-year mark, I'd be working out from time to time, and I'd bump into a coke rock that just went through my system, and I'd get all paranoid and creepy for a minute. Like, I was still digesting shit throughout the years. Like, I believe that those bars and all those little Xanny things stick into your fat, and then they get me tired the next day.
Yeah.
Don't get me tired now. Like, if I eat 6 of them, I'll get tired. I don't eat 1 of them. I eat 1 of them. Sometimes I get really high anxiety before I'm about to go up, and I'll eat another one once I get down there. But then I won't eat them for 4 days. If I don't need them until, and then sometimes I'll remember to take it out and put them back in the thing. Sometimes I just throw them in the hamper and my wife will wash them.
One of my friends who takes them says that when you get off of them,
Very highly addictive.
Well, he also said that when you get off of them, it heightens your anxiety. It's like a rubber band effect. That's what he was saying for him personally.
I'm gonna tell you what I just realized.
What?
These fucking things. These things are the worst things I ever
The
did.
ear things?
This is the worst thing I ever
Why?
did. Because my hearing was better before I got these.
Really?
You told me something once that when you're doing the jack, when you're doing the babanya to get you stronger, that your nutsack disappears. So when you go off the babanya, now you fuck.
If you're doing steroids, your body's endocrine system shuts down, so it no longer produces testosterone.
Is that true?
Yes.
So your balls shrink, is that true?
No, the balls don't really shrink.
Okay, so
But they don't work anymore.
since
They're not doing
this
any,
is
they're not putting any work.
I feel ever since I got these hearing aids to clarify my hearing, it's made my hearing weaker. It doesn't make my hearing
Is it true or
work
is it
anymore.
it
I
making
fucking
you
know.
aware of the fact that your hearing is going bad?
No, my hearing was not going bad, Joe Rogan. I was hearing things out of place. I was hearing the wrong things. If I went to dinner with Joe Rogan, it was fine. If you and I had a conversation, if you brought your wife, I'm gonna have a hard time in a restaurant.
You wouldn't hear?
I wouldn't hear none of yours. I would just hear Jamie's table on the other side of the room. I could hear his conversation more than yours.
Really?
And I could hear the silverware hit the table, and I could hear the dishwasher washing dishes. And every time his fork would hit the fucking thing, I hear that shit. Every time my 4 kids at a restaurant, I would be, every time I was at a restaurant, if it was me and you, we're having a good time. But once you throw Ari and Duncan in the mix, I'm just basically yesing you to death.
Really?
Yes, that's how bad it
Well,
was.
what is that called? Is there a name for it?
There's a couple different names for it. You know, and then somebody told me they kind of had it. I go, why do you wear those? And they're like, I don't know, for years. I went to concerts and it got to the point where I heard too many things. I just needed to narrow it down. So I finally figured out with these, I don't have them on loud, I have them on low. Because if not, you hear fucking everything. Like I was getting high and fucking hearing everything. You hear everything. You get high, you fucking hear everything. So
They have these new AirPods now that have they have sound deadening. So it's they sit in your noise canceling. So you put them in, and you can either turn noise canceling on, or you can turn them into transparency mode. In transparency mode, the microphone actually picks up the stuff that's outside. Have you tried that yet, Jamie?
Yeah.
So it makes things sound louder than they are. Like you can hear things better. In a way. It seems to me, I mean, I don't have any hearing issues.
People that maybe don't have hearing issues or whatever, it might make it sound better, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any hearing issues. But when I put those things on, I can hear things louder. I can hear stuff like further away. It's like, ooh, I don't think I can hear them talking if it wasn't for
You know
wearing
how
those things.
noise cancellation works? There's microphones on the outside that like flip the frequency and it cancels it out.
Oh, that's how it works.
And so by not flipping it over, it's just adding to it.
What is the number? Is it like 1.5 times louder than it normally would be? Is there a
Well,
number?
when you add 3 dB, which is not a lot, that doubles sound. That's like, the intensity of the sound is more, it's double it's really hard, it's like a math equation with sound.
It's interesting because that's one area where Apple has just stolen the show when it comes to Apple versus Android. Like phones are pretty comparable.
I haven't tried them, but I've heard that Samsung maybe has a
Galaxy
pair
Buds?
close to it, or people like them also.
They're very good, but they don't have the sound canceling. They don't have noise canceling. And the Apple ones, I think the sound quality has been reviewed as being better too. They figured out how to make it like you just open it up, right? You pull it out of your pocket, you open it up, it asks you if you want to connect, you press a button, boom, it connects, stick it in your ear, and you're perfect. And for me, it's so much better than a hands-free system when you're driving in the car. I just have it in my ear and I double tap on that. Instead of it going through the whole car and hearing it in the speakers and everything, I just hear it in my ear like I would a normal conversation I would have with AirPods on.
There's another level you could probably get into that I don't think you have in your monitors, which I know like Bert has, and
Yeah.
Tom and Christina use.
I have those at the UFC. When I go into the Octagon, I'm doing an interview, I have an interview monitor.
You can get really good ones for music. They have like 8 different speakers in that little tiny thing. So.
Yeah. Well, I have a pair of Shure headphones they work on my laptop. They don't work on iPhones anymore, obviously, but they have drivers in them, and they're like this clear coating over silver cord. They're like pretty high end. Fuck, they sound good. But it's for the little ones you carry in your pocket, like AirPods. That's a goddamn genius invention.
Way more easily replaceable for $250 than the 3,000 or
yeah, easily replaceable. They just work so well. They work great.
Which of these?
AirPods.
AirPods.
Yeah, there's little things. There's two kinds. There's the kind that are noise canceling, and then the other kind. Most of the time, I actually have both, but most of the time I use the regular one because it sits in my ear better. The noise canceling one, I feel like I gotta jam it in there a little bit, but it's great. You can talk to people while you're driving. It doesn't have to go through the system in your car. If you have a Bluetooth setup.
You have to hear it in the speakers.
Yeah, you don't hear it in the speakers.
You don't hear your music, or
exactly.
You can block your music. You can still hear the music on the radio.
You said something to me, and I realized like that's something that I do, and when I do it, I probably have some of my best results. Is you were saying a couple of years ago you stopped listening to music driving to the store.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My car that I have some of my favorite sets after I drive there is a car that doesn't even have a radio. That little Porsche that I have, the red one, because it's old and it's like real loud. And it's fucking, it's real mechanical, and I'm just I'm so engaged with it. But by the time I get to the comedy store, my brain is firing. Right, I've been doing something with it. I'm not just pressing autopilot and just sitting back and relaxing on my way to the store and riding in this fucking cloud like the Tesla. But that little Porsche, it's like you hear all the gears, you feel it when you're shifting gears. It's like you're engaged. No music. When you get there, your brain is fired. And you can think about stuff while you're driving there. Instead of I like listening to sets. I listen to a lot of my sets, but I also like doing that before shows. I like driving to a show and listening to a set, but I also like sometimes not listening to shit. Just letting my brain get into a good creative place. Just go over the bits. Go over what I like about them, what I don't like about them. Just make myself concentrate on them with no paper, no nothing. Just drive it and concentrate on the bit.
I heard years ago that, I don't know how true it is, in fucking actors, you hear all this fucking malarkey. But I heard that Denzel would sit in a room once a day and go through all his emotions until he drove himself to tears, just to check himself for the day.
Wow.
And I said, how can I do that as a stand-up? I don't need to fucking cry. I'm not in the business to make people cry. So I don't need to cry. I just need to be the best me. Do you know that I went to Anthony Robbins, right? You know I'm a big Anthony Robbins. You know that, right?
You've talked about Anthony Robbins before.
I do believe in a lot of what he's saying.
Yes.
I think that a little bit, when I went to see him, I was a burglar. I ended up a kidnapper. Something happened, he got through to me, you know what I'm saying? He made me he works. His shit works.
To another level.
I took it to another level. So I ain't mad at Anthony Robbins, you know what I'm saying? I got caught, I fucked up. Anthony was on the right pace.
I used to listen to his cassette
I
tapes.
really do believe stimulus take you there, something that you do to take you to that mind. Okay, he believes that there's something that we do.
You can put yourself in the
You
state.
can put yourself in that state,
Yes. Yeah.
I really believe there's something to that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, the reason why sometimes you're calling me and you're like, Joy, what are you doing? I'm not being honest with you. I'm telling you I'm writing or whatever. I'm watching paparazzi. I'm watching the most obscure people who are performers.
Why wouldn't you tell me that? Why are you lying to me?
Because not you. The last time my wife would go, what are you doing in there? I'm writing. I'm not writing. I'm watching B.B. King live.
You are writing, in a way.
I'm watching B.B. King live from Africa. And I'm watching B.B. go into a place that I could only dream into going. That I've probably been in my 28 years of doing comedy, I've been in there 200 times. I want to learn how to get there more. So I believe that on the way down to the store, some mornings I do it. Just drive without the car on and think of a specific time in my life. Bad or good, break down the situation and see what happens. I'm not breaking open a scab and I'm not going to see a psychotherapist. I just want to see how I feel about that situation today. You You know, I always do that. Like right now,
reflecting.
Right
it's
now,
time alone, right?
Right now, I'm thinking a lot about falling in love with comedy. The shit I did, Stanhope, coming over to my house as a feature act first. And I was an MC at the Broker on Tuesday nights, 1991. Stanhope comes as a feature. If anybody ever did that run, you knew that the triple run started Tuesday in Boulder, and Wednesday you had off, and then Thursday you had Craig, Colorado. I was divorced, but I had a condo. I had a 2.5 bedroom condo. If the comic was cool on Tuesday night, I'd invite him to sleep over, so he wouldn't have to pay for a hotel.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Not even have to pay. He only made $75.
Right.
Now you gotta pay $48 for a hotel.
Crazy.
So if the comic was cool on Tuesday night, say, oh, hey man, if you want to spend the night tomorrow, give me a call. Tonight you got the hotel here, but if you don't want to drive to Craig, spend the night. First time Stanhope came, he was a fucking feature act. The second time that motherfucker came, he stayed at my house. I walked him to his car and brought him like food down. He had an apartment. He had like a 1-bedroom apartment in his car. And I'll never forget saying, what the fuck is this? And he's like, I'm homeless, but this is what you gotta do if you want. Because he was a real road dog.
Yeah, he lived
He
out his
just
car.
became a real road dog.
Yeah.
So I took his fucking advice, you know. In June of '95, I said, I'm getting a car. I'm just sticking it back just like him. I had a Frisbee in there, a basketball. I had everything you could have in there. Remember those things that you put in your radiator, the metal? And if your radiator blew, you can fix your radiator on the spot.
Yeah.
Oh, when you're broke, that shit for $1.
Fix a flat, too.
Fix a flat. Oh my God.
Living out of your car on the road is a character builder.
It's a what?
Character builder.
Oh my God.
Every comic that I know that ever did that is some of my favorite people. I've gone through some shit. You know? Road gigs, man. People that did road gigs, that's a different world, man. I remember when I was doing road gigs, sometimes the booking agent, particularly if I was a middle act, they would bring in a headliner from New York. And a lot of times with these guys, they were club guys. Like, God, I forget the guy's name, but he was an old club act who worked around New York City. He never really did the road, just did New York City. And he and I did a gig together in Burlington, Vermont. And you can see this is like a rare thing for the guy. The guy didn't have a car because he lived in New York and didn't know how he was going to get around. He had to have someone drive him up from the city. He wanted to get a ride with me. I was like, man, I'm not giving anybody a ride in Vermont that I don't know. Like, that's just too weird. You know, this gig doesn't pay that much anyway. But those guys that didn't do the road when they did, man, they were like a fish out of water. They had like New York City jokes. Nobody gives a fuck about New York City when they're in Burlington, Vermont.
Oh, they go right for the old reliable.
Yep.
What do you do for a living?
Well, there's a little bit of that, yeah.
What do you do for a living? No, I'm a fucking electrician. You like being an electrician? What does she do?
There were so many comics, though, in New York that they would work the crowd because the crowds are on top of you. The crowds are on top of you in New York. You know, the stages were so small because real estate was so precious that the club was stuffed. People would be stuffed into some of those places, like Stand Up New York. Remember how small that stage was? Or Boston Comedy? You alright with the ear?
Yeah.
Does that thing fuck with you?
No, it just gets itchy.
Oh.
I remember fucking New York Comedy Club was on 74th Street.
I don't remember.
Yeah, 74th on the west side. Sussman used to live close to them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we were all one time. But that room was small and had like a little stairway on top of it.
Yeah.
Like it had like a staircase that was right on top of you there. That was Stand Up New York, the old one. There used to be a New York Comedy Club guy in '91. That's who took me in '93. I forget what his name is. He was very decent to me. That's how I ended up meeting Mikey Bruschetti, who is now Artie Lang's.
Hey, how's Artie doing? Is he doing
I
alright?
checked his, you know,
I said he was suffering from anxiety.
Anxiety, yeah. When I went to New York, I was scheduled to do his podcast that Wednesday, and he canceled. So obviously he's still struggling with it.
He's not using.
He's not using, no.
He did a podcast with me at Legion of Skanks' place, and it was amazing. He was great. It was great to see him sober and so alert, present, so there, and so honest and fucking hilarious. He's like as funny as he's ever been. Fucked up nose, laughing about it.
Doesn't give a fuck.
Talking about what he did. Like, he snorted glass. Snorted glass. His girl broke up these pills with a fucking salt shaker and cracked it and got glass, and he snorted glass and his nose was bleeding. And he also got knocked out by a guy who he owed money to. The guy who he owed money to hired some kid to collect, and the guy punched him in the nose and smashed his nose in. So he had a double whammy happen. Two things at the same time: smoking, snorting glass, and then that. Dude, he was so funny. He was so funny. He was so alert. It was great. It was like the Artie I knew years ago, but even better. Like, I don't think I've ever known Artie sober.
You know the circle of, there's a circle. It's a spiraling out of control you get involved in. When you're going through it, you're not seeing it.
Yeah.
Once you've done it and you have the balls and you look back, they're all hilarious. I went through it. They're all hilarious. Like, you just keep getting in trouble.
Isn't it funny though that that's a human pattern? It's a funny pattern that so many humans fall into.
He got caught with heroin on Route 86. He got caught in his garage. The cops came down. It's things that would never ever happen under regular circumstances. But the funk of the drug, it just hits you at one time where, remember, everything, and listen, nobody drives to an open mic with a Lamborghini. You know, right? You never see nobody pull up to an open mic with a Lamborghini. Nobody does cocaine or heroin the second time because they had a bad time doing it. Right. You do have a really good time at first, or it seems like you're having a good time. Your body left an opening somewhere. Mm-hmm. You know, just how your immune system could let in corona vid. Sometimes your soul just has a weakness somewhere, and that's when the coke or the heroin comes in. Mm-hmm. I know in his mind right now, he's like, fucking heroin? Really? Right. How crazy was I caught up in this shit? So then he went down this fucking just hole, you know? And that's what rehabs do. They catch you, they slow you up, they try to identify the problem. With him, was it his father? Was it the firing of the radio guy?
No, he had problems way before that. He had problems when he was on Mad TV.
So what set him?
Right.
You know, that's what the rehab does. You know, that's what sets you the fuck off, and you got to get yourself away from that. I found out what set me off over the years. You know, there was a time that I could sit here for hours with you. Look, I'm out on bail. And I'm fucking out on bail, kidnapping. Out on bail for second-degree kidnapping, second-degree assault, you know. I got the work thrown at me. And I'm fucking going into Sears every day and clipping 10 Bruce Springsteen double set CDs, born in the USA. They're going for $80, whatever they were going for. $40, I'm getting 22 a piece. I'm taking 2 a day. I'm walking with the small 220. I got 100 for coke, 50 for weed, and 50 for lunch. That was it. I still remember, like, doing this for a month. Like, just like my addiction had me on this schedule that I wasn't gonna work when I'm out on bail. I'm just gonna go to Sears Roebuck every day and rob Born by the USA. They even had them right by the door. I didn't even have to do much work. I just had to walk into Sears, make believe I was looking for a hammer, and then on the way out, I just take 4 of them, put them in my shirt, and walk out. One day, Joe Rogan, I pick up like 10 of them, because instead of 4, why am I gonna take 4? It's like the guy says in Narcos, you gonna move a kilo? You might as well move 2. You gonna move 2? You might as well move 5. You gonna move 5? You might as well do 10. What's the difference? So instead of taking 4 boxes, I started taking like 10s. Like, I would walk out of there, Joe Rogan, like a CD fucking thing. And one day I walk out and I hear a guy go, hey, you, stop right there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, come back with those CDs. They're chasing me in Boulder. Mm-hmm. In the parking lot of Crossroads Mall, here I am getting chased. One security guard in a car and the other guy on foot. I could beat them both up, by the way. Like, I could beat the fuck up to both of them, but I just can't have no problems. So what am I doing? I'm whipping CDs at him as I'm running. And the guy's like, hey, stop that. And I finally click him. What made me think I was gonna get away? And then I run up, I had him. And I run up to the top of the road as I'm about to hit 28th Street, Boulder police is coming right at me. And I had to stop and give him a fake name and fucking, here I am out on fucking bail. Why am I robbing fucking people? Why?
Were you addicted to it, to the thrill?
I was addicted to snorting coke and getting my dick
So
sucked.
do you think there was a little bit of an addiction to the thrill of stealing too?
Oh, I loved all that shit.
Because you loved all that, doing that shit later on with like lighters and shit.
Oh, I love all that shit. If I'm not in trouble for something, listen, I just smoked 3 joints with you here. Do I look high to you?
No, you look fine.
Don't do nothing no more.
Well, it gets you to a good place.
But the reefer lets me know nothing has changed about me.
Right.
I could be in AA right now and be clean and sober. I don't do enough to warrant being fucking unsober.
Mm-hmm.
This just lets me know I'm okay. It's like a teddy bear. It's like when people suck their thumb. That's all this is for me, reefing now. It doesn't really get me blasted no more. I just told you that. Listen, I'll give you one of these capsules. You won't see daylight till tomorrow, okay?
The THC capsules?
Oh, this thing's right here, the strongest thing in the market.
What's in there?
AEB is fucking hash oil, a little bit of oxygen, and 100 milligrams of THC.
How many are you taking?
I can pop 2 in the afternoon, 200 milligrams, then take another 200 tonight, and I'll be okay. I got this new thing called Quick Z.
Quick Z.
Quick Z.
What is that?
It's a little 2-ounce container. If you want to sleep, you come see me.
Quick Z.
Quick Z.
What's in it?
Melatonin, like triple. Anything that puts you to sleep naturally, they've put it in there. Plus 100 milligrams of either sativa, indica, or hybrid marijuana.
Whoa.
And you drink it, dog. The first time I drank it, I found myself. Usually I fall asleep like you do, like this. Like
Right.
you're reading the computer and you're like this.
Yeah.
That's one way. That's A. B is this one. I'm away from the computer.
Right.
I actually back away, just.
And then slump.
Have you done that one, Joe?
I'm sure I've done that one.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
Last week, no, 2 weeks ago, I got so fucked up because I thought I was gonna go to New York and die from the Corolla. But I actually drank that shit. I ate 2 pills.
Oh my God.
I ate 2 of these first. Nothing happened. Like, I'm like, fuck, nothing's happened. And then I drank the fucking liquid. And something started to happen. It wasn't going fast enough. It was like 10:15. I wanted to go to bed, so I popped 2 more of these.
Oh
my God. They all hit me at once like a Larry Holmes fucking left hook. That night, I woke up on the floor. I fell off the chair, and the heater woke me up. I had a heater in my office. My back was on fire. I woke up. I'm like, why am I on fire? Right. I woke up, dog, in a trance. I went into the kitchen. I opened up the refrigerator, and I pulled out a half a pound of deluxe Boston cheese that she had just bought, and American cheese. And I took a pack of saltine crackers because in my mind, I'm not eating bread. I'm okay. I'm not eating bread. I'm ahead of this motherfucker.
Eating crackers?
Dog, I ate the whole half a pound of deluxe ham.
Wow.
And the whole thing of American cheese, sliced thin with crackers. And I just went to bed. I woke up the next morning. I took off my mask. There was a big chunk of American cheese in the sleep apnea mask.
Didn't you have M&M's in your mask once too?
Oh my God. I was like, what the fuck did I eat last night? I fucking went out. My wife's like, Joey, I have a pound of ham. I just bought that. What were you thinking? I go, what was I thinking? You have no idea what I was going through last night. You fucking. I didn't get into bed till 4 in the morning. I went to bed at 4 in the fucking, like I woke up at 3:30 and was like, what the fuck happened?
Oh my God.
I must have went down at 11:15. I probably was in this position for an hour, and then I just fell off the fucking stool and just lay on the floor. Nobody saw me. That's how drilled I got. I think that was the Wednesday. Yeah, that was the 10th.
I don't like to smoke and go to sleep. I don't like to eat and go to sleep. I just like to go to sleep when I go to sleep. But when I get high, like if I get high before bed, I have to get out of bed. I gotta grab the computer because that's when my best ideas come.
Really?
My best ideas come like the first hour after getting high. Like the rush. There's like a rush that happens, a rush of wild thoughts that happens for like the first 40 minutes to an hour right after you're high. It's like that's when they're just popping into your head. And they're like, come on, man, let's dance. Like you gotta get up. You can't just try to sleep on that. Like when those little moments hit, I start getting ideas. Like, oh, okay, this is the time. You gotta write. Because you know, how many times do you just go through your day and don't have any interesting ideas? And then all of a sudden you get high and they come out of nowhere. It's like the most underappreciated engine for ideas ever is getting high.
It's funny how when I get home at night, I always think of something between the two stages. Something always happens between the main room and the original room, or vice versa. And something always happens how I can do something a little better than what just happened. So when I get home, yeah, I do take a piss, I wash my hands,
That's the best time
I
to
get
write.
my THC tea going.
Mm-hmm.
I got my little 3 milligram homo tea with the CBNs and shit.
They have little breath mints now. They're 5 milligram breath mints.
Fuck you up. Trust me. Oh my God. They're called sleep. The product is by Kikomo. And it's the tea I drink is called Tranquil. And it's every time I got a chamomile and the yerba root.
Oh yeah, yerba mate.
So yerba mate.
The yerba mate is a stimulant.
Well, then it's the cousin, and it makes you go to sleep. Whatever it is, yerba somebody. And then you have 3 milligrams of THC, 10 milligrams of CBN, and like all those other things that put you to sleep. Rosemary. They got everything, no melatonin. But they're fucking pills. It's like a container, not like Tic Tacs.
Like a little tin.
Like a tin.
Of little tiny breath mints.
Oh, Lordy, you better be careful with those babies.
How many did you take?
2 or 3.
That's it?
Yeah, but I also had like 300 milligrams of fucking
I
these
think
in
it's
me.
the other things.
No. I went to Las Vegas. The last road gig I did was Las Vegas, and I went with those. They were. Don't get me wrong. It's not the THC that kills you. It's the CBN. Jimmy, can we find out what CBN is?
I don't know. I've never even heard of that.
There's multiple terpenes and.
Right. It's one of the dirty cousins to CBD.
What is a terpene officially?
One of the things in it. I don't know how to like explain that, but like
Is it a cannabinoid? What's a terpene?
Yeah, I think that's like what better.
It's a great word. When you can use the term confidently, whenever you can say terpene confidently.
Cannabinoid and all that shit.
Terpenes are what you smell. Large, diverse class of organic compounds produced by plants, insects. Strong odor.
Okay.
Plants.
So it's just a component of the plant.
Right, yeah. So CBN is like that.
Here it is.
It says good for the same stuff CBD is.
So CBN study benefits include pain relief, anti-insomnia, promotes growth of bone cells, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, anti-convulsive, and appetite stimulant. Very interesting. So it sounds real similar to just THC or CBD. So it's just another cannabinoid? Is that what it is?
Yeah, there's been some new ones they're finding out too. Like I've gotten THCA, which is not psychoactive, and there's some other new ones. Like the science is getting awesome.
Yeah, that's getting
right now. Like
it's
really
great for you. The CBD is fucking great for you.
Really is.
It's great for you. It really
I
is.
feel the difference.
I don't see any downside. I'm not seeing it. I'm looking for it. Right? I'm trying to find out, is there something this stuff does to you? Like, see, just Google, what are the negative effects of CBD? I've never heard of any. Have you? I haven't looked for them, though.
I've been using CBD cream.
Oh, it's amazing.
Cream.
Yeah.
On my legs.
Yeah.
I went to Vegas and I had it. My skin got dry. I went somewhere and I was like, let me start using this. I'm done.
Side effects include nausea, fatigue, and irritability.
No,
Nah, I doubt it. I think you're just talking to pussies. Yeah, blame it on that CBD, man. It made me have fatigue. I was irritable. because of CBD. If you're irritable,
you know what? You should have a little fatigue at night. If you take like more than 1,000 milligrams of CBD at night when you get home, if you work out, if you legitimately have an injury, like I know it rests the fuck out of me at night. Like I like all that shit. I'd rather take that shit than hit opioids. Like at this point in my life, and all that Xanax, Ambien. The Ambien makes you do crazy shit, and the Xanax makes you get addicted. It makes you say crazy shit too.
Yeah.
It makes you say do dumb shit at night and make crazy shit too. So you know what? With these, every once in a while I go off the deep end. I'll make a racist comment or something later in life, but I can live with that. You know I can live with that.
Ambien doesn't. You don't really sleep though. It just kind of puts you away for a little bit. Or you don't go through a full sleep cycle, right?
Who was telling?
Is that true? You don't go through a full. See what? I want to make sure I'm getting this right. Ambien doesn't allow you to go through a full REM sleep cycle.
Really?
I don't think so. I think it's a different cycle. Because when we had Matthew Walker, the sleep expert, and it was when he was doing a very informative podcast.
The best.
Yeah.
And the one, listen, let me tell you something. Your podcast from Monday, the 9th of March or the 8th of March, that was the best podcast of the year.
Which one?
That's the one about, that one broke down the coronavirus.
Oh, that's this guy.
Monday.
Osterholm.
That was the best. That's the one that put the fear of God into me. That's the one that opened my eyes a little bit more why people were reacting the way they were.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a wake up call. Wake up call. Big wake up call. What do we got?
Hard to find because I would also imagine that any negative effects would be zapped by the pill industry online to Google it. Somebody says like maybe at high dosages it might affect it, but the very first thing I says it says effects of zolpidem, which is Ambien, had no effects on REM sleep.
Really?
So I don't. That's like
interesting. That's not what Matthew Walker was saying.
No, I know that.
He said marijuana too. Marijuana doesn't. You don't
go as deep as you're supposed to. That you think you're supposed to go there, but you don't go as deep as you.
Why don't we Google, does Ambien affect it? Do you get real sleep on Ambien? How about that?
I mean, I have to dig through or what would you like me to look, I guess, because
that's a good question.
The very first things that come up are just like blogs about Ambien and yes, I get sleep. This is the very first thing. I have to go through 12 pages probably of results.
Yeah, we'd have to figure it out. Well, you know what? I need to talk to, I know that Matthew Walker was talking about the negative effects of it, but I need to talk to someone else and get the rap down, or just listen to what he said about it and just get the rap down, because I know there's something to it where it doesn't totally, it's not the same as just sleeping 8 hours without it. You know, the same amount of recovery or something. It just seems like anytime you can take something, it just knocks you out. Like a chemical just put you out. That can't be good. It can't be good for there's a chemical you take that crashes you. That's not good. You've done you're gonna recover once you crash, but you've done something very strange. You've taken something that shuts you off. Just to me, that when I'm up, I'm up. Am I up? Oh, okay, well, I'll get up. And then when I'm tired, I'll lay down. I'm not taking anything. And people are like, well, I need it for work. Okay, I get it. You need it. It just seems to me that if you want to be healthier, taking something that just makes you go to sleep is not, yeah, it's one thing if it's a natural alternative that just relaxes you and but something that knocks you the fuck out, and when you wake up, you're in a gunfight with the cops, because that's what Ambien does. Kevin James woke up I talked about it on one of my specials. He made a fucking turkey. Went to the grocery store. Went out, he made food. And people came home and they're like, what the fuck? He's like, someone broke into the house. he went to the supermarket and bought food and made a meal. And he thought that someone broke into his house and cooked.
You know how scary that is.
Dude, people are in the middle of a drive on the highway. They wake up. They have no idea how they got there. They have no idea. Some people, when they're on Ambien, they just Ambien walk. They do all kinds of wacky shit. I think people have committed murders when they're on Ambien. I think there was a guy, see if that's true.
doctor says that you're not getting the restorative benefits of sleep from it.
Yeah, there you go.
You're not getting true sleep. They switch off the top of your cortex, the top of your brain. He explained in a magazine, and put you in a state of unconsciousness. That's not sleep. That's cryogenics. Brain Walker, the sleeping pill sleep, does not have the same restorative powers. From
There you go.
immune boosting to emotional resilience.
So, of course, the other stuff that you read was shills by the pill industry trying to fill up the Google search. Folks, stay up. When you're tired, go to bed. My advice to you.
That's all you could do.
You know when they didn't need sleeping pills? Back in the fucking pioneer days. You take a wagon across the country and fight off Indians all day. You could just go to sleep, man. You can just sleep. You're tired. Dig dishes all day. You're tired. You're exhausted.
I've always used reefer to sleep early on.
Pull this thing into you.
I've always used reefer to sleep, A, and B, I've always used reefer to slow me down a little bit. I know for a fact it always slowed me down. My mind has always been fucked up like that. So something, they should have treated it with something early on. They didn't catch it. They didn't know it existed. Now I know how to calm myself down.
Self-medicate.
You know, I know how to smoke the reefer. I really dig the meditation the last 2 weeks. I saw where it took me from where I was at to where it took me from. It helped me to the main thing which is accept. Acceptance is the main thing in this whole thing that's going on right now. Once you accept it, you'll lose 30 pounds of weight. You're gonna live 20 more years. Accepting this, that you didn't fuck up and nobody around you fuck up. You didn't fuck up, Joe. This is just didn't fuck up because I shot somebody at the store or I acted bad at the store. This has nothing to do with us.
Right.
You know, this is something from life. We will all bounce back from this. Might be a year, might take 2, might take 6 months. You don't know what's gonna happen. I know that it's gonna change people's lives for the better. People are gonna go, you know what? I didn't want to work in a fucking office anyway.
Yeah.
You know what? This is gonna make people think from outside the box, which is something they needed.
Yeah.
So there's both negative and positive in this whole situation. How it works for you is up to you. How it works for you, it's all gonna be up to you, G.
Well, every time there's a moment of adversity, you could recover from that. If you can recover from that adversity, you have an opportunity to grow. It's always there. What was the quote that Rafael Lovato quoted? That inside every seed of adversity is inside every adversity is a seed of an equivalent benefit. Who was that? Think and Grow Rich? What was that guy's name again? God damn it. This weed in your memory.
Was being 50 fucking.
Yes, Napoleon Hill's book. Very interesting book. Rafael Lovato Jr., he loves that book. That book to him is like, that's like his one of his motivational books. Joey Diaz, let's wrap this up. We're 3 hours in. It's always great to see you. I'm glad I got to see you.
Jamie, great to see you, brother.
You know,
I know Jamie's dying. There's no sports. I've been thinking about it a lot lately.
what are they doing? Are they gonna just put everything aside for a little bit?
We're betting on the weather right now. If they're like NASCAR is doing like a virtual league this weekend that they're starting up with some past drivers and whatnot. Yeah.
Oh my
Right now
god,
everything's
virtual.
on hold.
Oh my god.
You know what I was thinking of doing? Like some old, oh my god, I watched something really good the other night.
What?
Fucking UFC Unleashed came through for Uncle Joey. They showed all 3 Chuck Randy fights. Right back to another. Very interesting.
Wow.
You know, Chuck going in there, not training, taking it light, getting fucking lit.
Yeah, Randy took him down.
Mounted him and shit.
Stopped him.
And then him coming back, catching him with that shit right. And then him coming back again, that's been great. I wish you could narrate him. Like the other day, I was like, why can't he fucking, I should call him. We should talk to him. You know, you and Eddie get together and do that. Because that's great. Right now, get like old fights and put them up.
It's not a bad idea.
No, my God, this is the time to do it.
We should have a fight companion for old Pride fights. Like get some of the Pride
because I have no
Grand Prix
knowledge
cards.
on them.
That's what we should do.
Like I love to go get schooled on Overeem,
Yes.
beginning, the Japanese guy.
Which one?
The one that you...
Sakuraba?
Sakuraba.
Yeah.
And the Noguera brothers over there. Like, that's the education I need next.
Yeah, that's a great
So
idea.
please,
A fight companion with like some of those great old Pride cards.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll pick out a card, Pride Dynamite or some shit. There's so many more.
Like put together a card of just like top 10 fights.
Oh yeah, we could totally do that. But the best way I think would be if we put it together where they could sync it up like the Dark Side of the Moon and then watch the whole card with us. So we're gonna press play right now. It's starting. Here's the first round in 3, 2, like that. Just like we do with a regular fight. So they could be synced up so they're watching it with us.
Yeah, UFC came through last week.
It's a great idea.
Diaz, they had McGregor, they had everybody on both fights. They ended up with Khabib, Diaz.
Didn't ESPN have something like 11 hours of fights?
Yes. They ended up with Khabib.
Here's the thing about
Conor McGregor.
UFC fights. For some strange reason, and I'm not sure why, they're as entertaining to watch the second time as anything I've ever seen ever.
I still have Diaz McGregor on my pay-per-view and Khabib McGregor.
Dude, I've watched Jean Weili and Yoni and Jacek. I watched that 5 times.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. I watched it on my TV at home.
I've watched. That's like watching Uncut Gems.
It's so good.
And even better. That was so good. That was so nerve-wracking.
That fight was so crazy. I watched that fight a gang of times. I watched the Stylebender Yoel Romero fight at least 2 times. I watched John Jones, Thiago Alves. I watched that. Thiago.
Paulo, whatever.
Paul. No. Thiago Santos. Jesus Christ. Thiago Alves is a welterweight. Weed. I blame the weed. But I watched that a bunch of times. I watched the Dominic Reyes fight a bunch of times. I watched that fight at least 4 or 5 times. Watched that fight with a fine-tooth comb. And I don't know, I still can't call it. That if anybody says that this guy won or that guy won that fight, that's open to interpretation. That 3rd round is open to interpretation. No question, Dominic Reyes won the first 2. No question, John Jones won the last 2. It's that 3rd round. In the 3rd round, I was like, oof, can we make it even? That seemed like, it's hard to say. That's a hard to say round. I kind of lean towards maybe Dominic Reyes did enough to win that round, because I think he landed more volume in that round. But John controlled the center of the octagon. John was starting to put pressure on him. John was starting to catch him. And especially towards the end of the round, which I always, for whatever reason, score higher. The end of the round to me is like, this is when shit's starting to change. And then one person might have got a relief from the bell, or the other person was gaining an advantage. That's what it seemed like at the end of round 3. It seemed like John was starting to gain an advantage.
I haven't watched it yet. Now that you brought it up, I watched it.
It's good. It's a good fight, man. Dominic Reyes is a bad motherfucker. He put on a show. You think about what he did and how calm he stayed in front of the GOAT. The guy was beating everybody. John Jones is beating everybody. And Dominic Reyes put it to him. Got it so close that there's a real argument that he might have done enough to win the decision. I don't necessarily agree with that argument. I almost kind of agree with a draw. If people saw it a draw, I could almost see that 3rd round being a draw. But I like John winning because John was stronger in the 4th and 5th rounds. I think it means more. I think it should mean more. I know it doesn't, but it should. It's like the fight was going his way. He was starting to take over. That's what you want to see. And you want to see the guy who's trying to chase the other guy down and beat on him at the end of the fight. Who's doing that at the end of the fight? Well, the end of the fight was John Jones. But still, impressive. But you got to think, the Thiago Santos fight, Jesus Christ. Thiago Silva was another bad motherfucker from Brazil. But the Thiago Santos fight was a split decision. People forget that. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with it. It was a split decision. I thought John won. But it was close enough that one judge disagreed. One judge, incompetent judge, gave it to Thiago Santos. And, Thiago Santos put on a hell of a show. It was an amazing fight. But, John's still the greatest of all time. If you look at all the guys that he's beaten, Anthony Smith, OSP, The Ultimate Cheater, Rashad Evans, just go down the line, Rampage Jackson, just go down the line, Vitor Belfort, just go down the line, everybody. John beats everybody. Daniel Cormier twice, stopped him the 2nd time. John beats everybody. John beats everybody. So for Dominic Reyes to put on a show like that, see, this is why this coronavirus is so fucked up for MMA. A, that people can catch it and get sick, and their loved ones can catch it and get sick, of course. But B, goddamn, there's some good fights that need to be made. And how are they going to make them? What are they going to do? Tyson Fury, they're pushing Tyson Fury and Wilder 3. They're pushing it back. They have to. They don't know what to do. I think they're going to try to push it back to July or something, right? The fall? That's right, it was in July. Yeah, that's right. Who's going to Vegas in July? Yeah. There's a fight in Vegas in July. I'm supposed to be at the Park Theater.
Where?
In July in Vegas.
You are?
The day before the fight. Yeah. The one that's next to the MGM. I'm at that place. That place where they do the weigh-ins. Who knows if I'll be able to even weigh in. I don't know. I mean, Max Holloway said it best.
It is
what it is.
What it is. Let's get the fuck
He's
out
right.
of here.
It is what it is. Hey, we love you people.
I love you guys.
We do. Thank you for tuning in. I feel like one of the cool things about being able to do podcasts this week with Bird and Tom and you, it's like our community's still together. We're still together. We're still having fun together, and we want you guys to be connected to that. That helps. I mean, even if it's just an e-community, or it's just a virtual community, it's still all of us that kind of vibe on these conversations and have a good time together. We're all in it together, including people listening. This is a weird thing that we're doing, and we're not going to stop it because of this virus. If we have to do it from our house and it gets so crazy to keep me in the house, we're going to do it. We'll hook it up with some sort of cameras. We'll make it happen. We're going to make it happen. All right.
We're here for you. We got you, cocksuckers.
We got you.
Stay black.
We love you. Bye. Yeah, well, I mean, you gotta think, if that's your gig is to be gigantic and fast and powerful, and you've been working on that since grade school.
Yeah. Look at them all fucking around. They're jumping on him like he is an animal. Like he's a trained lion. God damn, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's so strong.
Giant.
Yeah, there's like that mountain guy, that Game of Thrones guy. Like,
yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking about. It's like guys like that who are. So if you're like, oh, but like,
I seen him spar with Connor.
No.
Connor fucked him up.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he fucked him up.
Like really fucked him up.
He just kept hitting him, and he kept moving away from him, and he couldn't hit Connor. He was trying to hit Connor, he couldn't hit him, and Connor kept, he was kicking him in the stomach, punching him in the stomach, and eventually he just got exhausted, and he gave up.
Yeah, see that part. I mean, but that's like kind of like with rules, right? We're gonna do.
He couldn't grab Connor. He tried to grab him.
Yeah.
Connor, there's a gym, so there's plenty of room for Connor to move around. And look at it. But look at the size difference between the two of them. See, he started talking shit, and Connor was like, "Oh, really? Okay, come on, buddy. Let's spar. He doesn't know what to do. Right. See, the thing is, Connor is much smaller than him, but he doesn't know what to do. See, like he just hit Connor in the stomach there, and he just doesn't know what to do. Yeah. Look at that jumping front kick to the body, and then pushed him away. See, he's trying to grab him, but he doesn't know what to do, and Connor just keeps moving. And Connor's in great shape, and that big fuck has never done cardio in his life. Right. All that guy does is do squats and deadlifts and just gets huge. Yeah. So his heart is probably right now pounding out of his chest.
That fucker played basketball before.
Wow. Oh, he was really skinny.
Yeah, he was really
crazy. Look, see now Connor's starting to punch him. He's starting to punch him in the stomach, and the dude's trying to grab him, and he tries to hit. See, now he's taking a break, and you see his stomach heaving. Yeah. He doesn't know what to do. Yeah. He doesn't know how to get out of this, because they're fucking around. He doesn't know how to get out of this. He tries to grab him. Connor's like, no, I'm just going to move. You go ahead.
And he's gassing him out.
Yeah, exactly. And then he's nodding. He's like, come on, big boy. Come on. But his trainer has got to be going crazy. Like, what in the fuck are you doing?
Of course.
You're one of the top fighters on the planet Earth, and you're here fucking around with a 300-pound giant. What if this guy gets a hold of one of your legs and decides to rip it apart?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
See, they punched him in the stomach. I guess they're not punching each other in the face, because they're going bare knuckle.
That dude's head doesn't even fit the body anymore.
He's getting tired though. See, because all the flinching. See, Connor's making him flinch. He's making him move. He's fainting. And And when you faint like that, see, he doesn't know what to do. He's giving up. He's like, I give up. I give up. I give up. And Car's not letting him give up. Look at him. He's not letting him give up. It's like, come on, fucker.
Now he's gonna get into some jiu-jitsu here.
No, he's look, he knees him in the body.
Jesus Christ.
He's punched him. He's mean. Yeah. He's not letting him rest.
Yeah.
Now he lets him rest. Look how small.
God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that guy was done though. The thing about being that big, you can't go long. It's like a muscle car, right? If you got a muscle car with a 5-gallon engine or a 5-gallon gas tank and a big ass engine, you don't have much.
You go hard for a second. Yeah.
You're not gonna last. It's like, and then.
That's actually fascinating to watch.
Weird, right?
Yeah.
Well,
so big.
You ever seen a Wolverine chase off wolves? Wolverines are little. It's like a 35-pound animal. Everything gets the fuck away from it. Like, Jesus. Because they're so ferocious. They're so crazy. And they feel like no pain.
Yeah.
Like, things can bite them, like, and they'll chase wolves, they'll chase bears.
What's the news with Conor, by the way? Is he throwing out that he wants to fight someone?
He wants to fight Khabib. But they're trying to set up, look, if this in the future, this is March 24th on Tuesday, and everyone's on fucking full lockdown here. They're talking about doing a UFC. They don't know where it's going to be for Khabib versus Tony Ferguson. They're talking about doing that somewhere in another country. You know, I told Dan, you should do it on a battleship. Just do it on a battleship in international waters. Fly everybody in on helicopters.
It's a fucking cool idea. And there's no organization like the UFC that can pull that off. You know what I mean? You can't do that with like any other sport.
No, because you don't need very many people. You just need the fighters.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know if they're gonna have an undercard.
And the more like the crazier the setting for a fight, the more exciting it could be. Like, and there'll be lions roaming, and there'll be
I would imagine one of those sheiks that has $1 trillion. They say, do it in my palace.
100%.
They do it in the palace. You set up an octagon in a giant ballroom.
Dude, if you guys called sheiks and like you want like they would start fighting.
This is no problem.
Yeah.
This is no problem at all.
Come on.
Yeah, they'll fucking sanitize the shit out of a couple jets, fly everybody in, sanitize the runway, just crates of Lysol.
Absolutely.
Crop duster planes spraying Lysol over everything.
They would do it right, actually.
I'm sure they have so much money.
Yeah.
I mean, they could do it right. They could test everyone. Well, what do you do if someone has they're asymptomatic and they want to fight anyway?
But they test positive?
Yeah.
No, they're not. You gotta go.
Khabib?
You gotta go.
What if it's Tony? They test positive, they're asymptomatic.
Too much of it.
Resting heart rate's low, everything's fine.
Too much of it.
Good to go.
You're shedding it, man. You're shedding it as you walk around.
After he's over, we just cover him in a big plastic suit.
I guess if the other fighter was like, I'm cool with it.
That's Khabib would probably be cool with it too.
Yeah, sure.
Do you have medicine?
Yeah.
Send location, bring medicine.
Did you see that couple, what they did? Do you see that today? So Trump was talking about potential medicine.
Yes.
And then one of them.
More and more teams are working remotely. Bluescape gives remote leadership a view of all the critical data and content together through one secure hybrid cloud environment. Bluescape, together from anywhere.
I don't want to say the name wrong, so whatever, I forget what it is.
I'll tell you exactly what it is.
What is it?
It's medication they use on a koi pond to kill bacteria.
That's the one that they took.
Yes.
But it's the same name.
I think it's called chloroquine.
The same name of it. But the one for the koi pond has like a hyphen and another name.
Yeah.
The same name without the hyphen is actually a medication.
It's a medication for malaria.
For malaria, correct.
That apparently holds promise.
But they took koi pond. They took fish tank medicine.
They took poison.
Yeah.
They took poison. That's what they took.
And then they were like, he told us to take it.
Yeah, but he didn't. You saw it for us.
Of course not. And then they're like, we saw it in our cabinet. You think you have fucking malaria meds in the back of your pantry?
Yeah. We had it in the shed.
Yeah. We
used it to kill everything in the koi pond, and we figured, hell.
Jed took it, he's dead.
Well, the woman, they were talking to her, and they said, now, it was funny because the reporter was baiting her. The reporter was like, now, you saw President Trump say that you should take it? Yeah, they were showing it a lot. That's what she said. They were showing it a lot. No, it's a different name.
It's a different name.
You fucks.
Yeah.
It's the same beginning.
And you just like as I feel comfortable saying this public PSA. You probably don't have the cure at home right now.
I feel comfortable.
Yeah.
I feel comfortable with you saying that.
Yeah.
Unless you just got back from somewhere where you had to take something for malaria.
Yeah, maybe, man.
Maybe you have it. Yeah. It's a different medication.
Yeah.
But people are blaming Trump for that.
Yeah.
There's just like this game of trying to get clicks and blaming people for Trump did not tell people to drink koi pond killer.
No, it definitely didn't do that. He's been hilarious in this.
Well, did you see that one lady? I was talking about this earlier. There's this one lady who is she's an opportunity to talk to Trump in a press conference.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, did you hear that one of the members of your cabinet referred to it as the Kung Flu? You know?
I saw that, yeah.
And he's like, the what? Say that again? And she goes, Kung Flu. Mm-hmm. So he makes her say it. And then he goes, who? Who said it? And well, I heard someone of you heard.
Yeah. No.
This is the one question you have
to
ask the President of the United States during one of the biggest health crises the world has ever known.
Yeah.
And you, a mildly racist term is what you want to check in on.
Yeah.
Are you putting a stop to that?
They want to
call people out.
Yeah. He did a thing. It must have caught up though, because yesterday he read a statement that like I love our Asian Americans and.
Well, it's because he kept referring to it as the Chinese.
Oh, I know.
The Chinese virus. He scratched out on his report.
I saw it.
Yeah, he wrote Chinese. Or it said coronavirus. Chinese. But people have to understand this also because he's in fierce negotiations with China over these trade sanctions. There's a lot going on.
And he's a combative dude.
Yeah.
He'll take, any chance to.
So the same lady did it with Kellyanne Conway.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. Same question.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm not going to get into speculation here
about like who said it.
You don't know who said it. You just heard someone say it, and then this lady didn't know. Kellyanne Conway's husband's half Asian,
right? So
her kids are quarter Asian. She's like, I'm sure, you're not saying that I'm racist or my children are Asian.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Isn't that marriage kind of interesting?
Oh yeah, it's hilarious.
I mean, he's the most outspoken critic.
He hates Trump.
Beyond hates. Beyond hates. And she's his most ardent defender.
It's crazy.
How do you guys go to bed at night?
Some people can be like liberals and Republicans and live together fine. Some people can be like hunters and vegans and live together fine.
They're both so vocal about their positions. I don't understand how. Anyway, what do you want to eat? Like, it's fucking crazy. By the way, how great would it have been if Trump or Kellyanne Conway had been asked about the Kung Flu and they're like, are you gonna say this? You're gonna say it's not a funny term?
Yeah,
like,
it would be great.
It would be kind of great.
I mean, look, if it was an Italian virus,
yeah,
and then they call it the pasta virus,
yeah.
I mean, would people really get mad?
No, probably not.
What would they call it? The meatball virus? What would be the thing?
Yeah.
The pizza virus? I don't know.
Yeah, rigatoni virus. Pappardelle virus.
It's just, I don't know, man. I read a terrible thing that one lady said that some lady, she's Asian, and she was at a store, and some lady yelled, she had a mask on, she yelled, fuck you at her in her face, and then she took off her mask and coughed at her.
The Asian lady?
Yeah, coughed at her and yelled, fuck you at her.
See, that's when all the racial jokes stop being funny.
Yeah, they all just went out the window right there.
Yeah.
Because there are legit morons out there that blame an Asian American, a person of Asian descent living in America that has zero to do with any of this, and she'll be like, fuck you, because there's people just looking for an excuse to blame whatever on someone else, and if it's an Asian person or a Latino person or whatever the fuck it is.
Or all the fucking posts, you remember post 9/11, all these poor Sikh people that were being targeted? And they're like, you fucking Muslim? And they're like, I'm not Muslim. It's bad enough that you're doing that, but I'm not even the target of who you're trying to reach here.
Think turbans. Everyone with a turban is Muslim. Fucking idiots.
Because we forget that, like, the world's full of idiots, too. Those are the people you really got to worry about.
It's, I don't want people to die from this disease.
Of course.
But I would like us to lose a significant portion of our moron population.
It'd be cool if it if it like preyed on low IQ individuals. All these dummies keep dying.
Not just low IQ, because there's some low IQ people that are really nice. But it would be great if it was low IQ people who are mean. Like if there was a disease that only killed racists.
Just like open mouth breathing people.
Something about racism it just kills people with racism. Like there's a gene and it targets that gene, and people who are racist, they just drop like flies.
There are a lot of older people dying, so it might be working. It's definitely killed a few racists in this last few weeks.
Imagine if that's like something that people focus on. Here's one silver lining.
All these old grand wizards are gone.
We went into the Facebook pages of all the people who died, and 64% were racist.
That'd be awesome. That would be a nice silver lining.
Yeah, but what about the other,
No, I know.
36?
Yeah.
It's just nice old grannies.
It's terrible, man.
They love their neighbors.
It's terrible. Yeah.
But this is one of those things where you can't even crack a joke, because then people are, oh yeah, what about this person and that person?
You just can't listen to them.
Yeah. So I talked to Michael Yo. Actually, I didn't even talk to him because he's not talking, because he can't talk. He's just texting. He's still fucked up. 5 days ago, thought he was dying.
Went to the hospital?
No, I mean, he's been in the hospital for over a week. But 5 days ago, he thought he was dying. This is what happened. He went to New York. He did my podcast. Right after he did my podcast, that weekend, he had shows at Gotham. So he flew to New York City, did his shows in New York City, was feeling kind of sick, and then got it. It got pneumonia and a coronavirus at the same time.
In New York or in LA?
When he got home. So he was feeling kind of shitty, and then it hit him. So he probably had a weakened immune system, right? Then he's not a boozer, so I don't think he was boozing.
But he doesn't have any, like, that you know of underlying health issues.
No, nothing.
He seems like a healthy guy.
Yeah, in shape.
Yeah.
Works out a lot. I said he was killing workouts. He said nothing was wrong with him. He said he just started feeling like he had a cold, and then flew home, and then boom.
That is so
double
sad.
whammy.
But he's recovering.
He's recovering, yeah. He's out of he's not gonna die, but he's not out of the woods yet. And some of these people that have gotten through this disease have some sort of permanent lung impairment. You know, one that scared me, I was reading about this guy, see if we can find this guy, 2012 gold medalist in swimming, 31-year-old guy got it. And he said he's the absolute worst virus he's ever experienced in his life. He said it was devastating. So it's like some people have it like Idris Elba, and there's nothing.
Yeah.
Asymptomatic.
Yeah.
Seem to be fine.
Well, they are. I mean, I just spoke to an infectious disease doctor on the way over here, and they're saying that that's one of the big things about the asymptomatic people. It's like they're essentially what can keep this thing going for a while, because you're shedding for 15 days, and if you're not holed up, if you're walking around, you're just brushing by people, and you're at the park, and you're in the store, and you're shedding, you're spreading it, you're asymptomatic, and then you go home, but you just gave it to these 3 or 4 people, then they go home.
It's just so weird that some people don't experience anything, and for other people, like this guy who's a 31-year-old Olympic swimmer, Cameron Vanderberg, 2012 Olympic swimming champion, details battle with coronavirus. I think he's from Africa. Is that where he's from? Retired South African Olympic swimmer, details the struggle with coronavirus. I mean, this guy is super healthy, really, really fit. He says he doesn't smoke, lives a healthy lifestyle, and he's young. He's in the least risk demographic. Incredible.
So you can't really predict how this will go.
He said, although the most severe symptoms, extreme fever, have eased, I'm still struggling with serious fatigue and a residual cough that I can't shake. Any physical activity like walking leaves me exhausted for hours. This is crazy. He's 31 and he's a stud. Yeah. I mean, you look at that guy. Yeah, Olympic swimmer, right? And you talk about cardiovascular shape. There's some of the most powerful cardiovascular fit people on earth. And incredible. He said he's been struggling with it for 14 days.
Jesus Christ.
Amazing.
One of the worst virus I've ever had.
Yeah. It says any physical activity like walking leaves me exhausted for hours. The loss loss in body conditioning has been immense and can only feel for athletes that contract COVID-19 as they will suffer a great loss of current conditioning through the last training cycle. It's funny how he's thinking about it. Infection closer to competition being the worst. Yeah, isn't it funny how he's thinking about it in terms of conditioning cycles? Like that's how Olympians think.
Yeah. Did you see how, I mean, they just agreed to postpone, but even like 2 days ago, Tokyo was like, we're not, don't even think about it.
Yeah.
What?
What are you talking about? Fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Because they're crooks.
Yeah.
Look, that whole thing is a crooked organization.
Yeah.
They should pay those athletes. They're making billions of dollars. The athletes make
tens of billions.
Yeah. The athletes make nothing.
Yeah, they're like, if you get a sponsorship in a sport that's popular, then you're all right.
If you are the top, like, if you get to win a gold medal and everybody pays attention and then you become like Michael Phelps, where everybody knows your name, you can make a living.
Yeah.
Everybody else is fucked.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, those cunts are raking in billions and billions of dollars.
Ridiculous.
It is the grossest thing in all sorts. The only thing that's close is college basketball. College basketball, college football, where those guys, again, make billions of dollars for those organizations and make no money for themselves.
And then you have these people who are like, yeah, these guys get a free education.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck out of my face.
Get the fuck out of here. Especially football. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you get a free education when you get your brain scrambled every day.
Your brain scrambled, and this, like, the football programs at a major university are so goddamn valuable, not just even monetarily. It becomes the image of the school.
Yes.
They even get, a high-profile school gets more applicants, and you get more people enrolled just because of that program.
It's crazy. And it's a dirty thing. It's a dirty thing that just, like, keeps going. So it should have been, they should have fixed that a long time ago. Those guys should have been able to, they should be getting paid. I mean, and people are like, whoa, how come other college students don't get paid?
Because you don't have those fucking skills, dude. Those are bad motherfuckers.
Yeah.
That's just what they got.
Yeah. If you're winning NCAA basketball championships for your school, you should be making a shitload of money because your goddamn school is making a shitload of money from you.
And then if you're like a bad motherfucker on one of those teams, they sell your jersey, dude.
Oh, yeah. You don't make anything from that.
No.
They sell your jersey.
And they're like, didn't you get that algebra class for free? Like, oh, yeah, thanks, man. And we gave you a tracksuit and some shoes.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you even get, I think if you get like, I mean, you can't get anything. They can't even hook you up with an apartment.
Dude, it's super fucked. Big, like NCAA's, again, like a super corrupt organization.
You've seen that Icarus movie, Icarus documentary? Well, it shows how the IOC...
Is that the Russia?
Yeah.
I think I saw.
It shows how dirty, like, even testing is in the Olympics. And it shows how the Russian team in Sochi was just completely, not just cheating, but every one of their athletes, they took their piss and swapped it out for clean piss. All of them, they had a hole in the wall, they transfer piss back and forth to them.
That was a Russian team.
Yeah, the Russian team.
It is like culturally built in to deceive there. Seriously.
It's about winning.
It is about winning, but it's also like, lies on every level.
Well, did you hear me talking about Yoel Romero? Did you ever hear?
After the fight?
No, the recent one.
No.
Dana White gave me this information. They brought in Yoel Romero because he had a fractured orbital after one of his fights.
Oh, okay.
And they bring him in, and then he gets examined by this doctor, and the doctor calls up the UFC afterwards and said, "Where did you get this guy?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" And they're like, "What's going on?" He goes, "I've never seen anyone like him." They're like, "Oh yeah, he's an amazing athlete." He goes, No. I've never seen a human being like this. Like, this is the most unusual human being I've ever seen in my 40 years of practicing medicine. He said his tendons in his eye are 4 times larger than a normal person's. He goes, his physical structure is different than any human being I've ever seen in my life. Whoa. Cuba.
Yeah.
Who knows what kind of fucking wacky experiments they were doing.
Some Russian pills when he was a kid, that's for sure.
Yeah, imagine.
Yeah.
Right? Imagine. I mean, he was a top of the food chain wrestler. He medaled in literally every single international wrestling meet he ever competed in. Yoel Romero is a super stud.
Yeah.
Just super stud.
That was a weird fight, though, right? The last one with Izzy?
Yes. Yes. It wasn't a good fight.
Isn't that crazy? We were in an arena like a week before it hit the fan.
I know. We were hanging out in Vegas. But it was a little sketchy then, remember?
We were a little sketchy.
We were like, everything going to be okay?
Yeah.
We were a little weirded out.
And then we went to like...
Went to dinner.
Went to my show.
Yeah, we hung out and had a show.
And then...
that was probably the last big show we'll see in a long-ass time.
I keep thinking about how... I was talking about today, I did all these morning phoners today for the special.
It's Ball
Hog's out on Netflix.
Right now.
My favorite, by the way, is they had you call into so many radio stations, and this guy's like... He goes, oh, I'm a big Instant Family fan. When are you going to do another one? And I go, what do you mean? He's like, I like that show. I go, it's a movie. It's a movie called Instant Family. He goes, oh yeah, when's the next one? I was like, the sequel to an adoption film? What? Like, you just tell they're just, idiots reading shit off to you. But I was talking to somebody in the press thing today, and I go, most of us comics, since we've been active working comedians, at most 2 weeks we've gone without doing stand-up. And then that return, when you first get on stage after like a vacation, you're like, I just feel fucking weird.
Yeah.
You have like weird butterflies, your rhythm's off, your pacing's a little off, you forget a word or something because you're just not fresh. We might be 2-3 months. It's never
easy,
without ever doing it.
Yeah, March, all of March, right? What was your show? Your show was the beginning of March, right?
March 7th, yeah.
March 7th and 8th, you do the Mirage. So all of March, all of April, we easily could be deep into July or August before.
I did a set March 11th. Was my last set. And then March 12th, I canceled. I had a show. You canceled it too.
Yeah.
So I was doing a Spanish show at the Belly Room, and then I canceled
the main room. Yeah, I canceled that.
And that was it. And everything got moved.
Yeah, the store said they were going to cancel gatherings of less. The state mandate was anything with 200 people or more, and the main room I think holds 400 people. So they decided to keep the belly room open, which is the OR, which is 150, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
And then they asked me if I want to do a spot there. I'm like, I don't think I do. I think I'm good. I'm like, I don't know what to do here. And then I had the improv a couple days later, and then I texted the improv. I'm like, I think we should shut this down.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem right.
The way that it
I don't know what it is.
rolled out was funny because so I had that weekend at the Ice House. So I go, we'll move that. I go, we can't do it. So we moved it. The following week, which would have been the weekend that just ended, was supposed to be in Dayton. And even on Monday, they were like, do you want to do it?
On Monday?
Or maybe it was Friday. They're like, you can still do Dayton.
They were giving Swartzen had some shows in Utah. They were giving him a hard time. They were like, hey, we're going to lose our shirt if you cancel. He's like, I'm not a fucking what?
Yeah, no.
This is guys.
Yeah.
Hey.
And then I go, we got to move the date. So then we move that. And then, every day we keep pushing things month by month.
Chappelle's doing shows like real late.
Really?
Yeah, real late. He was doing shows like the weekend after yours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Big ones too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking big ass theaters.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I'm supposed to be in Vancouver on the 20th. That's never gonna happen.
No.
Then Chappelle and I were doing a show in Nashville and a show in New Orleans. Those are not gonna happen. That's the end of April. I don't
get moved.
Apparently, I hope people get the opportunity to get a refund because there's a lot of people right now that probably bought tickets and they're like, fuck, I need that money right now just for food and shit.
You're totally right.
How many people are just have zero check? It's probably like 50% of the population.
Enormous. Right? It's enormously devastating to the economy.
Yeah. We had some people working on our house. I had to fix something in the garage. And I was like, are people working? Or are they allowed to work? And everyone's just doing social distancing and
I had some work done and they were like excited to do it.
Yeah, people are happy to work. Yeah. I've been getting text messages and emails from people that are like, they had like viable businesses and they counted on the money being in there every week, and there's no plan on the table for anything that involves no one being able to work.
Of course.
Yeah.
Why would anybody be prepared for this?
No one.
Of course.
And no one knows how long it could last. And I was reading something about California where they're talking about like shows and concerts. It might be 6 months.
Yeah, I believe it. I mean, it is.
So April, May, June, July, August, September. We wouldn't do shows until September.
So weird.
But I mean,
what will it be like? Also
weird.
So weird.
But it'd be weird for everybody.
That's true. That's true.
It'd be weird for the audience. It'd be weird for everybody.
I keep thinking too. You know, we know all these people in clubs, and like they're immediately have no job. The servers
as well.
The chefs.
Yeah, the servers. We got to do something for them at the store for sure, because they don't have any money. I mean, it's not like they're comics who've saved up money and have
they count on that
$1,000 in the bank.
Doing those shifts every week, and you get tipped out. You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking weird, man. And it's gonna be weird when everything rolls back up. A lot of restaurants are gonna go under.
A lot of businesses.
Yeah.
I think I heard something about the Marriott CEO giving up all his salary and everything just to give it to some of the.
Well, that's nice.
I think maybe I'm plugging the wrong guy, but one of the CEOs was just push it on down.
Yeah, I have a buddy of mine who runs a production company, and he had to lay off 30 people yesterday, and he was just like, there's no money coming in. No one's paying him. Everything's shut down, and these workers were like, why don't you just pay us while we're not working? He was like, because I'm making you money.
Right.
It's like, what do you want me to do? Like, I don't know what you want me to do. And it was this weird conversation because he was like, what am I supposed to do? And I'm like, I hope I never experience that.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're supposed to do.
No,
because I don't know how much. He's not rich.
Yeah, it's a real dilemma, man.
Yeah, because if he's running a production company, right?
Yeah.
So he has a huge overhead. He has cameramen, trucks, and post-production facilities, and all this different stuff, and it's all dependent on money coming in. And then when the money doesn't come in, then the payroll keeps coming out. Like, you'll go dry real quick.
Yeah, I mean, even if you have some money, there's a limit to how long you could do that for. You know?
Yeah, seasonal. But people that work for you, I guess, just assumed you make more money, you got enough money to pay me. Keep paying me.
Yeah, crazy.
And he's like, I'm not rich. He's like, I barely, he was like, I make enough money every year to live a good life, but not to pay 30 people where there's no money. Can you imagine you're paying 30 people, let's just say they get $100,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
That's so much money.
Yeah,
that's so much money.
Yeah, that would be $3 million.
Yeah,
right.
Like that, gone.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have to be able to we have a staff, where we make podcasts.
Yeah.
And we're continuing to do podcasts so we can keep paying the staff.
Yeah, that's weird, right? We can keep doing this.
Yeah.
And then you got to think also, like, if someone's doing that and you have, 30 people that you're laying off, those people have to get unemployment. How much unemployment is there?
It's a record number, by 4 times the amount that's ever been filed. And it all filed within the same 72 hours.
How much money do they have to pay those people?
I'm sure it's not enough. I'm sure they don't have enough to pay.
I think the numbers come out Thursday.
The new ones?
The first numbers of this is how many people don't have a job now.
The number's going to be crazy.
It's going to be nuts.
It's going to be crazy.
And what is this quarter going to look like on the books? This one and the next one, actually.
This is, you got to assume, let's be conservative and say 40% of the country's out of work. That's conservative, right?
That's a good question. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I would
imagine it's got to be something like that.
40 million people that were working probably at least are not working right now. That were working.
And this is worldwide.
Oh, that number's way fucking higher.
Yeah, just in this country, but worldwide. It's like half the
Some
population.
places are really, we are not at a real lockdown. Some places have really locked down.
Yeah, we were talking about that before the podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see the Italian mayors screaming at everybody? Stay the fuck home.
No.
Yeah, there's a video compilation. Yeah. I'll send it to Jamie. It's actually pretty funny. There's a video compilation of all these Italian mayors fucking screaming at people to stay the fuck home.
My cousin in Peru said you can't walk your dog in Lima right now.
So where's your dog shit?
I guess in the house or something.
Congratulations. If Marshall had shit in the house, we'd have a real issue. First of all, he'd be so confused. He's like, you sure?
You want me to start doing this?
I'd be like, dude, trust me, just shit right there.
Is it?
Oh, you got it? beautiful language.
Yeah, it's the best.
It's a beautiful language.
The best.
I mean, it's interesting how like American language, like the sound that we make with the way we speak English in America. Look at this guy. He says, "No, stop riding me legs. It's useless. Stay at home. You'll be just fine. All these hairdressers coming to your homes. What the hell are they for? Who the hell is going to see you? Someone come to your house. They came to my house. And I spit to other people's houses. You have coronavirus in your hair instead of hairspray. The rigatoni virus is killing us, everybody." Rigatoni virus, so racist. Look at that guy. How did he get the job? Get out of here. Where's your neck?
Where are your hand gestures, sure? What kind of mayor?
Who are you? What kind of Italian are you?
Not feeling this guy.
Get out of here, pencil neck.
Ciao, ragazzi.
Shut him off, Jamie. Funny. Yeah, it's well, Italy is losing hundreds and hundreds of people a day. Like yesterday, it was like 500. They said yesterday was the first day where the number dipped.
Yeah,
but I mean it's down.
Before
500.
Day before was 800. Day before was 700. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been nuts. Yeah. But they do have the second oldest population of a major country in the world,
and a giant population of smokers.
Yeah,
they all smoke over there, and they smoke all day long.
Every greeting is kiss, kiss. You know,
and they're all drunk.
Yeah, affectionate.
They're all beating each other,
smoking, fingering each other. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I go to Italy every summer.
Yeah, not this summer.
Not this summer.
No,
maybe it'd be a good discount.
A fucking great discount. That country, by the way, like, I mean, a huge part of that GDP is tourism.
Yeah.
You know, like, I mean, I want to say like over 15%. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be slammed for this.
I know, it's weird. It's like you wonder what does a country do to sort of mitigate the issues that are being caused by that.
The only thing I keep thinking about how, like, when you think about how badly so many places are doing, is just that everybody else is doing poorly. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's not one place. This is a worldwide pandemic. So
yeah.
I mean, that's the only thing you can think of.
Yeah, that's the only thing you think of. It's a strange time for us. I'm hoping that on the other end, we come out of this with a little perspective. You know, the people that survive come out of this with a little perspective. Like, hey, we got it good. We got it real fucking good.
I think that perspective will last about 7 days.
Well, with 9/11, it lasted a few months.
Yeah. People will be like...
In New York, it lasted a few months.
Yeah, that's true. I think it was more special in New York. It'll affect Italians for a long time. You know, places that are devastated by it. Yeah. I think so. But I mean, yeah, people, you know, humans are going to react to the current condition usually.
Yeah, that's the problem with us. Yeah. We get real comfortable.
I saw that somebody tweeted or something that this whole thing is the Earth's vaccine and we're the virus. And I was like, ugh.
Who said that? Someone trying to be profound.
Someone trying to be profound, but then you start looking there, like, you know, pollution's down, the water's cleaner, you know, the fish are swimming in the canals of Venice again.
Good point.
Jesus Christ.
You got a good point.
Yeah, they have a point.
Well, look at Los Angeles air quality. Better than it's been ever.
For sure.
It's amazing. No one's driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also no one's eating.
No, yeah. Oh, there's that part.
Yeah. Well, the way we live is ridiculous. And our ridiculous is not even as bad as New York's ridiculous. New York's ridiculous is the most ridiculous because they're literally stacked on top of each other.
Yeah.
There's no getting away from anybody. They have the most ridiculous way of life, and they love that life. You know, they love the fact that they can go to 100 different restaurants at midnight.
Yeah.
You know?
Sure, and it's great to be, I mean, I love being around it. It's fun.
I do too. I like to visit.
Yeah, it is fun. But I mean, I would hate to be cooped up there right now.
Oh, it'd be terrible.
I want to get out of the city.
Yeah. Well, Ari bailed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was telling you earlier. He went down to Maryland.
It's hilarious. He's like, don't tell. What?
Yeah, he likes to keep his woman in the dark.
She doesn't know the extent of this. What do you want to do?
Well, she doesn't have a fucking phone.
Yeah, he's like, she doesn't
Google
know
News.
Don't DM her this shit.
Maybe that's why they get along so good. She's like, she balances him out in some sort of strange way.
He is so funny too, in that he, of course, was like, fucking 5 days ago.
I know.
You guys really fucking freaked out about this?
He's like,
And
I'm still
then
doing sets.
24 hours later, he's like, I gotta get out of the city. What are you guys doing?
How are you guys keeping social distancing? I'm like, what's going on here?
How did you switch so hard?
Well, we had this group text that we're in. We were all like, hey, what happened?
Yeah.
What happened over the last 24 hours?
Yeah.
Well, a couple people got freaked out, so I freaked out. Like, who freaked you out?
It's so funny when he gets freaked out.
It's a weird time, man, but I bet for Bert's special and for your special, this is gonna be fucking bonsai.
It's so bizarre.
Bonsai's not a good word. Bonanza. A bonanza is what I meant to say.
It is bizarre that so many people are forced to be home.
Yeah.
And they've already announced that all the views are up.
Oh, they have to throttle streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but I've noticed it too on podcasts. Like, downloads are up, views are up.
Yeah,
People are
for
consuming
sure.
content, you know?
Yeah, and it also kind of keeps them sane. It's like your show, like your mom's house, or this podcast, or any of these podcasts that people subscribe to. It's a part of their routine. So
yes,
at least there's some normalcy, and I don't want to overplay that and make it seem like we're doing some great service.
No,
but there's something that does give people some comfort.
I think they really like it's that familiarity of like, I listen to Joe's show, it's on. This distracts me from the chaos for a little bit.
I mean, I guess that's why we're allowed to do it, because we're considered part of media.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I think it's funny that my show is like, well, who farted loudest today? And they're like, yeah, you're part of media. Yeah.
But it is. I mean, look, if the fucking regular news, that horse shit, that's media.
Yeah.
You know, if that's media, we're definitely media.
Yeah. Yeah. No, so I don't know. I think with the time and like wisdom and having experienced and observed media for a while now, you get to like a traumatic thing like this pandemic. I really I watch news. I've always consumed a lot of news. I'm like, so much of this is just ridiculous sensationalism. You know, it really is all that same. There's no different the big news organizations than those bullshit click things.
It's almost like news should be non-profit.
I got a fucking breaking story for you. I forgot. What? I cannot believe I almost forgot this.
Ooh.
So you know the guy in those texts, the big black guy who's sitting with his cock out?
Yeah, well, let's explain that. It's a trick. People always say the link, oh my God, it's now killing more 20-year-olds than any disease ever. You're like, what? You click the link, and there's this jack black dude with a dick that looks like my leg.
Sitting on the edge of the bed, looking like he's like, have you seen a bigger dick?
Right.
Like that's what his expression is. Like,
And it's limp.
It's limp.
Yeah, there he is.
There he
that
is.
guy.
Yeah. So,
breaking news?
Yeah, this is breaking news.
He's dead, right?
He's dead. He died a few years ago. So, and by the way, that meme of like kind of has gone viral. I mean, I get 25 a day from different people. I have a doctor friend who sends me. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So it's like, it's not just in like a comedy circuit. I'm sure people listening or watching have seen it as well. So I was like, man, who is this fucking guy, right? Like, you gotta just get curious. You keep seeing this, and it's like sort of like this sense of relief from the seriousness of the day, right? You'll be you just seeing like these people die and quarantined, and then you get this ridiculous text, and it's this guy. So I saw an article where the photographer who took that photo was like, he was like, oh, it's so sad that people are using his image that way, because he passed away, and he thought it was kind of offensive that he was being used to prank or whatever. And he said, I saw that people started selling merch with this guy's face on it, and he goes, I just wish, I own the photograph, and I'm not trying to come after him. I just wish they would share proceeds of that merch with the family. So I saw that, and I was like, oh, I want to do that. So I launched a shirt with that guy's face on it that says, wash your hands. And then I go, I want to give the proceeds to this man's family. So because of that article, I reached out to people, and I was able to get in touch with the photographer, the guy who took that picture. And then I got in touch with the model's fiance, who, his ex, I passed away. So anyways, I contacted her. I found her. I've learned a little bit about this guy in that photo, and I'm giving them the proceeds from the shirt sales, all of them, all the profits will go to them. And I also found that when he died, like the family wasn't prepared like financially for anything, so they had set up a GoFundMe for his funeral and tombstone and all that. So I'm gonna blast it out. And I talked to them.
Beautiful.
They're happy with it. So that's
awesome.
breaking news.
That's the breaking news.
That's important news.
Jamie told me his dick's not really as big.
I didn't get into that with her.
Jamie said that it's photoshopped.
I've heard that as well.
I saw the original blog post it came from.
You did?
Let's see what the original hog was.
I have to find it now.
Oh, please don't tell me that's gonna take a while. Did you pull that up?
Someone on Twitter. I saw it on Twitter.
Let's see the original hog, please.
I just Google it, so like I have to find the link.
Just Google original big penis guy.
I'm sure that'll. That's how you find it.
There's gonna be a lot of photos that come up. Show me the original black dick.
Adam and Eve.
Yeah. But she, it's funny. She was like, you know what was crazy is when I reached out, it took me like I was doing like detective work,
right?
You know, to find her, and she was like, I found out about this meme today. She was like, I didn't even know this was a thing.
How did she find out? Oh, people are not sending it to her.
I think so.
Yeah.
And then someone was like,
hey, check out your funny.
Yeah.
Remember your dead husband? LOL.
Yeah. So anyways. Yeah.
Oh well. That's got. Well, first of all, she's engaged to a porn star. That's got.
No, but she wasn't.
She wasn't.
No, she explained to me. She goes, you know, he did those photos when it was a really bad time in his life. He needed money to save the house that he grew up in that was his now.
Oh, so he just started slinging that big dick?
Yeah, started slinging that dick around. And
how much money can you make slinging dick as a dude, though?
I think if you get,
I think $50.
No, I think you can get more than that.
I don't think they make much money.
I think
the girls make the money, and even they don't make much money.
True. It is crazy when you think about in terms of like you did a blow bang for $500. Like that's crazy.
You needed money.
Yeah, but if you need the money, then you're
just like, who's gonna see that?
Yeah, that's what.
But if it's a good one, people will pass it around.
I saw a clip once of it was like after a scene was shot, and then the girl was like, "Is anybody gonna see this?" And they were like, they all started looking at each other like, "Yeah, it's going on the internet." She goes, "No, I don't want it to be there." And they're like, "That's what you signed up for." She started to cry.
No.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, if someone's really dumb, they wind up doing porn. They don't get it. Like, what do you mean? You saw it? You weren't there. How did you see it?
How did you see it?
They went online.
Yeah.
No.
Can other people see it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And they have.
Well, here's the crazy thing. The sheer number of porns. Like, how many porno videos are there?
Dude, it's like, and how much are you cranking out every day? You go to any of those sites, it's just like every day they're like, here's 10,000 more.
I just have a bit about why are they making new porn? Because no one's seen all of them.
Yeah.
It's not like movies where you have to follow the plot. It's like, who's jerked off to every porn ever?
I mean,
no one.
It has to be some people's world though, where they're just like so.
Well, some guys get obsessed with a girl.
Yeah.
You know, and they want, when are you coming out with new content?
Yeah, and they go to those
OnlyFans,
the meetups, you know, the billboards in LA.
Yeah.
AdvoComedian.
Expos.
Yeah.
And
they always show like footage of those like with the hot chicks and then the guys.
That's where the next coronavirus is coming from. Those guys.
Those
sweaty-handed dudes.
All those guys look like they're in fucking Tiger King. You've seen that Netflix series?
Yes, I watched it yesterday. We were watching it yesterday.
Isn't it amazing?
Amazing. I only got halfway into it though. I had to make a phone call.
Yeah, I'm 3 in. Unbelievable.
I vowed to watch the rest of it. How did he lose his legs? Spoiler alert.
Tiger? One accident, he said.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I thought Tiger.
No. Well, do you see that bad bitch though who got her arm and she was
went back to work
5 days later? She was like, I was never upset about it, you know.
What? Tiger bit off your fucking arm and you weren't upset? And she's taking, they're filming her with the stub, and you're like, what's going on with her?
And the camera's on the guy, Joe Exotic, as it's happening. He's like, I'm never gonna financially recover from this. That was his main concern.
Never gonna financially recover. How about when they were talking about shutting it down? I was like, this is gonna be bigger than Waco.
Oh God, yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah, that's
true.
true.
Shoot people if they try to take your tires?
Yeah, he would. I'm sure he would.
Dude, it literally is my bit from my triggered Netflix special, my 2016 Netflix special, come to life.
Yeah.
That bit about tigers in Texas.
Yeah.
That you could just have them.
Yeah. I had a bit years before that about the Ohio.
Oh, the guy, yeah.
I had a bit about that. They used to be like one of my...
That guy blew his brains out, right? Just let everybody out of the cage and then blew his brains out. Let somebody else deal with this. Let tigers and lions...
Seeing that police footage, and they're like... And seeing the guy give the press conference, he's like... He's like... this, cat, and then he looks up, he's like, and 16 lions. Like, he's like, fuck.
And they just had to run around and gun them down.
Oh my god, it was terrible.
Cops were not prepared for that either. Those cops aren't game hunters. They're just lucky they got them all.
Yeah, it's this, like, they're not prepared for that. In the same way, cops are not trained for combat. People forget that, like when there's these big shootings, and they're like, why didn't the cops go in there? They're not trained for that, man.
Do you remember the North Hollywood shootout?
Yeah, of course.
I was on news radio at the time, and we were all held up in the fucking, we were in the break room watching it. We were like, what the fuck? We were like eating, looking up at this camera where these guys wearing armored vests and high-powered rifles.
M16s and shit, yeah.
Shooting at cops. Crazy.
That I remember. I was in high school, and I was watching that, and I was like, that's what California's like. That's what you know what I mean? You go, that only happened in California.
Yeah.
If people don't know, that was a game changer. That was a bank robbery where guys had like fully automatic machine guns.
Yeah, and armored well, they didn't have armored vehicles, but they had like full bulletproof vests and suits, and and they were fully locked up. They were on steroids and coke.
And it was like real life Grand Theft Auto shit, man. Like real life.
Yeah.
Like shooting these fully automatic guns at helicopters and shit too. Like anybody that came in the way.
Yeah, I remember there was one.
Were they coked up and everything?
Oh yeah, sure. There was one activist that was upset because the cops let one guy bleed out. They're like, they could have taken him to the hospital and they chose not to. Like, what the fuck is wrong? But it made me realize, like, there's gonna be people that complain about everything no matter what.
Everything.
Yeah, and they just want to be heard. It's like they just want to have a hot take.
Yeah.
On things.
Mm-hmm. And they're just waiting for the group of people that go like, good point.
Yeah.
And that feels valid.
There's always gonna be people that do that too.
Yeah.
No matter, there's so many of us. There's always going to be someone that agrees with your stupid point.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and that's what like social media thrives off of.
Oh yeah.
I have a stupid point to make. Who else agrees with me?
There's always someone. No matter what, there's always some, like, you can have the most ridiculous point.
Mm-hmm.
There's always going to be someone who's like, I'm with him. It's just a numbers game.
Yeah.
And then they find those people, and then they get on a Reddit page somewhere, and they all get together, and then they agree with each other.
Yeah.
And then they think, oh, the rest of the world's fucked. And then they just have this echo chamber.
Yeah.
People love doing that. I mean, that's what flat earthers do.
Sure.
I mean, if you ever
watched that doc
on Rocket Man, did you watch him die?
I watched the.
Did you see Rocket Man die?
No. Wait.
You want to see that?
Okay.
Yeah, he shot that rocket up in the air to try to prove that the Earth was flat, and they didn't fasten the parachute correctly to the capsule, and so the parachute goes off with the initial launch.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, the parachute's gone like right away, and then it falls down. Here it goes. Watch.
Wait, so to set up what's happening here.
So this guy, he decided he was gonna prove that the Earth was flat, so he built a rocket and launched himself up into the air. He had done it once before, but this time he launched himself really high to try to film the Earth. So watch, boom, look,
there's the
parachute's gone.
Oh.
He shoots straight up in the air, and then like, oh my god, what is this breaking news? Look at these fucking idiots. So watch it, it comes down right here. There it is.
Oh, so he's
watch
just
this.
on that.
Full speed on the way down.
And he's waiting for the parachute to go off.
Boom. Yeah, no parachute. Just boom.
So how did the experiment go?
Not good.
Not well.
Not good. Or perfect.
How did these guys really think that? I mean, how fucking dumb are you?
They're pretty dumb. But here's the other thing. How gross is it that in a video like that you have to have like, and coming up next, you have a giant preview
dying in this
Yeah, have some respect, you fuck.
Jesus Christ.
It's
Did you thinking of like that crazy shit? Have you seen like Tom Hanks's comments
about the coronavirus?
No, the comments in his posts.
No,
dude. All the top comments are like, "You are a pedophile. You fucked all these kids," and it's like dozens of them. Yes.
Tom Hanks?
Well, because there's like flat earthers. I'm saying there's the people who are like Hollywood is a pedophilia conspiracy. It is. I mean, cause I went to just be like, oh, what's is he recovering? I just went to his page.
Is this on Twitter?
No, Instagram, and it's like significant number of them, and like with hundreds and thousands of likes. And
what?
Yes.
Who? I've never heard this.
It's
Who
so
thinks
strange.
that Tom Hanks is a pedophile?
I think they think that any high A-list Hollywood person automatically is a pedophile.
God,
his son responded. Did you see that video?
No, I did not.
Yeah, his son just made those weird videos last recently, like with the reggae voice and stuff.
Yeah.
He made a video trolling everyone, saying like, "We're in the Illuminati."
Oh, that's funny.
And like,
God.
What's up, everyone? Yeah, it's true. My parents got coronavirus. Crazy. They're both down in Australia right now because my dad was shooting a movie down there. But I just got off the phone with them.
But the Instagram comments,
they're fine. They're not even that sick.
Dude.
They're not worried about it. They're not tripping, but they're going through the necessary health precautions, obviously. But I don't think it's anything to be too worried about. I appreciate everyone's concern.
Sorry, this is not the one where he talks about the Illuminati.
Hey guys, I'm really stressed out right now. It's been coming to my attention that a lot of Trump supporters have been figuring out the truth about me and my family, being in the, you know what I'm talking about. And I don't know what to do right now because everything's starting to come to light. I mean, these extremely reliable websites like 4chan, 8chan have been exposing shit. And it's like if somebody wrote it on the internet, it must be true. And it is true. So it's like, I don't know how this is going to affect our whole New World agenda. Ever since The Simpsons predicted my dad being the spokesperson for the coronavirus, even though they didn't predict anything, it's been troublesome, to say the least. I guess I'm just gonna have to work extra hard at my human sacrifices. I'm late for one right now, and I'm a little hungry, so I might eat some of this peanut butter.
Okay.
Yeah. Why does he have that all-seeing eye tattooed in the middle of his chest?
He's a lot of tattoos.
It's a weird choice. What do you got there, Tom?
I was looking at. I pulled up the Hanks's comments. Like they're so outrageous. It's like
what started it off?
It's this whole concept that like any A-list Hollywood type. I don't know what the origin is of that, but if it's like Spielberg, Hanks, Kuril, like any of those big time names, they're like, you're part of the pedophile ring. It's just
because that's how they get to be huge. You have to be a part of the pedophile ring.
I guess so.
You become a big movie star.
I think so.
It's so exhausting.
Yeah.
It's so exhausting. These fucking people.
It's exhausting.
Again, we need a disease that kills morons.
This could be it.
I don't think it is.
No.
Yeah. What if they're invulnerable? What if that's like a disease that literally lowers the mean IQ of the world? Like if you're really smart, you just die of dying.
Oh my god.
Well, this is a weird disease too because my friend Dr. Peter Attia, he said there's some speculation that it might be related to genetics and blood type. People that are more vulnerable to it.
Right, isn't it O type?
O positive seems to be the least vulnerable, and A seems to be the most vulnerable.
Interesting. I don't even know what that is.
You should know.
I don't. I should text my doctor.
You should find out, bro, if you're vulnerable, and then don't let Bert sneeze on you.
Ugh.
He's gonna survive everything. It'll be fine.
I know.
At the end of it all,
he'll be like 85.
I really do hope that this is a wake-up call for him. He gets off those fucking medications. We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Getting off blood pressure medication.
Doesn't he need it?
No, he's fat. He needs to stop being fat. If he stopped drinking so much, he wouldn't need blood pressure medication. He's fucking boozing every night. If he just took 3 months off and exercised and ate well and didn't drink bullshit and didn't eat sugar, I guarantee you he wouldn't need any of that.
Well, this actually, the benefit of this is that, where he really goes the hardest is on the road.
Yes.
The road really fucks with him.
We talked about that yesterday. Like, I asked him if he was a prisoner to this sort of image that he's created, and he's like, kind of, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, that party animal image is, it's unsustainable.
It's also, he doesn't, he has that personality where he doesn't want to let somebody down. So if somebody, even if he's done for the night, he's like, all right, I'm definitely going in.
Yeah.
And somebody's like, hey man,
one more shot.
He's going to
okay,
yeah.
let's do it. Come on.
He's going to do it.
Were you a Hunter S. Thompson fan at all?
No, I never really, got into it, was exposed to it that much.
Big fan of his, and when he died, one of the saddest things was watching the interviews before he died, because he was a heavy boozer, drug user.
Yeah, I know that.
Deep into his 60s.
Yeah.
I think, how old was he when he died? He was in his 70s when he died, I think.
Was he 70s?
How old was Hunter S. Thompson when he died? What do you know?
I finally just found that link. And
the guy's original dick?
It took me to a fucking... I'm deep on the internet right now.
Oh.
Do you want to see where I'm at? Or?
Let's just show the dick. Let's see the original dick.
He's like a deeper in it.
It's huge. It's a different picture. But that's a different picture.
It's the same photo shoot.
Right, but where's the actual photo where you see... Whoa.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
I got into a...
Is he eating someone's ass? Scroll down.
Man.
Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Oh, Jesus.
I think it's a different guy.
Different guy. So it's like,
yeah.
But yeah, this is a like know your meme thing.
Guy's a giant dick there, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Look at the size of his
It's
heart.
not the same one though. That's all I was.
It's a different. Well, that's a weird angle right there.
Anyway, you could make that bigger so we can.
Need to analyze it.
Yeah.
Looks like a giant hog,
Looks
bro.
like it's not a small dick.
I think you're wrong, Jamie. I think it's the same hog. Hot and beefy, muscle bear. Oh, muscle bear. So he was doing that kind of porn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think he's doing. Looks like he's doing solo shots.
Okay.
Just pictures of me.
Just take pictures of me beating off.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money in that.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Start an OnlyFans, Jamie.
What were we just talking about before that?
We were talking about Bert and partying and fuck.
On the road, not being on the road.
Yeah, we passed that though. We're talking about new stuff. People at home are screaming. We're not even high. How about that?
No.
Not even high. My memory sucks. Yeah, being a prisoner though to that. Oh, Hunter S. Thompson.
Hunter S. Thompson, sorry.
When he was, how old was he when he died? That's the question. When he died, you barely could understand a word he was saying.
Because he was so...
He would just stumble all his words together.
67.
That's incredible.
I think I remember that. Didn't he kill himself after a football game?
No, he killed himself because the NFL was over.
That's what I mean. Like,
well, there was no NFL.
Because after the Super Bowl or something, right? Wasn't
he got in an argument with his wife. He shot at her with a pellet gun, and then went inside and blew his brains out. Something, something along those lines. But when he died, before he died, he would go on Conan and take Conan with him in the backyard. I don't know if you've ever seen those videos. He had this house in Woody Creek, which is outside of Aspen, and he would shoot guns out there. And had Conan come and visit him, and you could barely understand a word he was saying. He was so fucked up. It's like his ability to express himself was just gone. It was just all the words blurred and mumbled together.
Yeah, Bert's in danger of that kind of thing?
Sure. 20 years from now, if he keeps going hard in the paint every night, I mean, when Hunter was in his 40s, he was fine.
Yeah.
When Hunter was in his 40s is when he was running for sheriff, I think. Maybe it was his 30s. I don't know. It's just that life of boozing is so unsustainable.
Yeah.
The pot smoking thing is so sustainable. It's so shocking. Like you talk to Tommy Chong, he's fine. He's like 80 years old.
Yeah.
He's been smoking pot his whole life. He can talk to you fine.
Yeah. But the booze will wear on you.
Booze crushes you.
That's true. What was the other author? That guy really got fucked up.
Bukowski?
Yeah. Man.
Yeah. How did he die?
Was it alcoholism?
No way.
No, is that right? Or did he kill himself?
I don't know.
I forget. But I remember he looked like fucking shit.
He looked like hell.
Yeah.
Remember Mickey Rourke played him in that movie Barfly? You don't remember?
No.
Yeah, Mickey Rourke and Faye Dunaway.
I just remember
Barfly. Leukemia.
Leukemia.
Yeah, probably related to alcohol for sure.
But when I remember the footage of when the documentary crew was in his house. Bukowski, he's like, "You fucking cunt."
Yeah.
He kicks her.
Kicked the girl. Yeah.
Like, whoa.
That's how they rocked it all day long. That was the way they lived. Yeah. Yeah, that white trash, romanticized white trash, boozy life. It's very strange because he was a brilliant poet.
Yeah.
He would write interesting shit. And you'd go, wow.
That book, Post Office, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did a lot of great stuff. Great short pieces.
Yeah.
But, you know, his life was just gross.
Yeah. Dude, yeah.
It was Hollywood gross. You know? Like living in Hollywood, just going to the bars, drinking,
yeah.
smoking and talking slow.
Oh, man. I know. I can't imagine. I mean, thinking about it makes me feel sick. Like to be in bars, just drinking and smoking all day.
All day.
Yeah.
Just going to bars and talking shit. Yeah. Like there's some funny videos of him reading his stories, like doing public readings, and people are interrupting him. He's threatening to stab them.
Yeah.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. He was a wild dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but that was part of his appeal. Part of his appeal was that here's this guy. It's like he's not trying to be commercially successful. He's not trying to buy a mansion and have a big yard and a fence. He's just living in some shitty apartment, drinking heavily, and just cranking out work.
I remember reading his stuff for the first time and just being like, I didn't know anybody wrote like this.
Yeah.
Because of how like he would be so vulgar in it too.
Yeah.
You know?
I know.
Yeah. I really liked it.
Yeah, a lot of people did. You should see Barfly.
Yeah, I should.
It's weird. Mickey Rourke plays it. He does a weird take on him too. A toast to all my friends. He's always getting in fights. He's like at this bar, getting fucked up and getting in fights, getting his ass kicked. But it's just this agreement that everyone has. Like everyone's fucked up, and you're all just gonna meet together at this place and be fucked up together.
Yeah.
And live your fucked up lives.
Yeah.
All drunk.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's not for me, but I enjoy watching it.
Do you have moments with Bert where you're alone with him off camera, where you try to talk some sense into him?
About like his crazy lifestyle stuff?
About the booze.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've talked to him before about it. I mean, you know, the thing about him is that he's so like high functioning, and he is the perfect person to be. He has the perfect defense of like, I'm fine, because he can do so much, and you know, he's not sleeping in. He's getting up, you know, with the kids for school. He's going on tours.
Joey says he goes back to bed.
Does he?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
He goes back to bed. He's drinking at 11.
Joey.
He goes back to bed. That's what Joey said. I go, really? He goes, yeah. Chelsea gets up with the kids. That motherfucker sleeps till 2 in the afternoon.
Really?
He goes right back to bed.
Joey told me that he goes, I got too fucked up the other day. He's like, even me. I go, what happened? I fight some 400 milligram thing. I fell asleep.
Vicodin?
No, 400 like milligrams of THC.
Oh.
And he goes, he's like, Tom Segura. You know, he says, you know, your full fucking name.
Yeah.
Tom Segura. I had M&M's in my teeth and a sleep apnea machine. So he's like, it was bad. My wife saw me and she was like, what are you doing? He goes, what do you prefer? But I do this when I'm out there robbing people.
He gives you some fucked up option.
Yeah, and she was like, good point.
That's not a good point.
No. Those aren't the two options you have.
If I had a magic wand and one person to fix their lifestyle, it would be Joey. It would be clean up his diet.
Yeah.
That's got to be as unhealthy as Bert, if not more. Because he's so big. And, you know, he's 60 years old almost. You can't last being that big.
And he's already in a much better place than he was 10 years prior, right?
Yes, well, no, 10 years ago, he lost a shitload of weight.
Okay.
There's one point in time where he lost like 80 pounds.
Yeah.
Remember, he said, my head looked too big. That was like his
Oh, you gotta gain weight again?
reasoning for gaining weight. But he can do it, you know? Like Red Band did that too. Red Band got really skinny. Red Band got down like 160.
He did.
Remember that?
Yes. And then I went a long time without seeing him, and I saw him again, he put on a bunch.
Yeah.
But he's capable, I mean, we're all capable of it, you know? I go up and down all the time. I'm just like, you know, for me, you can it's not exercise for me. It's that I started eating sugar again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I worked out like crazy last year. There was points where I was working out like out of 75 days, I'd work out like 62 of them. You know, but I was not dropping weight
because you were eating.
I was eating, yeah.
Yeah, you want a reward for all that hard working out. You eat a piece of cake.
Yeah, and then I also sometimes it's not even the cake. It's like I'll just you'll see somebody who works out a lot and eats like a large balanced diet. And I'll be like, well, I want to do that.
You know what you should do? Eat nothing but duck eggs for a whole month. You'd lose so much weight.
Gooey jizz in my mouth.
You'd lose so much weight. But
I have to
the noise you make when you eat a duck egg.
Ugh. You're really gonna cripple the duck egg industry with this.
Suck my dick. All those duck egg selling assholes.
I'm gonna stick to chicken eggs.
They're better. They're better. I mean, duck eggs are okay. Maybe people are, maybe I cooked them wrong. I'm sorry, duck egg people.
Yeah, you're gonna get some messages about that. But I have to do like the protein fat thing. I have to.
Yeah.
It's like the only way that I'll not blow up.
Did you quit the carnivore diet?
Yeah.
How long did you last?
I did it hardcore for about a month, and then I did.
How long before the diarrhea went away?
It was about 10 days.
I got a text from you. This diarrhea is astonishing.
It was. It was.
That's such a great name for diarrhea.
Astonishing.
I have photos on my phone that I saved because I'm like, this is crazy. That ink clock.
The other like real special diarrhea that I had was when so I went from like just doing that hardcore to having like some greens, but like meat, meat, fat, and then like some greens. That was fine. It was when that first day of like, fuck it, gonna have some pasta and a donut today. Yeah. And then it was like just immediate crazy shits.
Your body's like, make up your mind.
Yeah.
I'm here to punish you.
No, I had to hold on to the side of the seat to
launch. It was like Rocket Man.
Really, really extraordinary.
Yeah, there's a volume that's astonishing, right? It's like the amount that comes out. Like, I don't even eat that much.
You would know too. You have like this warning. Your stomach does things. It tells you like you're gonna want to sit down for this one. Like,
there's like little explosions. Like,
yeah. And when you feel the liquid, you feel water in your gut.
I think I strengthened my asshole muscles though.
That's good.
Because I was clamping them down so often. I was like, yikes. And then I barely made it to the toilet.
That is, this is...
I just never saw it coming because most of what I was eating before was kind of carnivore-esque. And then I would have like a little bit of vegetables or some pasta or something like that. But I lost 12 pounds in a month.
In a month?
And got shredded pretty easy. And I kept most of it off. I
Yeah.
think I gained maybe 3 or 4 because I went back to eating pasta and bread. And during this quarantine, I'm not on any diet. I'm just because my concern is what if it's hard to get food?
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I'm just eating food.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking about the way I look.
I don't think diet is a real big concern. I mean, I'm not trying to like go off the rails, but it's
Yeah.
I lost 10 in that month.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you just cut out the sugar, you just feel so much better too.
You do, and I see the I see the dark cycle that it happens when I start with sugar. Like when I start being like, I'll have this today and that tomorrow.
Oreo.
Yeah.
Double stuff Oreo.
And then I realize that like I don't even want it, but I'm craving it.
Yeah.
It fucking
There's a thing that I get when I'll eat carnivore. Well, I'll have a big steak, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll eat a steak, and then I'm done. I'm done eating. But unless I want a cookie, then I can have more room. I got more room for that cookie.
Yeah.
Or pasta. I got more room for that pasta.
It's incredible in the carnivore thing, the amount that I can eat and not feel like that stuff feeling at all.
At all.
Like a 22-ounce fucking T-bone.
Mm-hmm. And you feel fine.
Feel fine.
You don't feel wrecked.
No.
Yeah. It's the best feeling after food because you don't feel like you fucked up.
Yeah.
You feel like you have all your mental capacity. You have full mental capabilities. You can think and talk. And when I eat a big bowl, like if I eat lasagna or something like that, I'm not talking to nobody about nothing.
No.
If you talk to me, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just going, what?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Brain shuts down. And I start to go like, like those types of burps. The gut starts to like push out more, and then I'll start ripping crazy farts. Like I farted last. Christina made this pasta dish, and last night I farted so crazy. She goes, "Do you even respect me anymore?" Like I was like, "Yeah, but I mean, this is what's going on right now. This happens. This is marriage."
Do your kids understand farts yet?
Oh yeah. Well, like my oldest will be like, "You're a fart," and
how old is he now?
he's 4, and he loves them. He talks about them, and he even has that thing that like the almost implied shame. Like, did you just fart? It's like, no, I didn't fart. You fart. Like he knows that, like you know what I mean. Like you don't want to be
the farter.
Yeah, but and then my youngest, 20 months. You fart. He's like, he just like nods and smiles. He thinks it's great.
Farts are always going to be funny with some kids.
Yeah.
Just one of those things.
2 little boys, man. They love it. Yeah.
Yeah, you got little savages.
I do. My oldest is like, he called me a little fuck the other day.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And I threw little in there. He goes, "You little fuck." And I was like, hey. What? Over what? It was like, hey, no, you can't have that right now. He was like, oh, he's like, little fuck. I go, what was that? He goes, "You little fuck." I go, no. I go, you don't do that. You don't do that. And he
But
goes,
Daddy, you do that for a living.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
And he goes, "Well, you're a jerk." I go, "You don't call me that either. Where are you getting this?" Yeah, call me a fuck.
You little fuck.
You little fuck.
When are you gonna let him watch you on television?
I've tried to do it for a moment to see like what his interest is. I'll be like, "Hey, check this. Who's this?" And it'll be like me. And I'll show it to him, and he's like, "Yeah, anyway." And he just immediately turns away. Nah, he's like, "Put the fucking Paw Patrol back on."
Paw Patrol.
Yeah. Like,
I know they don't care. It's you. You're right here, right in front of me. Why give a shit if you're on the phone?
Yeah, doesn't care.
One day he's gonna appreciate it.
One day, are your kids into it yet?
They get weirded out, but
They see people approach you.
They do not like that.
Yeah.
They do not like that.
Yeah.
My littlest especially does not like that. Because people don't pay attention to her. They just start talking to me, and if she's talking to me, people interrupt her to talk to me, and it gets her really angry. She'll pull on me.
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. My oldest saw it, somebody talking to me, and he was like, they walked away, and he was just, I could tell he wanted to be like, what was that all about?
Dude, do you know that guy?
Yeah, he was just like,
my kids always say that. Do you know him? I'm like, no. Like, but he comes up to you like he knows you. I go, yeah. Like, it took them a while to figure out. They've never seen me perform, but one time we were all in Irvine together, and I was doing the improv, and I snuck them backstage. I'm like, "You want to see what the crowd looks like?" And then they peek behind the counter and like, "Oh my God, there's so many people." I'm like, yeah. I go, this is only a comedy club. This isn't even a theater, and it's not even an arena.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So I want them to come to an arena one day just to see
how
bonkers that is.
You have to.
Because it's so bonkers.
Of course. It's gonna blow their minds.
Yeah. They'd be like, wait a minute.
They're
all these funny people?
Yeah.
Well, who knows if that'll ever happen again?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
This is like, no one saw this coming. I mean, people that put on like concerts and sporting events and
entertainment is completely
other than this kind of shit.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, somebody was. I saw these ideas because people were, doing virtual performance. Whatever. You can go live and play guitar or sing, and they're like, people are like, you should do like virtual comedy shows. I'm like, you have to have the live audience.
What's that dude's name that did that one comedy special? Gerard Carmichael filmed it.
I don't know his name, but I know you're talking. That was a no audience comedy special. It's a strange concept.
Terrible idea.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, when Gerard was telling me it, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do? I think the idea of the audience is played out. Like,
the audience? Is that what I said?
You mean the most important part of a comedy show? The fact there's people there to laugh?
It's an
so you know that's funny? I'm like, alright. I think they took a swing.
Yeah.
It didn't work out.
I mean, I guess, I respect taking high risk,
That's a dumb risk, though.
Yeah.
That's like, I'm gonna swim, but with no water.
What do you think?
I'm gonna swim in the bottom of the pool. I'm just gonna see who can just do swimming motions.
Yeah.
See how fast I can get across the pool.
It is strange. I mean, like, that's one that I never thought somebody would try to do.
I never thought HBO would go, great idea!
HBO signs off on a lot of outrageous ideas.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, they made Game of Thrones, so they're probably like, well, we know it. We got
one that goes, oh my God.
Did you watch The Outsider?
No.
It's great.
I watched McMillions. That was fantastic.
I didn't see that. Oh, that's the McDonald's one?
Mm-hmm.
Is that HBO as well?
It's HBO, yeah.
Good?
My cousin made that. It's great.
Really? Your cousin made it?
Cousin made it.
No shit.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It is such a cool fucking story. The whole scope of that scam is, it will fucking blow your mind.
What is the scam? So it was a lottery thing or something like that?
So you obviously remember the Monopoly game that you would play, right?
I don't.
So, oh yeah, I mean, you're kind of healthy, but back
shit.
So, but it was humongous. So what happened was they would do it like maybe like twice a year, where they would go the Monopoly McDonald's game. But what happened is you go to McDonald's and you would buy a Happy Meal, a Big Mac, and on like the fries and the drink would be like a peel-off thing, and you could win prizes. So you'd pull off a thing and you could win. It's something as small as like you won free fries. So you could be like, hey, I won another order of fries or a Coke or a jet ski or a car, and then there were cash prizes, $1 million prizes. So by playing the game, which was essentially buy something, buy a meal, and it would drive up sales, obviously, right? Like sales would go way up because people were wanting to win these prizes. Well, everybody that won for this, I want to say, I forget now, like 15-year period or something, they were all in on a scam. They were all fake winners. A guy was stealing pieces and giving them to people connected to him. It was all a lie. Nobody was legitimately.
How did he do that?
That's the series, man. It's fucking fascinating, because at one point there's this guy's giving it to, people he knows, and they're talking about it in the series, like people connected to him. They're like, after a while, it's weird that 10 winners have won in like this 300-mile radius, and 8 of them are Italian. We're like, we got to branch out a little bit here, because no one's like tipped off yet, because the guy was Italian. He was going to like friends and family. Yeah, it was really fucking crazy. And then
amazing they kept their mouth shut.
They kept their mouth shut, and they would have gotten away with it. I mean, they were getting away with it. They got tipped off. The FBI got tipped off, and then this whole investigation. That's what the series. It's a 6-part series. That's what it reveals, is just the scale and the scope of this incredible scam. It was a scam, man.
Did this guy work for McDonald's?
No. There's all these different characters in it, but basically McDonald's had to hire a company that would oversee the game, like the security of the game. And they would also have to hire another company to print, like the game pieces and all that. And within those companies, the corruption lied. McDonald's didn't know.
Wow.
And but the story is fascinating, and the characters are outrageous too. I mean, the Colombo family's part of it. The crime family.
I gotta watch it.
It's good, man. It's really good.
There's so many of those multi-series or multi-show documentaries now that are fascinating.
Oh yeah.
Like Wild Wild Country, like that kind of shit, where you're just like, what?
And when these networks get behind something like that, like this Tiger King thing too, you're like, man, that's why you need that platform, right? Like an HBO or Netflix, to be like, tell us the whole story, show it. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, or Wild Country, right?
Wild Country,
you need something that's gonna play out for 5 or 6 episodes, where 3 episodes in, you're like, wow, how the fuck did I not know about this?
What was that one? Do you remember the one a couple of years ago? Was it the staircase? Something like that?
I never saw that one.
That was fucking good too.
Was someone killed his ex-wife or something like that?
Yes, dude. And you just cannot believe some of the twists and turns of something like this. It just. And then there was like part of that. I mean, I'm jumping around into the owl theory, where they're like, maybe an owl came and attacked her, and that's why. Yes, dude. Yes,
an owl.
Yes, and they're like, there were owls in that area. It could have happened. Like, people have all these conspiracy theories about it. It's amazing.
Well, it's amazing how many people got away with crimes before like DNA evidence.
Do you really think about how easy it probably was for people 25 years ago?
If you were a sociopath?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just travel around whacking people.
No cameras, no DNA.
Yeah.
I mean, the what's the big one that the Golden State Killer?
Well, that was the one that Patton Oswalt's wife was working on.
Yes, she was writing that book.
What are you playing over there?
Playing the sound?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
What is that?
I was looking at the video that Robert Durst guy, he's on trial right now.
That was the other one. That fucking series was
What's that guy's
fantastic.
His name's Robert Durst. I don't remember what the show
what was the show called?
That's where I got that song.
The blood.
Yeah. I remember that we were doing a gig, and I was like, check out this song. Because that's where I got that song, the Bad Blood, right?
Yeah.
The Jinx.
The Jinx. Did you watch it?
Nope.
Fucking excellent.
Yeah, I read the story, but I didn't watch it.
It's really good, and it's super creepy. Like you're following along, and then in the final episode, he's doing his weird fucking, and he has black eyes. You know, like there's no color; they're black. And he gets up to use the restroom, and the mic's still hot, and he's talking to himself in the restroom. You see, like the camera's like locked off, filming the wall, and he's like, "Yeah, I killed them all. I don't realize I killed them all." It's a fucking weird moment.
Why does he have such black eyes? What's that about?
I don't know, man. This trial's going on right now.
Yeah, well, it might be on hold because of the
right.
virus, but yeah, it just started earlier this month, like 2 weeks ago.
That's another really cool series.
How crazy is Harvey Weinstein?
That's now.
That's gonna kill him, right?
I think so. I mean, we don't know, but he really looked like, he always looked like shit, but he looked like particularly a hot bag of shit. Like walking
trial.
Oh my God. And for the sentencing, when he came in with the walker and everything, like what the fuck?
Do you think that was a scam? That he was trying to pretend that he was more hurt than he was?
Probably.
Right?
I mean, he was a movie producer, so he knows.
Right. How to play it up.
Yeah.
But he did look like shit.
He really did.
In a way that you can't fake. Like his face was hanging off, he looked fat.
And he did look like he was like, I don't know, like needing that support almost of that, you know? I mean, the guy was walking upright a few months ago, it seemed like.
I know. Well, also the stress of that life, of having the weight of his past come tumbling down on him. And imagine going up to Harvey Weinstein 4 years ago and go, dude, I want to show you what the future looks like for you. He'd be like, get the fuck out of here. That's never going to happen.
Never, man. Yeah, I mean, imagine going up to Cosby and telling him that.
I know.
Like, you're the most beloved father figure in this country.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, just before that, like just before things went sideways, he wouldn't have fucking been like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I almost think that his story is less shocking, the result. Like the Harvey Weinstein thing, I guess I didn't know he was a piece of shit. I had no idea, but I knew that Cosby was.
Right.
We had all kind of heard that Cosby was a piece of shit.
We all knew
I
that
didn't know anything about Harvey Weinstein. I just knew he made movies.
I knew, I guess so. I mean, with Cosby, I always knew he was a womanizer. I didn't know there was like, date rape, anything.
Oh, I heard that.
You heard that? I didn't know.
I heard that on the set of News Radio.
Wow.
In the 90s, I heard that he was drugging women.
Well, that's when he was probably pretty active with it,
Well, I think when was the Cosby Show on the air?
In the late 80s, early 90s, I think.
So it was probably just getting done.
Yeah.
I was on News Radio, was 94. And I remember like, what? He drugs people. Like, so I think Candy Alexander's one.
So they were talking. There's probably people on set that had experienced it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be. But
Harvey, I didn't know anything about.
I just, the Harvey thing, I just thought just a big, fat, ugly movie producer. I didn't know anything.
And also, I think when that story first broke, there was some idea, like, it was kind of implied this guy was a gross, like, show me your tits kind of guy. I didn't, like, as the story details came out, you're like, no, this dude's like a full-blown, like rapist that you would read about in a newspaper, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he actually pushed women down,
held them down.
He's a real fucking animal. And then he was like, what's the problem? I mean, he fully shameless, completely disassociates with what he did.
I think he was living this crazy life where he could get away with anything, like a king. I mean, we've talked about this before, that like that behavior of kings, like gluttonous, power behavior where they just yell at everyone and off with their head and bring her over here.
Just like that?
Yeah, that kind of shit.
Well, when you also, that his story revealed the scope of payroll.
Mm-hmm.
We had like photojournalists, editors, I think law enforcement, like all types of people on like what mafia kind of shit does, you know? Like, I pay you to fucking watch out for my bad deeds.
Yes.
So he really was doing...
Well, even more disgusting, it was in his contract. Like, if you have one sexual harassment claim, it'll cost you this much. If you have two, you have to pay us this much. Like, it was written into his contract.
Jesus, man.
So they knew.
They knew.
They knew. I mean, but how come nobody else gets in trouble for that?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, what do they know? That's the question.
Is he in a jail hospital?
He's in Rikers, son.
But in their medic unit?
I think so.
Oh, fuck. You think that's top tier quality there?
Top tier. Top of the food chain.
God damn.
They have a bunch of corona cases right now, right? Because it's a big issue.
Of course. You have no windows.
They're letting a bunch of people out right now that have like probation violations or something.
Oh, let them spread it. Good move.
That's the next thought.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Let them out.
Yeah.
Unless you're letting them out into a furnace.
Fuck.
I mean, that shit, if it did that to that Olympic swimmer, that 31-year-old guy,
Yeah.
that wrecked him, what was he going to do to Harvey Weinstein?
Oh my god. No, he's not.
Oh, this is what I want to talk to you about. The fucking comments of people mad at you because you're doing shows in Spanish are hilarious.
I get a bunch of emails.
Hilarious how mad people get.
Well, the funny thing is, like, so for people that don't know, like, I got a deal with Netflix where they were like, do an English special and then a Spanish special. And they actually offered me they're like, you can just translate that special and shoot it. And I was like, that's kind of boring. So I'll try to, work on some new stuff for the Latin audience and translate like a few bits. And then in order to shoot it, I just need a bunch of reps, like you would in English.
Yeah.
I just need shows in Spanish. So I started doing that, and just started doing...
Are you fully fluent? Like, you could have conversations with people, there's no hitch? Just like you could have a conversation with me?
Yeah, I can have a conversation with anybody in Spanish.
And you've been like that your whole life?
There's like times where the level of fluency goes higher, like especially if I'm immersed, like living.
Right.
And
then like, who do you practice with?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, I have my hiccups in that, like, I might grammatically say something incorrectly.
Mm-hmm.
They'll definitely know what I'm saying. And then that's one of the things I work on, is that I record these, I send them to a Spanish tutor. I go,
really?
Yeah, I go, did I say anything incorrect in this?
So the Spanish tutor's like, what the fuck is wrong?
She goes, I'm not going to comment on your material. She goes, it's not what I'm used to, but I'll help you with the grammatical thing. So she'll be like, you should have said la mano instead of el mano. Okay. So we work on things like that, like make sure you say it correct. Because the main thing is I don't want someone to be distracted because they're like, that sounded
right, of course.
So
broken English.
I guess, I don't know, fluency level is probably like 8 or 9 or something.
Wow.
But I mean, it gets better the more I work on it, and it gets worse the longer I leave it. So that's why I started doing podcasts in Spanish. That's why I've been doing these shows. And all I did was I would announce, hey, I'm going to do a Spanish show. I did one in Oxnard. I did one in Ontario. I had these Texas ones booked for April, where one night in each of this, in Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. And when I posted them, people were like, hey, these shows are in Spanish. I go, that's what it says in the fucking, on the marquee, on the ticket, this show is in Spanish. And they're like, yeah, I can't fucking understand it though, because I don't speak Spanish. I'm like, I know, this is for somebody else. And they're like, but why don't you add a show in English? And I'm, you're trying to go well, I will do that show in English later, like when the English hour is ready, because I'm just releasing a special, so I gotta build a new hour before I come to Houston and show it, And they're like, yeah, but you should just do it. You should just do it while you're here. I'm like, yeah, but that's not, and then, I don't know, but people have been like, you're a fucking idiot for doing this Spanish content. Why?
You put it on your Instagram, right?
I put screen grabs of, I left their handles out. But
yeah, I read a few of them also. Jesus Christ.
I got more.
I bet you do.
Oh, yeah. and people are like, and then I have the ones that are like, I bought the ticket and I didn't realize that this was Spanish and I would like a refund. And I'm like, don't talk to me about it. You go, first of all, on the site, it's called Tom Segura en Español, and that's what it says, and then it's like, if you speak English, this is not the show for you. And they're like, I didn't look at it. And I'm like, well, what do you want me to do, man?
Sell your tickets on Craigslist.
Yeah, people got fired up at me for not adding the English show.
Imagine if you were responsible for returning all your tickets. Like, you'd never be able to do anything.
Do you get messages like that? They're like, hey, I want to exchange this ticket.
I don't know what kind of messages I get.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm so much happier.
It's much better.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, I'll tell you this. My special came out today. I have not gone to look at.
I read some good reviews.
Yeah?
Yeah, of your shit. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I haven't even checked it out.
Yeah, I read a couple good reviews and some. I think one of them was Washington Post.
Oh,
it's great.
That's cool.
Yeah, cool. I'm happy. But yeah, don't read it.
I don't get into it. I do remember on the last tour, especially on the bus, you just sit there, you read everything, reading. People are like, I bought tickets Friday show. I'd rather come to the Saturday show, and I would like to
call my mom. She'll handle it.
At the Chicago Theater. Okay, like, dude, hit them up. What am I gonna do? They're like, you can figure this out for me. Like, okay, sure.
Yeah, like you have plenty of time to make these 20-minute phone calls to reroute.
I need Steve to get the Saturday tickets. Yeah, no, it is bad. Do you post and walk away, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't read shit.
It's the way to do it.
I've been doing that for a long time now. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It changes everything. If you have discipline, you have to have the discipline to not read your comments.
Yeah.
Because I know people that read them and they go crazy and they respond to them and argue with them. Like
that's the problem too. Is that you not only have to avoid reading. If you are reading, you have to not engage in the back and forth.
No, you can't. You can't. Because a lot of people are just trying to get your attention, and then a lot of people are also crazy.
Yeah.
So if you're writing to me, you're talking to the void.
Yeah.
I'm not reading anything. It's just better that way, man.
Yeah. It's better for you mentally, for sure.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just you only have so much time. And you can get trapped reading stuff about you and go, what? Who said that? Why are they saying that? Like, if you fucked up. If you said something stupid. You didn't do. Just try to do your best.
Yeah.
Especially like what we do. And especially if we're doing shows or a podcast or anything like that where you're getting high and you talk crazy. And trying to be funny, and sometimes you swing and miss, and sometimes you hit a home run. And you never know. But if you delve into the comments and start reading all the things that people say about you and tailoring your act towards, you're tailoring your podcast or the way you're talking based on the kind of people that are willing to leave comments in the first place.
Right, and you're also catering it to the loudest voice.
Yeah.
You're just saying like, oh, you're loud?
Exactly. That is the number one problem with social media. That's what I've tried to explain to people that like read social media and talk about Twitter and Instagram, and they're like, well, there's so many right-wing Trump supporters that this, and there's so many left-wing Bernie supporters that do that, and the Bernie bro, and the this and the that, and the... No, that's not true. What's true is on the fringes of the left and the right, you have losers that spend all their time calling people out and talking shit online. And I've studied these people. I've studied these people for years because I've been fascinated by people that engage in these Twitter beefs with people. And so I have a few of them bookmarked. And I go to check them, and some of them I would bookmark, and I'm like, this guy has done nothing but talk shit online for 12 hours.
It's crazy.
And there's a lot of them like that.
Yeah.
There's a lot, and the most virtuous, the ones who are trying to get the most reactions, and they're calling out celebrities for this, calling out people for that. There's just so much of that online.
It reminds me of something, some things someone says just stick with you sometimes.
Yes.
And you just, I don't know, you can't explain why, but you go like, it just sticks with me. I remember one time talking to a guy who goes, there's a lot of unstable people out there. And I hear his voice all the time, about this type of, there's a lot of unstable people.
lot of unstable people that also have access to a phone.
Yeah.
And then they just start running off to the races.
Going crazy with it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of that, but there's also, there's a lot of nonsense on both sides. Just the social media, just the wanting people to like you. Like, did you see that Imagine song that all those knuckleheads got together and sang? Yeah. Imagine there's no heaven. This is not the time when everyone's Grammy's dying, you fucking idiot, to sing Imagine There's No Heaven.
And there's this sense of, you feel like they feel like they did something significant.
She's so happy. Gal Gadot, whatever the fuck her name is, Wonder Woman. She's got this beautiful smile on her face and so happy to sing that.
Thank you.
Just like she's seducing you.
Yeah. I lost my job at the meatpacking plant, but Gal Gadot sang Imagine.
And it's a terrible version. You guys suck at singing.
Yeah.
Why are you even singing publicly?
I didn't even post, but I tried to do one where I first of all, I tried to do that where I go, Imagine, I just started laughing hysterically. So then I did one where I go, I want to connect with all you guys, so let's just jerk off together. And I just then I go, I'm not used to this hand, just try to connect with all my fans, but
it's such a dumb move.
I don't know, I can't believe how many people, I mean, I guess she must have reached out to them, sending out you singing a
and they want to be like tight with her, like, sure, Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
I'll do it. Yeah, like, okay.
I couldn't keep it. I tried to do
Stay off, fuck. Stay offline, you fuck.
I tried.
Get off your phone. You shoot me a video you made?
Yeah, I tried to do it because I wanted all of us to mock it. I think I have it.
I think some comics did something like that.
Yeah,
Didn't
they? Yeah, they did. I couldn't even say it. Like I saw Eric Andre and them like slap on my knob. That's what they did, right?
Did they?
Exactly. Yeah, they were like, they did like a parody of it. It was great.
Well, the weird thing is, people are sitting around going, "Oh, people think I'm cool if I do this."
Yeah.
Instead of like just capturing a genuine moment in your life, which is really hard to do on social media anyway, because you feel like a fucking dork.
You know what's a weird feeling though? Is like, imagine you had worked with Gal, right? I thought about this too. Like you did something, you were in a movie or something, and then she hits you up, hey, I'm trying to do this. And you have that moment of pause, especially as a comic, because you have like so much self-awareness, where you're like, that's gonna be lame as shit. And then you have to like figure out a tactful no.
Ghost her.
Just no response.
100%. 100%. First of all, I could give two fucks whether or not I'm ever in a movie again, ever. And another two fucks whether or not I talk to her. So
she ghost. At first you'd be like, what's up? And she's like, will you sing Imagine, a line from Imagine?
If I'm friends with her, like if I've had conversations with her,
that's what I'm saying.
I would have to say, listen, you're awesome. I think you're great. But that is a ridiculous idea. Yeah. It's so lacking in self-awareness and so ridiculous. Let me tell you what I would do even if I wasn't a comic, if I saw someone do that, I'd be like, what in the fuck do you think you're accomplishing with this?
I felt so much better today seeing celebrities sing Imagine.
It made it better.
This pandemic was not really bad.
Grammy died choking on her own vomit, but I feel like the world's better because Gal Gadot's so pretty.
Gal Gadot.
And she started it off. Imagine there's no heaven.
And then at the end,
big smile.
She did like a really sincere. Look what I did for you.
Did she?
I mean, yeah, that's how it ends.
She's
like,
yeah, there's some people, man, that are real self-indulgent and self-righteous with their fucking social media. It's exposed a lot of celebrities for being real dorks.
Yeah, of course. They should be exposed for that.
But they never got a chance to be exposed before. They would go on the Tonight Show, they'd do these things, they'd do these interviews, everything was real fluff.
Yeah.
You just leave them alone with a phone. Or you get great stuff. Did you see...
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Me too. Tomorrow we gotta do taxes. So we have some income coming in the meantime. Because it takes a while to get employment. And it's only $275 a week. We're fucked.
Everybody's fucked.
Everybody's fucked. Some people are fucked more than others too.
Fox. still sleepy.